The sturdy man was speechless. The fourth prince nodded and said, "You kidnapped this person. Do you know how serious this crime is?" As he spoke, the fourth prince took out a token and said, "Take the token and go back to wait for the entire sect to be plagiarized." "Ah!" Gong Sun Qing suddenly screamed. She never thought that things would be so big. Just because he offended a Xiang Tianlong? Because of this, he was able to make his own Gong Sun clan plagiarize? Fourth master. Xiangnan frowned and suddenly said, "The entire sect is being plagiarized. It can't be. I knew you wouldn't have the heart." The fourth prince laughed and put the token back into his sleeve. He was sure of Xiangnan's character. Otherwise, the token would have fallen on the strong man's face instead of being held in his hand for a long time. Xiangnan smiled bitterly. The fourth prince said, "Tell me, how do you plan to settle this matter?" Xiangnan sighed and said, "Originally it wasn't a big deal, but they threatened the entire Xiang clan. I can endure anything, but I can't endure this. Let the Gongsun clan go. I don't want to see this clan anymore." The fourth prince nodded and said, "Pass down the order. The Gongsun family will marry off to the South China Sea border. They will not be allowed to step into the Central Plains for the rest of their lives. They will not be allowed to engage in business, martial arts, or leave the island without permission. Otherwise, they will be punished for treason." The fourth prince looked at the strong man and said, "If it weren't for your loyalty to our Haotian imperial clan, the punishment would not be so light." The sturdy man knew that it was useless to say anything, but he only sighed and kowtowed to admit his punishment. The fourth prince looked at the others and said, "Everyone present today has a share. From now on, each of your clans will pay 50 times the tax each year. 3 years later, the punishment will be abolished." Everyone was just about to cry without tears. 50 times the tax? Are you kidding me? That was almost half of the total income of their clans in a year. If they said that their vital energy was seriously damaged, they would probably go bankrupt. The fourth prince turned to look at Xiangnan and smiled. "Now, are you willing to let go?" Xiangnan smiled and shook his right hand. The rope naturally fell off. "Come, accompany me to the night scenery." The fourth prince grabbed Xiangnan's right hand and said, "This year, Haotian has changed a lot. Come and see the beautiful scenery we've worked hard to create." Xiangnan smiled and said, "You still want to keep me by your side?" The fourth prince also smiled. "You still refuse to stay and help me?" Xiangnan said, "I am a martial artist. I don't know anything about the management of the government. It's better to roam outside with a knife in hand." "All right." The fourth prince nodded. "In the past, I insisted on keeping you here, but afterwards, you used facts to prove that you can still contribute to our Haotian imperial clan when you are outside. Then it's settled. I'll settle inside and you'll be busy outside. When you break through the clouds, it'll be the day I become an emperor." "Your Highness thinks highly of me?" Xiangnan said. The fourth prince said, "I have always been accurate in judging people. Besides, aren't you already at the 6th level of the Heaven Scryer stage? At your age, Yudonghai is only at the 8th level of the Heaven Origin stage." These conversations were said by the two of them outside. As for the underground warehouse of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, the burly man suddenly jumped up and fiercely grabbed Gong Sun Qing's neck. "I'll strangle you to death." Everyone else was in a daze. They only felt as if they had walked around the gate of death, and they were no longer in the mood to pull a fight. The sturdy man almost strangled Gong Sun Qing to death. Seeing that Gong Sun Qing was getting more angry and less angry, he suddenly let go of his hands. Gong Sun Qing coughed for a long time, but she actually gritted her teeth and said, "What exactly is the background of that person? Even if I die, I still have to die to understand." The strong man said angrily, "Tell me first, how did you offend him?" Gong Sun Qing explained everything. The burly man was so angry that blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He slapped Gong Sun Qing and sent her flying. He gritted his teeth and said, "A single thought is a difference. A single thought is a difference. At that point, he became my brother-in-law, but in the end, you pushed him to the opposite side. Gong Sun Qing covered her face and screamed, "Who exactly is he? Why did he say that he would punish our Gongsun clan? I refuse to accept it. Without him, there wouldn't be the current Haotian Empire, nor the current 6 great sects." The sturdy man fell to the ground in a daze. "Who is he?" "Haha, he is Xiangnan." Gong Sun Qing was completely stunned. Xiao Wei looked at Gong Sun Qing in shock. "Xiangnan? You almost married Xiangnan? Why? How did you end up like this?" Holy shit. The handsome man was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He actually began to cry hopelessly. If he offended the people in the entire southern domain that he shouldn't have offended, would he have a good life in the future? That night, Xiangnan found Xiao He. The two of them went to the Xiang Manor to bid farewell to their parents, and then went to the Haoran sect to bid farewell to Sukaiwe. At dawn, the two of them stepped onto the teleportation array and began a new round of journey. A strong light flashed and Xiangnan and Xiao He appeared on the land of the 9 firmaments continent. They were then called flying ships and entered the teleportation array once again, entering the Sea of Forgetfulness. Xiangnan was not very happy when he returned home this time. He didn't expect that after his death, the 4th prince wouldn't be able to settle his family properly, even though the 4th prince said that this would never happen again. However, Xiangnan knew that it was because he was still alive. What if he really died? Will the Xiang clan be neglected? Whether or not they were left alone when they encountered something like the Gongsun clan. Xiangnan understood that this world was always realistic. Everything was related to interests. The stronger he became, the better his clan could live and be guaranteed to survive. The 4th prince was willing to treat him differently because he saw his potential. Otherwise, with his status as the Haotian imperial clan, how could he care about the life and death of a small Xiang clan? The next day in Haojing, a small beast blood shop located in a golden area opened. At the corner of the plaque in front of the shop, there were a few words written. The Xiang clan belongs to. This day was also the most lively day in Haojing in the past 100 years. Although the shop was small, the guests who came to congratulate them were all extremely important figures. Haoran sect was the first to arrive, sending a plaque and countless congratulatory gifts. The second Divine Feather sect disciple came, followed by the Starsea sect, Primordial Chaos sect, Profound Nether sect, and even the Azure Nether sect. At the end of the opening ceremony, the 4th prince and the 9th princess personally arrived to cut the ribbon for this small shop. This matter shocked the entire Haojing and even the entire Haotian Empire. For a moment, the word belonging to the Xiang clan became an extremely important name. That afternoon, almost all the large clans in Haojing heard the news. Xianxia looked at the sky and suddenly felt very satisfied. The so-called one person attaining the Tao of the chicken and dog ascending to the heavens was worth it. After so many years of struggling, in order to nurture Xiangnan, he guarded the ruined Xiang clan, which had once been covered in withered grass, and never gave up. Finally, today, the Xiang clan saw the flowers blooming and the sunshine shining brightly. When the 4th prince and the 9th princess put Xianxia in the middle and laughed at the ribbon cutting. Xiangnan's parents were already sobbing. Outside the city, the Gongsun clan was escorted by heavy soldiers and embarked on the road of mating with a dispirited expression. Some clans, because of a junior, could ascend to the palace hall. Some clans had abandoned their inheritance for several lifetimes because of a junior. Dad, is that what you mean? Stabilization always belonged to a small corner. The Haotian Empire ushered in an unprecedented period of prosperity. Not only did it become the sacred land of martial arts in the entire southern domain, it also became the economic lifeline of the entire southern domain. Outside of Huanha Ocean, there were countless continents and countless countries that were still in turmoil and chaos. Sometimes imagine whether we should be grateful for being able to live in such a peaceful land. Some people, like Xiangnan, for the sake of the safety of their hometown, pin their heads to their belts outside to fight for their lives. Some people live in peaceful land, well-fed and well-clothed, but they complain about why they have not advanced to a higher level, why money is only in the hands of a small number of people, but resentful of the heavens and earth, not grateful for their hometown. In the short time he had spent returning to Haotian, Xiangnan was the most assured and at ease in the past few years. He did not need to be afraid, nor did he need to worry about being ambushed to death at any time. There were no martial artists in the city who slaughtered the people casually, and there were no demonic beasts eating people everywhere outside the city. Everything was in such an orderly manner. Xianxia knew that as long as Hao Yan and the Xiang clan were still alive, he would still have roots and not be a prodigal son. And for this, he was willing to give everything he had. The fourth prince was willing to give everything to Xianxia, but he couldn't give anything Xianxia wanted. The fourth prince didn't have any cultivation techniques above the profound grade or world-slaying divine lightning. Is the central plains ahead? On the flying ship, he excitedly pointed at the figure in the distance. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, we have already crossed the Sea of Forgetfulness. In front of us is the Middle Earth realm." He said happily, "This is my first time in the Central Plains. Everyone says that the Central Plains is the martial arts sacred hall of the world. There is the strongest star guild here and the strongest Huangpu aristocrat clan headquarters. Haha! I'm so excited when I think about it." Xianxia looked at the intersection of the heavenly sea and said, "It may not be a good thing." The Central Plains had the structure of a moon and stars. There were countless all-star islands. Some of these islands were truly small islands, while others looked like small continents. The main continent where the Star Guild was located was the moon that the heroes held in high esteem. This was the most vast continent in the world, not one of them. The entire central continent referred to this main continent. Its area was roughly the size of 55 blue tide continents. Even its vast territory seemed too insignificant. Even Xianxia would probably need 2 months to fly from one part of the Central Plains to the other. This place was so big that it caused people's hearts to tremble. The current Central Plains was unprecedentedly lively. The Hero Invitation was the first time the Central Plains had opened its national gate to welcome martial artists from the 4 regions of the East, South, and West. There were countless martial artists who had their heads crushed and wanted to obtain permanent residency here. But now, everything was different because of the power of the profound sky sect. "Wow, it's so lively." He looked around like a naive child, and she was so happy that she could not stop laughing. The total number of continents in the 4 major world regions, South, East, West, and North, combined, could be several thousand. On every road, there were outstanding people like Yu Donghai. The more this happened, the more worried Xianxia felt. The Star Guild was so large, but now, they had to borrow the martial practitioners of the 4 great worlds to help defend against the profound sky sect. It's a terrible signal. The streets were filled with people, and there were martial artists dressed in different clothes everywhere. They were from the southern region, the eastern region, the northern region, and the western region. In their hometown, these martial artists were all super experts wrapped in halos. All of them were arrogant and had their eyes above their heads. They had already rolled up their arms and sleeves, preparing to shine in the Central Plains. Walking in such a place, experts like Xianxia and he couldn't seem to be too outstanding. After Xianxia and he handed over the recommendation letter from the Haoran sect. The old man who was in charge of registering looked at Xianxia and was also troubled. The old man said, "This is only the registration area. After you pass, you too have to continue on your journey and go to the headquarters to receive your orders." "But which group should I assign you to?" The old man flipped through the register. "Allocate it to the youth group around the age of 20. The young people there are all at the Tianyuan realm. Allocate it to the Heaven Scryer realm. Most of the people there are middle-aged people." After hesitating for a while, the old man gritted his teeth and stamped the seal. "Take this. You two go to the east of the city. Tomorrow, there will be a flying ship to take you to the headquarters, Star City." Xianxia and the other 2 brought their brochures to the east of the city. He discovered that there were already a large number of Heaven-Peeping Realm martial artists gathered here, and these Heaven-Peeping Realm martial artists were all people between the ages of 25 or 16 and 35 or 16. "So powerful!" he said. "I thought I would be with a group of uncles here. I didn't expect them to be so young." Xianxia smiled and said, "Of course, the hero token is a gathering of geniuses. Normally, when people are in their 20s, Reaching the heaven origin realm is amazing, but these geniuses are the top experts of their own continent. Even so, when those people saw the young Xiang Nan and Xiao He, they were all shocked. Did you guys go to the wrong place? A 30-year-old middle-aged man looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. You are young. Why are you here? You. Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Xiang Nan and Xiao He released their own astral qi. Xiang Nan was at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer, while Xiao He was at the 7th level of Heaven Scryer. Those people who were proud of themselves just now and boasted about how heaven-defying they were in their own continent shut their mouths. A flying ship sailed over and picked up this batch of heroes and set off. Heavenly Star City, the sacred land of the Holy Land of Martial Arts, the headquarters of the Star Guild. This was the place that countless martial artists had dreamed of. This was the lair of the Star Guild, the largest power in the world. This place contained the most complete cultivation technique and martial skill that had been preserved since ancient times, as well as the formula for refining pills and artifacts. From the very beginning, the martial artists here had always looked down on the heroes, possessed the strongest combat strength, and received the best training. Not far from Heavenly Star City, he saw a ray of light shining down from the sky, illuminating an entire city. That light was incomparably holy, as if even the heavens favored this city, giving it boundless love. When the people on the flying ship saw that beam of light, they were all boiling. My God! It's the legendary protection of the heavens. It's actually true. Heavenly Star City is really illuminated by a beam of holy light. When the flying ship got closer, the shocking beam of holy light became wider. The diameter of its light had reached 10,000 kilometers. In the middle of the beam of light, there were 2 badges of light floating above it. One was the golden cross star that represented the Star Guild. One represented the Huangpu clan, the Green Clover. Heavens! My goosebumps are rising. A middle-aged man rubbed his face excitedly. The 2 greatest overlords in the world. They are all here. Ha! I must make a name for myself here. I must spread my name all over the world. At this moment, a dazzling bright light directly took off from Star City, and in the blink of an eye, it stopped in front of the flying ship. Before the huge flying ship could stop, it was forcefully controlled by the strong light. As the strong light weakened, an old man appeared inside. "Ah, it's the Huangpu Sea King." The knowledgeable person immediately pulled his hair and shouted. The old man smiled as he glanced at the flying ship and said, "My nephew Xiang is on this ship." Xiang Nan was actually the disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Martial King, while the Huangpu Sea King was a good friend of the Martial King. In terms of seniority, Xiang Nan really had to call Huangpu Sea King Martial Uncle. A heaven-defying old monster over 3,000 years old. Looking for a good nephew here? The geniuses from all over the world were all shocked. Who is the Huangpu Sea King? Is he from the Huangpu aristocrat clan? More people are asking questions. People from pure martial arts clans had never heard of this name. Only those martial artists from commercial clans would have heard of the Huangpu Sea King. When Xiang Nan heard the voice, he stood out from the crowd and said, "Senior, are you looking for me? Nephew Xiang, please follow me. I have a few words to entrust to you." The Huangpu Sea King smiled faintly. After saying that, the Huangpu Sea King threw out a rainbow light and swept Xiang Nan away. When they reappeared, the 2 of them were already in a 100-year-old restaurant in Star City. Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment. He first observed his surroundings, then poured wine for the Sea King and said, "I wonder what Senior is waiting for me for." The Wampoa Sea King carefully sized up Xiang Nan from top to bottom and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Kid is righteous. I think he often helps others. You have a ruthlessness in your bones. You are very similar to old brother Wu Wang. But Martial King is not as calm as you. He is much sharper than you. Xiang Nan hurriedly said, "Senior praises me absurdly." The Sea King nodded. 2 things. The first is to advise you not to enter the Star Guild. You are old brother Wu's only surviving descendant and also the sole successor to the 9 transformations of thunder. Do you know that the things the Star Guild wants to do are extremely dangerous? You could lose your life at any time. Xianxia said, since life and death have been put aside in the martial arts world, this junior is indeed afraid of death, but he is even more reluctant to live. The Sea King let out a long sigh. Your words are exactly the same as old brother Wu Wang's back then. Back then, a few of our old friends advised him not to cultivate the 9 transformations of thunder, but he persisted in saying that he would rather perish and die than settle for the status quo. What exactly is above the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation? Whether or not he can rise to another level. This belief is something that he has always been unable to untie. Since that's the case, let's talk about the second matter. The Sea King took out a small square seal and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia held the square seal in his hand and looked around, only to see that there were patterns on all 4 sides of the square seal. Moreover, these 4 patterns were all 4 legs and 8 arms, each arm carrying a sword in the shape of a vicious ghost relief. Moreover, this square seal contained the aura of an ancient desolate old man. Xianxia was puzzled. The Sea King said, this is the Rakshasa Ghost King seal. It was gifted to me by the Martial King in the past. He said that there is a strand of his primordial chaos astral chi sealed within this seal. If something unexpected happens, I can use this seal to ensure your safety. I haven't used it once in my life. I originally wanted to stay here as a memento, but now that I've met you, I'll give it to you. Primordial astral chi? Am I overthinking it? Is this primordial chaos astral chi related to primordial chaos sect? Xianxia asked. The Sea King nodded. Back then, elder brother Wu Wang had instructed quite a few martial artists. One of them was the descendant of the founder of the primordial chaos sect in the southern domain. Ah, this is strange, Xianxia muttered. I've dealt with people from the primordial chaos sect, but I didn't find any similarities between their martial arts and martial kings. The Sea King laughed. The 9 transformations of thunder that you learned was created by a martial king at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Before this, his martial technique and world-destroying divine lightning had nothing to do with it. Xianxia suddenly understood. Moreover, the Sea King said, the founding ancestor of the primordial chaos sect is not the successor of the martial king. He has only received the martial king's martial Tao guidance. Xianxia said, then many thanks for the kindness that Senior Sea King has bestowed upon you. However, this gift is after all a gift from the martial king. The Sea King shook his head and said, take it if you want it. How can there be such a fool as you in this world? There's something good that you don't want. Furthermore, I was unable to save the martial king back then. I have always been concerned about it. Now that I have met the descendant of elder brother Martial King, I always want to do something to make up for it. Xianxia sighed and said, then this junior will keep it. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. I am an elder of the Huangpu clan, so I cannot interfere in the affairs of the Star Guild. If you encounter any dangers in the future, you can only think of a way to save yourself, said the Sea King. Also, this Star Guild is not simple. They are completely capable of fighting against the Heavenly Profound Sect, but they also know that if they really fight against the Heavenly Profound Sect, even if they really wipe out the Heavenly Profound Sect, the Star Guild itself will suffer great damage to its vitality and might even disintegrate. That's why we recruited all the geniuses in the world for use by the guild. Can you understand that? This junior knows. Xianxia said, originally, the Profound Sky Sect did not have such a powerful force, nor did they have the qualifications to fight against the Star Guild. It was only because the Profound Sky Sect had the help of martial artists from other worlds. Even if it's to prevent alien realm martial artists from entering our world, I still have to go all out. The Sea King nodded in praise. A martial artist is most afraid of not being able to recognize his own heart. It is not bad that you are so clear about your own direction. I'll give you an explanation. The Rakshasa Ghost King seal can only be used once. Remember. After saying that, the Sea King drank the wine Xianxia poured for him and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia thoughtfully played with the Rakshasa Ghost King seal. This thing was not really a weapon, not even a grade. The reason it was valuable was because it contained a strand of heavenly thunder Martial King's astral chi. After using it once, that strand of astral chi disappeared. From what the Sea King said, it seemed that this strand of Dipper chi was specifically used for defense and could not be used to attack. "Sai, we have to hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to register in time." Xianxia slapped his forehead and left the restaurant. This place was already inside Heavenly Star City. Heavenly Star City was enormous, and its entire shape was circular. From a high place it looked like a giant yin-yang fish. Half of it was the location of the Star Guild, and the other half was the headquarters of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Normally, people would not be able to enter the half of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Because the Huangpu aristocrat clan belonged to a neutral force, the half of the city belonged to a forbidden area. As for the other half, it was equivalent to the Starry Guild's sect area. There were also many shops and entertainment venues, but none of these facilities were under the control of outsiders. The Star Guild had a long history. Many martial artists who had retired from the guild were unwilling to leave. They opened restaurants, gambling houses, inns, etc. nearby to guard the Star Guild for the rest of their lives. There were still quite a few people like this. All in all, this place is not simple. When they were on the flying ship, Xianxia and the others received a brief introduction book about the Star Guild. The Star Guild was divided into two parts, the inner sect and the outer sect. Although it was no longer a sect in the traditional sense, many places still used the same name as the previous sect. In the entire central continent, there was a branch of the Star Guild in each of the main cities. These branches were collectively referred to as the outer sect. The headquarters of the Star Guild in Heavenly Star City was the inner sect. The Star Guild had two guild leaders, one of whom was known as Empyrean Galaxy and the other as Empyrean Firmament. Both of them were supreme experts. Empyrean Galaxy was in charge of the internal affairs department of the guild. His name was Glory Shield, and he was in charge of all the members of the guild, as well as teaching, collecting books, punishing internally, and creating cultivation techniques and martial skills. Empyrean Firmament was in charge of the foreign affairs department of the guild, known as the Sword of Judgment. He was in charge of diplomacy, expedition, expansion, and other duties. Moreover, the official system of the Star Guild was intricate. Because the positions of the officials of the guild were not divided according to the realms of the members, they were divided according to the contributions of the members to the guild. Therefore, of course, a large portion of the high-level elders were very powerful, but there were also some elders whose martial arts realm was not outstanding and belonged to the intelligent type. The Star Guild had countless organizations, and they had everything they wanted. In short, they were huge and bloated. Because Xianxia and the others weren't members of the Star Guild, they were all under Empyrean Firmament's banner, belonging to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the temporary members of the Sword of Judgment. The guild brothers that Xianxia met in the northern region belonged to the Sword of Judgment. As for Long Shaoqi, who taught Xianxia the insight technique, he was actually a member of the Glory Shield of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He was in charge of researching, excavating, sorting out, and creating martial skills. That was why Long Shaoqi had always been skeptical of the profound Sky Sect, but he did not receive much help from the Star Guild. This was because it did not fall within Long Shaoqi's purview. Xianxia first roughly sized up Heavenly Star City and discovered the strange layout of this place. Heavenly Star City had a vast area of 10,000 kilometers in diameter, but in reality, it was not as simple as a building on the ground. In the entire sky of Heavenly Star City, the Immortal Palace in the sky shrouded in starlight could be seen everywhere. These immortal palaces all belonged to the Sword of Judgment, and beneath the surface, there was another complex palace complex. That place belonged to the Shield of Glory, and no one could enter unless they were inner court disciples. Xianxia checked the map. The place he was going to register for was called the Sun of Heaven Peak. It was one of the many immortal palaces in the sky. This Sun of Heaven Peak was forged from a huge mountain, floating in the clouds and smoke. It was very wonderful. There were still many cloud bridges connecting the immortal palaces, which could be used by people who could not fly. Xianxia flew up to Tianzifeng and discovered that there were already a large number of martial artists gathered here, and there were dark crowds everywhere. There were several palaces on Son of Heaven Peak, each of which was ridiculously large. The entire area of Son of Heaven Peak was equivalent to a small city in the southern domain, about half the size of Bluestone City. Xiang Bei here, in the crowd. He saw Xianxia in the air and hurriedly waved his hand to greet him. The crowd here was relatively dispersed, gathering together wave after wave, belonging to different powers and regions of the world. Almost all of the martial artists in Xiaohe's area were from the northern region. After everyone arrived here, the first thing they did was to find their fellow villagers. Although Xiaohe had already become a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect and theoretically belonged to the martial practitioners of the southern domain, his habits had not changed for many years, and he had directly found the gathering place of the martial practitioners of the northern domain. You all know each other. Seeing that his eyes were filled with strangers, Xianxia smiled. Xiaohe excitedly introduced Xianxia. Who was this and who was that? Many of them had come and gone with her. The Fallen Snow sect did not represent the entire northern domain. It was just a sect on the Steel Continent, and not all of the sects in the northern domain had betrayed it. Listening to Xiaohe's introduction, Xianxia kept greeting others, but he didn't remember who was who. In short, there were too many people, just like a huge market. At this moment, a group of people stepped out from the entrance of a high palace. Those people should be the management of the Star Guild. They stepped on the auspicious clouds and looked very holy. One of the old men took a few steps forward and said with his hands behind his back, "Thank you all for coming here from all over the world. There is no need to repeat the explanation. You should have understood the purpose of this trip. From now on, all of you are under the jurisdiction of the Sword of Judgment. If anyone intends to leave the guild during this period, they can leave freely after the declaration. The Star Guild will definitely not force you to stay." The old man pointed at his feet and said, "This is called the Son of Heaven Peak. It is a group of heaven palaces created by the Star Guild on an ad hoc basis. It is specially designed for everyone to live in and accept missions. Since the total number of martial artists from the 4 regions has already exceeded 10,000, our Son of Heaven Peak will be divided into 2 branches. One is called the Golden Lion, and the other is called the Eagle of the Firmament." Someone asked loudly, "How are these 2 factions divided? And on what basis are they divided?" Someone suddenly interrupted, making the old man clearly a little unhappy. The people who came here were all proud children of the heavens. Each of them thought highly of himself and felt that he was a unique great figure, so there weren't many people who obeyed the rules. The old man said, "Since we need to cooperate in the future, it is very important for us to have a tacit understanding of each other. We will divide people with similar personalities and temperaments into the same faction." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand. Even if the clouds around the heavenly palace dispersed, a huge bronze gong that was more than 10 meters tall appeared inside. The old man said, "Every hero who comes here must go forward and ring a bronze gong. This bronze gong will judge your faction according to your past experiences, temperament, etc. You go first." The old man pointed at the young man who interrupted. That young man was a martial artist from the eastern region. He was about 23 or 14 years old, but he already possessed the 2nd level of Heaven Scryer. He was considered to be very impressive. The young man was so arrogant that he didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright as he swaggered over. But when he picked up the hammer of the gong, it sounded like a bang on the bronze gong. This brat had the intention to show off his strength, so it could be said that he had gone all out to knock on the door. The sound of a bronze gong rushed into the 9 heavens. Then, a starlight shot down from the sky and enveloped the martial artist. The martial artist's expression changed slightly. The old man said, "Don't be afraid. This is the blessing of the holy light. After you receive the blessing of the holy light, your injuries, stamina, and aura will double in the next month. Every time we return to Son of Heaven Peak in the future, we only need to ring the bronze gong here to receive the next blessing." Everyone was in an uproar. Xiaohe said excitedly, "The Star Guild still has such benefits. I envy them too much. Yes, it's truly amazing. Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head and said, It's good that we have a big backer. The old man nodded and said, The blessing you received was silver, so you were assigned to the Heavenly Eagle sect. What do you mean? The martial artist frowned. Is there still a golden blessing? Why am I silver? Why am I inferior to others? The old man's face became even more unhappy. I said before, this is just a faction. There is no difference between superior and inferior. Hearing this, the martial artist felt that he had saved face. He snorted coldly and turned around to fly down. All right. The old man clapped his hands and said, Everyone has seen what to do. Below. Please come knock on the gong consciously. Following that, the crowd began to fish forward, continuously knocking on the bronze gong. Some people received silver blessings after clicking the bronze gong and were assigned to the Heavenly Eagle. Others received golden blessings and were assigned to golden lions. Everyone scrambled to prove their strength by knocking on a bronze gong. They thought that the louder the gong, the more powerful they were. In fact, everyone was really starting to take this as their goal, to fight each other head-on and to compete with each other. The sound of someone knocking was incomparably loud, and it would attract a burst of angry curses and cries of alarm. Someone knocking softly would cause a great deal of laughter and ridicule. This group of martial arts experts who considered themselves to be ghosts gathered together, it was the most difficult to discipline. They were all thorns. Their eyes were taller than the heavens. They felt unconvinced when they saw anyone. They wished they could immediately make a move for the king. Seeing this scene, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He thought that the future mission would not go smoothly. During the process, the old man also introduced that the bronze gong was called the Heavenly Star Gong, and it was jointly forged by the ancestors of the Star Guild. This Heavenly Star Gong could bless all living beings in the world. The louder the gong was, the more people from the Heavenly clan would receive the favor of the heavens. It really has something to do with sound. He said in surprise. Heaven's blessing? What would that mean? Xianxia rubbed his chin. Was he someone who was blessed by the heavens? Xianxia did not like to fight, so he was not busy sounding the bronze gong. Everyone was competing in front, while Xianxia and He were chatting and waiting behind. He was also anxious, urging Xianxia to knock on the gong several times, but Xianxia shook his head with a smile. What's the difference between first and second? In short, it's fine if you can knock on it. That's what I said. However, since everyone else is robbing us, it seems like we don't have any momentum if we don't rob them. He pouted. Xianxia smiled helplessly. At this moment, a clang of a gong rang out, as if the entire sun of Heaven Peak was shaking. The old man's gaze was as bright as a torch as he looked at the person who knocked on the gong. It was a man of about 22 or 23 years of age. He was actually at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. The managers behind the old man were also astonished and praised endlessly. What a seedling! This Heavenly Star Gong has probably been in existence for more than 50 years, and there hasn't been such a huge commotion. Haha! This harvest is quite fruitful. Looking at that man again, he simply raised his chin to the sky with an air of high spirits. Someone in the crowd recognized this person and cried out in shock. Heavens! Isn't that the super awesome person from the northern region, Long Xingyun? Everyone cried out in alarm. He excitedly grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, Wow, it really is Long Xingyun. You don't know, he is a famous figure in our northern region. Back then, he swept across the sects of our northern region and became the #1 expert of his generation. He even stepped into the Heaven Scryer realm at the age of 17. Something's wrong. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked at Xianxia and said thoughtfully, You seem to be the champion of the Southern Domains sect tournament. Xianxia hurriedly said, Keep quiet. Xianxia was the #1 enemy of the Profound Sky sect. If his name was publicized, it would be very detrimental to his future actions. Xianxia looked at the spirited Long Xingyun and nodded his head in praise. Indeed, it is amazing. He stepped into the Heaven Scryer realm at the age of 17. This is much more amazing than Yu Donghai. Xianxia entered the Heaven Scryer realm at the age of 18. When he was 17, his accomplishments were far inferior to Long Xingyun's. It was only after a series of fortuitous encounters that he climbed to the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. What Long Xingyun triggered was a golden blessing, so he was assigned to the Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion sect martial artists cheered loudly and were extremely excited. In comparison, the number of martial practitioners in the Southern Domain was the smallest in the entire Son of Heaven Peak. The total number of martial practitioners in the Southern Domain was less than 1% of the total. Because the Southern Domain had just experienced the great upheaval of the Heavenly Profound sect, a large number of genius experts had been strangled by the Heavenly Profound sect. Although Zhonglan continent had stepped into an unprecedented peak, looking at the general trend of martial arts in the entire Southern Domain, it had actually fallen to the bottom of the valley. As a result, there weren't even 100 martial practitioners from the Southern Domain who had arrived at the Son of Heaven Peak. There were even countless geniuses over the age of 30 who would rather go to the Blue Tide continent and chase after the tide than come to the Star Guild to waste their time. Actually, the Star Guild was a little unhappy about this matter. They felt that the martial artists of the Southern Domain weren't cooperating enough. Soon, more and more people were knocking on the gong. Finally, it was Xianxia's turn. He excitedly rushed forward and knocked on the heavenly star gong. With a bang, the sound of the bronze gong pierced through the 9 heavens. It was also incomparably loud, but compared to Long Xingyun, it was still 2 notches inferior. Silver, Heavenly Eagle. A staff member announced Xiaohe's whereabouts. Everyone who sounded the bronze gong would be blessed by the heavens. This was the happiest place for everyone. Being blessed by the heavens meant that he was a dragon and phoenix amongst men. It's your turn, it's your turn. Hurry up and go. After Xiaohe came down, she anxiously urged Xianxia. Xianxia had already observed the Golden Lion closely. Most of the people who were assigned to the Golden Lion were arrogant and had a strong fighting spirit in their bones. Furthermore, they were extremely arrogant. On the other hand, the people who were assigned to the Heavenly Eagle didn't have that many ghost hearts, nor did they have any intentions of harming others. Of course, this was only relative to the geniuses on the scene. Everyone inside was much harder to serve than the martial artists outside. Which sect will I be assigned to? Xianxia muttered to himself as he flew up. He felt that with his personality and past experience, he should be divided into the Heavenly Eagle. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia picked up the gong hammer. At this moment, the crowd suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Look, that brat is 20 years old, and he actually has the realm of the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. Holy shit, it really is. So young? Damn it, are you almost catching up to Long Xingyun? Long Xingyun was 22 years old, at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer, while Xianxia was 19 years old. Before using the dream body, he was at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. This strength was already extremely terrifying. Long Xingyun, who was surrounded by the crowd, also hugged his shoulders and looked at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia felt as if his back was shining, so he turned around to take a look, so that Long Xingyun could look at each other. There was a sharp light in Long Xingyun's eyes. Xianxia did not care. He took the gong hammer and transferred, knocking it down towards the star gong. Am I someone blessed by the heavens? Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and knocked down on the heavenly star gong with a bang. As a result, a strange scene occurred. The moment the gong rang, the entire star gong actually fell. In the night sky, the stars were extinguished, all of them obscured by dark clouds, causing the starlight that filled the sky to instantly disappear. The heavenly star gong has fallen. Many martial artists cried out in shock. On the other hand, the old man's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Heavens forsaken! This child is actually a heavens forsaken. The stars dimmed, and the sun and moon dimmed. Only the heavenly star gong lay quietly at Xianxia's feet. Xianxia held the gong hammer in his hand, his face filled with confusion. An ominous person. This brat is in bad luck. Oh my God. Even the heavens don't want him. How many evil things has this brat done? The crowd instantly exploded. Everyone gossiped, pointing at Xianxia, saying everything. Some people even said that Xianxia was a star of bad luck, and wherever he went, he would bring unimaginable bad luck. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. He had never expected such a result. The old man looked at Xianxia in shock. Even his expression changed. He said obediently, "Ever since the heavenly star gong was forged, it has never fallen. Even an extremely ferocious scum, when he strikes the heavenly star gong, the sound of the gong is as soft as an insect's cry." The heavenly star gong was equivalent to the fate of the Star Guild. Every year, the Star Guild would hold a heavenly sacrificial ceremony here. Originally, the heavenly star gong was not placed on the Son of Heaven Peak. This time, the Son of Heaven Peak was created to welcome the martial artists from all over the world. It was temporarily borrowed by that old man. Who would have thought that such a mistake would occur? Could it be that the gong pendant represented the fate of the Star Guild and was buried because of this young man? At this moment, large amounts of Star Guild members flew over from all directions. Countless guild disciples surrounded the entire Son of Heaven Peak like a meteor shower, and even a large number of elders descended from the sky. Everyone looked at the heavenly star gong in shock. This scene was a bit too strange. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered here. Everyone's gaze fell, and they only saw this scene. Xianxia stood there with the gong hammer in his hand, while the star gong lay under his feet, as if it was dead. The martial artists from all over the world began to heckle, shouting loudly one by one. The old man was furious. He pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Who exactly are you? You actually managed to sneak into my Star Guild. Come on, capture him." Xianxia's heart was calm as he stood there motionlessly. "Let's see who dares to make a move." He transformed into a streak of light and landed directly in front of Xianxia. She used her body to block Xianxia and immediately pulled out the galaxy bow. The cold arrows had already been drawn all over the longbow, aiming at the law enforcement team that was flying over. Kaka, kaka. The bowstring of the galaxy bow had been pulled to its limit. Xiaohe's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Whoever dares to touch Xiangbei's finger, I will shoot him here." The law enforcement team was furious and shouted, "How can you be rude in the holy land of the guild?" Xiaohe sneered, "Come on, just give it a try." Xianxia smiled and patted Xiaohe on the shoulder. "Forget it. Since we are not welcome here, let's leave." As he spoke, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Was he someone who was blessed by the heavens? When Xianxia was by Mukin, he died once and was reborn. When he was an artifact spirit, he died once and was reborn. When he was Xianxia, he died once and was resurrected. 3 resurrections. Could this be considered as heaven's affection for Xianxia, not wanting to abandon Xianxia? But on the other hand, in reality, he was really someone who had been abandoned by the heavens. Who would die 3 times in a row in his life? How unlucky, how sad. Others have not resurrected so many times, but others have not died so many times. If you want to resurrect, you must die first, right? Stop the law enforcement team. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the sky. He saw a person with long hair descending from the sky like fire. Vice President Ning. Many guild members were shocked and bowed in succession. That person was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, and her cultivation was so high that Xianxia could no longer guess. This woman had a head of fiery red hair. She looked like a blazing fire that was beating. On this side, some of the foreign martial artists recognized him and whispered about his origin. Ning Zhishui was the vice president of the Star Guild and also the vice president of the Glory Shield. She was in charge of the Star Guild's internal affairs and was a subordinate of Empyrean Star River. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. He didn't expect that his hammer would shock a dignified vice president. When Ning Zhishui landed, she first gave Xiaohe a complimentary look and said, "That's right. You can risk your life and death for your companions. Little girl, step aside. If I wanted to touch him, he wouldn't be standing here right now." Xiaohe hesitated for a moment, but still made way. Ning Zhishui walked over to Xianxia and looked at the heavenly star gong on the ground. Then, she looked at Xianxia and said, "Come, tell me your identity." Xianxia knew that if this woman wanted to find out her background, it shouldn't be difficult. He approached her and told her where she came from. A light flashed in Ning Zhishui's eyes as she whispered, "So you're still alive? The Haoran sect is hiding it from me." After saying that, Ning Zhishui took 2 steps back and took out a white pagoda from her sleeve. "This is the Heavenly Fate Pagoda," she said. "Little girl, come and put this Heavenly Fate Pagoda on the ground." He didn't know why, so he took the small Heavenly Fate Tower and placed it on the ground. The tower stood motionless on the ground. "Push, Ning Zhishui." He was puzzled and pushed on the tower, only to discover that he was unable to move at all. He felt strange and directly kicked the tower, but the tower was still motionless. Ning Zhishui nodded. The Heavenly Fate Tower can detect a person's fate. The more stable the tower is, the better the fate is. "Come, Xiangbei, you release it." Ning Zhishui took away the Heavenly Fate Tower and handed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia held the Heavenly Fate Tower and placed it on the ground. As a result, the tower immediately collapsed. Xianxia frowned and tried 3 more times, but every time, he fell down as soon as he put it down. Simply couldn't stand. The scene was in an uproar. Ning Zhishui nodded and said to Xiao, "You, come and erect the tower again." He took over the Heavenly Fate Pagoda and stood on the ground. She subconsciously pushed it. The pagoda was like a mountain, as steady as a pine. "You push," Ning Zhishui said to Xianxia. Xianxia walked into the Heavenly Fate Tower and just reached out his hand. Before he could touch it, the Heavenly Fate Tower had actually collapsed with a single sound from Pong. Everyone exclaimed again. "Yes." Ning Zhishui nodded, took out another wine jug and a wine glass, and said to Xianxia, "Pour wine into the wine glass." Xianxia held the wine jug and poured wine into the wine glass, but he could not pour it in. The wine turned into fine threads and fell down. Once it reached the top of the glass, it immediately deflected and spilled out. "Vice President Ning, this child is not allowed to stay." The old man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. As for the clinker, Ning Zhishui smiled brightly. She took out another item. It was a stone stele. There were many densely packed names written on the stone stele. Ning Zhishui said, "The Moral Tombstone is named after the sages who made great contributions to the Star Guild. Not only did these sages create a huge Star Guild, they also made indelible contributions to the lives of the world. Apart from the sages of the ancestors, there are also brave warriors who fought against the invasion of demons, and heroes who sacrificed their lives to this world. Now, who will touch this moral tombstone?" He was the first to reach out and touch it. As a result, the moral tombstone only lit up slightly. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't notice the intensity of the light. Afterwards, a large number of foreign martial artists also tried out curiously. Everyone's hands touched the moral tombstone. As a result, the light emitted by the moral tombstone was very faint. "You do it." Ning Zhishui pointed at the old man. The old man flew over and touched the moral tombstone. As a result, the moral tombstone shone brightly. The old man was very satisfied and nodded. "It's my turn." Ning Zhishui also used her finger to lightly tap the moral tombstone. Unexpectedly, not only did the moral tombstone light up, even half of its names lit up. "It's your turn." Ning Zhishui smiled and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and placed his hand on the moral tombstone. Boom! A strong light shot straight into the sky. The light dispersed the dark clouds, allowing the stars to reappear. This light was only strong, so strong that one could barely open their eyes. What was even more terrifying was that every name on the moral tombstone had lit up. There were even countless illusory figures appearing out of thin air. These figures caused the disciples of the Star Guild to exclaim loudly. Those were the sages who founded the Star Guild, the heroes who defended the world and resisted the demon's death. Countless shadows surrounded Xianxia. Hiss, the old man took a deep breath and felt his entire body become covered in skin lumps. Ning Zhishui nodded and smiled. Xiangbei, you are destined to suffer many calamities. You need to experience rebirth in the blazing flames, and you need to taste the suffering of the world. She whispered in Xiang Nan's ear, Fortune has abandoned you because you are not under the control of the heavens. The heavens will not bless you because you are the blessing of the heavens. Good fortune and bad fortune depend on each other. You are the son of heaven's fortune, and you are also a heaven-defying person. Good fortune and bad fortune are only in your mind. After saying that, Ning Zhishui said to the old man, This child has stayed behind. He can go wherever he wants to go. He wants to leave. Don't ask him to stay. If he wants to stay, no one can chase him away. This is my order. However, in the end, Xiang Nan chose the Golden Lion sect. Firstly, it was to balance the number of people on both sides. There were far more hawks than lions. Since Xiang Nan did not have any stats, it was best to join lions. Originally, Ning Zhishui had said that Xiang Nan could go wherever he wished, but Xiang Nan did not want to use the so-called privileges from the start, making people feel as if they were going through the back door. Secondly, his reputation was also bad. Everyone thought that he was a bad luck star. He didn't want to go to the Hawks to implicate Xiao He. However, the most important reason was that the Lion sect was a top-notch expert. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Star Guild would definitely hand over some more important tasks to the Lion sect. As for the Hawks, they were relatively calm, and the missions they received were probably not heavyweight. If Xiang Nan wanted to do it, he would do the most difficult task. He did not come here to muddle along, so he resolutely rejected the Hawks. Obviously, the harder the task, the higher the reward. After everyone learned that Xiang Nan had entered the Golden Lion, the Lion sect martial practitioners all cried out for bad luck. Damn it! This brat actually joined our Lion sect. I've already said it in advance. I will definitely not participate in the mission with him. Me too. As long as this brat is here, I will never go. I will not be tainted with misfortune. Everyone was full of dissatisfaction. However, the old men of Tianzifeng didn't care about them at all. Vice President Ning had already spoken. The old man scolded coldly and said, This is not your home. No one spoils you. You can only accept the arrangement. If you are unwilling, you can pack up and leave. Don't let me hear another complaint, or I'll be expelled. The old man's voice immediately lowered the sound of complaint. The old man looked around the crowd and said, All right, the faction has been divided. Now, everyone follow your leader to the city below to find your own residence. Someone will arrange for you. When evening falls, everyone will gather at Son of Heaven Peak. The crowd immediately split into two sides. One was the Golden Lion, and the other was the Eagle of the Heavens. Xiang Nan stood in the queue of more than 4,000 Golden Lions. There were more than 7,000 members of the Sky Eagle opposite him, a very large number. Seeing a kind-looking middle-aged man walking towards the Golden Lion, he smiled and said, I am your life leader. From today onwards, I will be in charge of your daily necessities. If everyone doesn't mind, just call me Old He. As he spoke, Old He looked at Xiang Nan with emphasis. Because the people from the Lion sect were all gathered together, only Xiang Nan was here by himself. Within a radius of 3 meters, there was not even a single person. Old He pondered for a moment and smiled without saying anything. All right, everyone follow me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay now, he said. As he spoke, Old He flew down from Son of Heaven Peak first. Immediately after, many martial artists turned into rays of light and followed. Below the Son of Heaven Peak was Heavenly Star City. There were a large number of buildings on the land. These buildings were originally intended for members of the Star Guild to live in. After landing on the ground, many martial artists looked around curiously. The environment here was quite good. Xiang Nan felt that it was a bit like a wealthy area on an exile island. It was not too much to say that many elegant courtyards were carved with carved beams, painted with paintings, and pavilions with eaves. The corridors connected the various courtyards. The corridors were covered in star maps, and there were all sorts of people and demonic beast strokes. The pillars of the corridors were filled with strange flowers. Outside the courtyard, there was a small pond. Its layout and style were very similar to those of the wealthy area of the Exile Island, but there was an ancient flavor to it even more than that of the wealthy area. First of all, we belong to Empyrean Firmament and are members of the Sword of Judgment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So your belongings are arranged like this. You are members of the Star Guild, the Sword of Judgment, the Son of Heaven Peak, and the Golden Lion. He paused for a moment, then said, because the daily diet of martial artists is very irregular, sometimes they have to practice martial arts and cultivate in seclusion, so this place only provides accommodation, not food and beverage. If you want to eat, you can go to the business district outside the residential area. There are restaurants, inns, and even private clubs that can provide you with delicious food. Now I'll allocate the dwelling. Because everyone's realms are different, we will allocate areas to everyone according to their realms. The members of the Son of Heaven Peak had a wide range of realms, from the lowest Heaven Origin realm to the highest Fortune 9 realm martial artists. The higher the Cultivation realm, the higher the treatment they would receive. Usually, people at the Heaven Origin realm would have to live in a courtyard with 20 people. As for the Heaven Scryer realm, 5 people lived together. Only martial artists above the Fortune realm could enjoy their own unique courtyard. Of course, they lived separately for men and women. He kept reading out the list of names and the number assigned to the courtyard. When he read to Xianxia, he discovered that he had assigned a different courtyard to Xianxia alone. The courtyard Xianxia was assigned to was called the Listening Wind Pavilion. For this reason, everyone was very dissatisfied. According to Xianxia's Heaven Scryer realm, he had to live with 4 other people. However, his words caused everyone to shut up. Whoever wants to live with Xiangbei, I have no objections. As long as you dare. No one wanted to live with Xianxia, the great fiend star, so everyone shut up. Xianxia was also happy to be quiet. It would be much more convenient for him to live in the courtyard by himself. He clapped his hands and said, all right, this is the end of the housing problem. If anyone has a life problem in the future, just send me a signaling order and I will help you solve it. He looked at the sky and said, there are still 2 to 3 hours until evening. Everyone, disband. When night falls, remember to report to Son of Heaven Peak. Everyone felt that it was very novel, and Hula immediately dispersed, watching and playing everywhere. Xianxia first confirmed the location of the Hearing Wind Pavilion, and then went straight to another huge residential area, where the Firmament Eagle was located. Xiaohe's side had also been allocated. She and the other 4 Heaven Scryer realm girls lived in a different courtyard. That courtyard was called the Rain Watching Pavilion. At first, the 4 girls were still a little afraid of Xianxia. Everyone was afraid that they would be tainted by Xianxia's bad luck. But after getting a little familiar with him, he didn't care anymore. In any case, Xianxia didn't live here. The girls surrounded Xianxia and asked him why he had such bad luck and why he knocked off the star gong with a hammer. Xianxia's head was so big that he looked at Xiaohe for help. As for Xiaohe, he just stood at the side, covering his mouth and laughing secretly, as if he didn't mind watching the fun. Xianxia was helpless, so he could only bid farewell to the girls and go shopping for some food by himself. Because the food in his storage ring would not rot, some of the food stored in his storage ring would probably be more than a year old. The business district was incomparably prosperous, not inferior to Hao Jingdo in the slightest. Those who could do business here were all warriors who had retired from the Star Guild. They were all quite old, but the advantage was that they were very kind. Wow! Look! Isn't that the iceberg beauty Xuezian? That's right, it's her. It's said that she's the #1 beauty in the northern region. Xianxia was shopping for cooked food on the roadside. Hearing everyone's exclamations, he subconsciously turned around to take a look. She saw a tall woman about 1.95 meters tall, standing out from the rest of the crowd as she strode through the crowd. The woman's face was always cold, and she felt as if she was rejecting people for thousands of kilometers. Xianxia had seen many of the so-called iceberg beauties, so he only glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Wine was an indispensable thing for Xianxia. He could not eat food, but he could not drink wine. The nutrients of ordinary food could no longer meet the high needs of a martial artist's body. In fact, once a martial artist reached the Heaven-Scryer realm, there wouldn't be any problems if they didn't eat for a month or two. But in the end, he still had to get some tonic. Then, wine would become the best tonic. Little brother, the fragrance of our daughter here is brewed from 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng. A waiter warmly recommended to Xianxia, "Look, this jar is made from 1,500-year-old spirit ginseng. It has been stored for 100 years. Look at this jar again. It was made from 1,700-year-old spirit ginseng. It has been stored for 200 years. A good wine man only needs to smell it to know that it is a good thing." Xianxia opened the sample vial containing the fragrance of daughter and sniffed inside. He shook his head and said, "It's not strong enough. It's too fragrant." The waiter gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "You're a man. This daughter's fragrance is already strong enough. However, you've really come to the right place this time. If you go to another restaurant, you won't be able to find any better wine. But we have some here." The waiter quickly took out a small sample bottle and handed it to Xianxia. "The authentic red dragon fragrance. This wine is praised as the top quality of strong liquor. It is brewed from a variety of precious spiritual herbs. Its strength is comparable to dragon's breath. A dragon's breath was fire. It was the flames sprayed out of the dragon's mouth. That thing was not for fun." Xianxia gently tasted it and found that the strong liquor immediately ignited when it entered his throat. "You have to swallow it quickly, otherwise it will all burn into flames and evaporate completely." After swallowing the wine in his stomach, there was another strange change. The red dragon fragrance was extremely intense, and it burned quickly in his mouth. However, when it entered his stomach, it actually became crisp and sweet. The strangest thing was that the wine had undergone a third stage of change. It was the spiritual sea that had penetrated into the martial artist, and the moment it entered the spiritual sea, it began to burn again. Xianxia immediately felt his entire body enter a state of excitement. Because of the stimulating effect of the red dragon fragrance, his spiritual sea spun faster, and his aura began to become restless. His entire body was filled with explosive power. This state was very similar to a drunken state, but it didn't cause dizziness. A martial artist wants to get drunk? That was very difficult. This made it even more obvious how precious the red dragon fragrance was. "Good wine." Xianxia praised him and said, 3 levels of transformation and being able to nurture a spiritual sea is truly a high-grade wine." The waiter rubbed his hands and smiled. "Good wine is good wine, but it's a little expensive. A jar costs 3 million gold coins. It's really expensive." Xianxia, however, didn't care at all and laughed loudly. "How many are there?" 100 jars. The waiter's eyes lit up. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "I want everything. 300 million gold coins." The waiter was stunned. He had originally thought that Xianxia should be quite rich as a martial artist. If he could get 3 to 5 jars, he would be rich. Unexpectedly, Xianxia directly asked for 100 jars. "All of them, pack them up for me." Xianxia handed over the martial god card. Now that Xianxia was rich, the martial god card would be used for 3 billion gold coins a year. Overdraft reached 300 billion. As long as he didn't spend more than 3 billion gold coins this year, the Huangpu aristocrat clan would buy all of it. Buying 300 million gold coins of wine was nothing. The waiter was so happy that he went to pack the wine for Xianxia. 100 jars of wine were stored in a low-grade storage ring, and that low-grade storage ring was directly given away for free. Xianxia had just put away his things and was happily preparing to return to the Listening Wind Pavilion. Behind him, there was a sudden commotion. Turning around, he saw that the martial artists on both sides were fighting. These people were all members of the Son of Heaven Peak. From the looks of it, one side was a martial artist from the eastern region, while the other was a martial artist from the northern region. The people of the northeast and northeast regions did not know why they started to clash. At this moment, the battle had already begun. The martial practitioners of the eastern region were led by a dozen or so Heaven Scryer level 8 experts, while the martial practitioners of the northern region were led by 2 Heavenscryer level 9 martial practitioners. The total number of people on both sides added up to more than 100. A great battle was about to break out. More than 100 people's auras were blazing with astral energy. Fire burst forth, and it was extremely ferocious. From the looks of it, they wished they could kill the enemy in the next moment. As the warriors of the 2 regions clashed, more and more people joined the battle. When the people of the eastern region heard that their own people had been bullied, they immediately joined the battle, and the people of the northern region also did the same. The battle of 100 people became even more intense. In the end, the number of people participating in the battle had already reached 500. But what surprised Xianxia was not this, but the architecture. The fierce aura could completely destroy everything within a radius of tens of kilometers and flatten the ground. However, this was not the case. As long as all the aura released from the outside hit the road and the buildings on both sides, it would immediately disappear, as if it had been absorbed by an invisible wall. Amazing! Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head. This heavenly star city really wasn't for fun. Just as the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, a cold shout suddenly resounded through the clear sky. Shameful! Stop! Immediately afterwards, he saw a gust of wind sweeping over, and the wind turned into a handsome young man. This man's speed was extremely fast. The moment he landed, his right hand fiercely slammed onto the ground. Boom! A ferocious golden wave of fire swept out, sending all 500 people flying. Hiss! A cold breath sounded from the scene. After the young man settled down, he raised his head and was surprisingly the number 1 expert of the same age in the northern region, Long Xingyun. The experts from both sides who had been fighting with murderous intent had all stopped when they saw Long Xingyun, and they were all quite afraid of him. Interesting. Xianxia nodded silently and thought to himself, mutated fire veins. Xianxia had only seen a few brushes of this fire vein talent in ancient documents. If he hadn't misread it, it should be called the golden flame vein. This type of innate ability was extremely terrifying. It was a combination of fire veins and earth veins. Not only did it possess the explosive power and terrifying temperature of fire, it also possessed the sturdiness and defensive power of earth veins. If that golden flame was used to injure people, it would be sharper than a knife. If it was used for defense, it would be as solid as gold soup. What Long Xingyun used just now was the sturdy attributes of the golden flame vein. It was like a golden mountain crashing into everyone's body, sending everyone flying. No one could withstand the impact. Xianxia subconsciously believed that the northern region's martial artists were mostly cold attributed, so that was his stereotype. The battle here had nothing to do with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to it either. He took his own wine and wanted to buy some clothes. However, a conversation between the 2 of them attracted Xianxia's attention. Eastern region martial artists. Why are you attacking our northern region martial artists in the city? Long Xingyun's self-prestige had already become the center of attention. The martial artists of the eastern region were all very fearful. One of them, who seemed to be in his early 30s, said, "We found a few cubs from the southern region. We originally wanted to teach them a lesson. As a result, your northern region martial artists are going to take the lead and start a fight like this." Xianxia secretly sighed. Why was there such a battle between factions and regions everywhere? Everyone came here to fight against the heavenly profound sect hand in hand. This was good, and they immediately started to fight amongst themselves. However, Xianxia also noticed their conversation. It seemed that they wanted to teach the southern domain martial artists a lesson. But why? Xianxia was a little confused. When he looked at the streets and found that there were no other disputes, he simply left. He went to various garment shops and bought more clothes. Clothes were also one of the necessities of a martial artist. In battle, a martial artist's clothes would often be destroyed. If one did not change clothes, then one could only wear clothes that did not cover one's body. The sturdy set of long clothes that the 4 peak masters had given to Xianxia in the early years had long ago been sacrificed in battle. Afterwards, Xianxia wandered around the city for more than an hour. Seeing that the sky was almost dark, He planned to return to the wind-listening pavilion and pack up before heading to the Son of Heaven Peak. However, when he returned to the Golden Lion residential area, he saw a scene that made him very angry and incomprehensible. At the entrance of the Golden Lion residential area, a large group of people surrounded them. There were all sorts of martial artists in the eastern region, the northern region, and the western region. Scolding and mocking could be heard from the crowd. Xianxia squeezed into the crowd and saw that more than 20 Southern Domain martial artists were blocked at the entrance. At the entrance, there was a sign that said, "Southern Domain dogs are not allowed to enter." At this moment, the 20-odd Southern Domain martial practitioners of the Heaven Scryer realm were already cursing at the crowd. Xianxia didn't know any of these Southern Domain martial artists. They were much older than Xianxia and should be older than Jiang Yunfan. Most of them were around 30 years old. Based on the number of sect battles, they should belong to Xianxia's senior brothers. Xianxia frowned and shouted, "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at Xianxia and immediately dodged. Previously, when he was at Son of Heaven Peak, Xianxia had always been standing with Xiao He, causing everyone to mistakenly think that Xianxia was a martial artist from the northern region, so no one took the initiative to cause trouble for him. A northern region martial artist hugged his shoulders and sneered, "What do you care about these southern region dogs for?" Xianxia furrowed his brows and said angrily, "What did they do wrong? Treat them like this." The northern region martial artist said, "What did you do wrong? Let me ask you, the Heavenly Profound sect is the southern region sect, right? If it weren't for that damned Profound Sky sect, would we have gathered here? Would he have risked his life to participate in the battle? Damn. These Southern Domain dogs also want to live in a place where people live. There's no way. If you want to sleep, let them sleep on the streets." Xianxia said coldly, "The Heavenly Profound sect is the Heavenly Profound sect, and the Southern Domain is the Southern Domain. Besides, no one has forced you to come, so don't speak so involuntarily. Didn't you all come here to demand high rewards and excitement? There's no need for you to speak so righteously." The northern region martial artist frowned. "Which side are you from?" "I am a martial artist from the Southern Domain," Xianxia said. "What?" Everyone dispersed and surrounded Xianxia in a large circle, trapping him tightly. This group of people had directly transferred their hatred towards the Profound Sky sect to the entire Southern Domain. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the giant saber trembled in his hand. His eyes were cold as he said, "Now, I want to bring these Southern Domain martial artists inside. Anyone who wants to stop me can come and give it a try." This was a Heaven Scryer realm residential area, and all of them were Heaven Scryer experts. Moreover, there were a total of 100 people on the other side, while there were only about 20 on Xianxia's side. Xianxia hadn't expected that Southern Domain martial artists would be bullied here. This was unbearable. "Damn it! Do you want to make a move?" Someone hesitated for a moment and said, "This kid is someone that Vice President Ning thinks highly of." Another person sneered, "What is valued by Vice President Ning? Even a fool can see it. Vice President Ning is protecting him just to show her magnanimity. She doesn't care about this kid's life or death." Everyone suddenly realized that Vice President Ning had deliberately used Xianxia as a gesture. A great battle was about to break out. But at this moment, the temperature at the scene suddenly cooled down. Everyone's spirits trembled. Everyone turned around and their expressions changed drastically. A woman with an ice-cold expression was walking towards him. Xue Zian. Everyone was both stunned and scared, and they all made way. Xue Zian looked coldly at the crowd and said, "Get lost." Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly retreated, but none of them dared to refute. Xue Zian glanced at Xianxia and said, "Why are you waiting for me?" Xianxia didn't know why this unfamiliar ice-cold beauty wanted to help him, but he still nodded to Xue Zian and said, "Thank you." After saying that, Xianxia said to the other Southern Domain martial artists, "Go in. We will gather at the Son of Heaven Peak in a while." More than 20 Southern Domain martial artists were indignant, but they also followed Xianxia. They thought that Xianxia and Xue Zian had a good relationship, which was why they were relieved. They were still a little grateful to Xiang Nan in their hearts. However, Xiang Nan and Xuezian were actually talking for the first time, and they didn't have any intersection at all. However, Xiang Nan knew that the problem had not yet been resolved. People whispered behind him, "This good fortune second stage Xuezian, what are you doing here in our Heaven Scryer district? Are you looking for Long Xingyun?" "Yes, it must be." Xuezian is Long Xingyun's cousin, and also a famous figure in the northern region. Of course, she is here to find Long Xingyun. After hearing these words, Xiangnan frowned and didn't say anything else. Long Xingyun didn't seem to be very kind to him. He didn't know why his cousin was helping him so much. Xiangnan walked in front, while Xuezian followed behind. After several turns, she was still behind. Xiangnan was already a little vigilant. After returning to the Hearing Wind Pavilion, Xiangnan immediately stood still in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Xuezian also pushed open the door and walked in. "What do you mean?" Xiangnan asked with a frown. As a result, Xuezian didn't even look at Xiangnan and directly entered the room. Xiangnan felt puzzled and followed behind. The wooden building was a 3-story building. The first floor was a study room, a hall, and a kitchen. The second floor was a guest room, and the third floor was a bedroom. Xuezian stepped onto the wooden staircase and walked to the entrance of the second floor. Suddenly, he turned to Xiangnan and said, "From today onwards, I will live here. The upper 2 floors are mine, and the lower one is yours. If you dare to step on the second floor, I want your head." After saying that, Xuezian turned around and entered. With a wave of his hand, he used a strange cold flame to seal the entrance to the end of the stairs on the second floor. Xiangnan rubbed his nose, feeling even more puzzled. He came to the courtyard and shouted, "You've gone to the wrong place, haven't you? This is my dwelling, not to mention the difference between men and women. How can we live together in the same room?" On the third floor, beside the rooftop fence, Xuezian had already arranged a lot of flowers, and he had also found a reclining chair from somewhere. She was lying on a reclining chair, flipping through an ancient book in her hand. The sun shone down on her face, and her facial features were especially prominent. Her nose was exceptionally tall and straight. Her deep eyes were sunken, and her azure pupils were blue. Xiangnan had seen this kind of appearance before. In the northern extreme cold region, those northern widows who had been slaughtered looked like this. The men were handsome and sturdy, and the women were tall and beautiful. They were the best candidates for slaves. As Xuezian read the book, he said indifferently, "You are quieter here. This is too unreasonable." Xiangnan frowned. "I still need to use the second or third floor. Furthermore, you are a good fortune realm martial artist. You should have your own unique courtyard. Why should I be quieter here?" Xuezian no longer looked at Xiangnan. Instead, he casually dropped a wooden token and said, "Go and see for yourself." Xiangnan took the wooden token and took a look. This was Xuezian's residence token. On it was written the Golden Lion and the Good Fortune Zone. Xiangnan didn't know why, so he really went to take a look. After taking a look, he roughly understood. As a fortune realm martial artist, Xuezian could indeed enjoy a unique courtyard, but the surroundings around her residence were extremely crowded. The residential area was very large, and even if 10 times more people came, they would still not be able to live in it. But that Xuezian was exceptionally beautiful, completely different from the gentle and beautiful style of an ordinary woman. This made her attract countless pursuers. Due to her formidable strength, not many men really dared to approach her to seek death, but everyone could live closer to her. The surroundings of Xuezian's courtyard were already filled with people. Some people could even live in one courtyard with 5 people, but in order to get closer to Xuezian, they had already squeezed more than 20 people in one courtyard. When Xiangnan looked over, he discovered that many good fortune realm and even heaven scryer realm martial artists were peeking at Xuezian's courtyard wall, seemingly eager to see Xuezian's beautiful figure. Xiangnan shook his head and could only return home, listening to Feng Xian. It was already a little dark, and Xuezian was still sitting in the flower bushes on the rooftop on the 3rd floor, leisurely reading a book with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Xiangnan stood in the courtyard and said, Because I was beset by bad luck. No one was willing to live near me. That's why you came to me. Xianxia said indifferently. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. However, you don't have to have any bad thoughts, otherwise I. Stop talking ruthlessly. Xianxia directly interrupted her and said, You helped me before. As long as you don't mind, you can stay. Anyway, the first floor is enough for me to move around. Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia with a strange expression in his eyes. No man would talk to her like this. All the men who had seen her were flocking to her. When she went to look again, Xianxia had already entered the room and did not admire her anymore. This made Xianxia very satisfied, and he nodded slightly. Xianxia waited for evening to arrive, practicing his cultivation and meditating while passing the time. He thought to himself that his current cultivation realm was already capable of cultivating the sun god technique, the third level of the blazing sun. Master Su Tsayua's description was that after cultivating to the third level of the blazing sun, she was like the sun, and her body was able to emit violent sun power. However, Xianxia did not dare to touch the third level. Once he reached this level of fire, the probability of him going crazy would increase exponentially. Before Sunshin technique could be perfected, if he practiced the third level, his body could explode at any time. There was no way Su Kaiwe could save him. As for the last stage of the Terminator Dragon Soul, it could actually be refined at the third stage of Heaven Scryer. However, the third stage's incantation hadn't been sorted out yet, so it would take a lot of time. Which problem should I solve first? Xianxia took out the third level of the Terminator Dragon Soul's chaotic incantation, and it was as many drafts as a mountain. At this moment, there was a sudden "ah" sound from above. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. That voice seemed to have been developed by Xianxia. He ignored it and prepared to continue combing through the complicated manuscripts. Ah! Another sound. Xianxia frowned and said, What the hell is this woman doing? Ah! Another scream was even more tragic. Xianxia felt that something was wrong, and immediately, he felt a fierce chill coming down from above. The entire wooden building was completely sealed by ice. The ice was very strange. It was not a solid, but a flame. Fire ice. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. These two siblings are really strange. One has a rare golden flame meridian, and the other has a similarly rare Li frost meridian. Jin Yen was a fire with earth attributes, while Li Bing was an ice with fire attributes. Fire and ice meant burning ice, while ice and fire meant freezing fire. The meaning was completely different, and Xianxia was the Li ice meridian. Her pulse was dominated by the cold energy of the water veins, supplemented by the fire veins derived from the water veins. It was precisely the intensely burning frost, a variation of the water veins. Xianxia rushed out of the courtyard and shouted at the third floor, Are you all right? Looking around, one could only see a layer of white flames burning fiercely, but the temperature was astonishingly low. Even the ice crystals condensed in the air, and after being burned by the fire, those ice crystals immediately turned into white mist. The entire third floor was extremely terrifying in the midst of the flames and the white mist. Even Xianxia felt extremely cold, as if even his bones were about to freeze. However, strangely enough, this courtyard was burned and frozen by the fire ice, but it was completely unharmed. Hey! Xianxia shouted again, but there was still no answer from above. Forget it! Xianxia gritted his teeth and jumped onto the third floor. As soon as he stepped onto the rooftop, Xianxia immediately felt the pain all over his body. Waves of cold flames filled his body and burrowed into his body from every pore. Xianxia had never seen such a terrifying aura before. I can't even take it anymore. Xianxia gritted his teeth, unable to see anything clearly. He immediately cast his lightning-like eyes. He discovered that Xianxia was lying flat on the ground, his entire body trembling. His entire body was frozen by the ice, but the ice was burning fiercely. Insane? What the hell? Am I really a person with bad luck? Xianxia suddenly felt his head go big. When he and his master lived alone in the Sun Palace in the Nature Sect, he had personally witnessed his master go crazy. After arriving here, Xuezian, who was living upstairs, had actually fallen into a state of madness without dying. This caused Xianxia to suspect that he was really someone who had been abandoned by the heavens. Bad luck? All the people who approached him had a bad ending. A slight recollection of the past seemed to be true. The first time she met Dream Butterfly, she was lying in the snow and almost died. The second time she accompanied her, she was poisoned by the green fire and almost died. When she met Su Ran, her lifespan suddenly shrunk and she almost died. When he met Xiao He, who was originally high and mighty, suddenly rebelled against the sect and was brought back to prepare for execution. Damn it! Xianxia shouted. This damn heavens, are you kidding me? How are you doing? Xianxia could no longer care about that much and directly ran towards Xuezian. Xuezian was extremely weak and said, "You, don't come over, little thief, don't touch me." Xianxia rushed forward and pressed down on Xuezian's shoulder, saying, "Regardless of you, you will be burned alive." He immediately cast his lightning photoelectric eye at Xuezian. He discovered that there was a meridian in her body that had been gambled on by ice. Astral chi could not circulate and cold chi could not be unblocked, causing more astral chi to accumulate here. It was getting more and more troublesome. She was afraid that in less than a minute, she would explode on the spot. What kind of damn innate attribute is this? It's simply suicidal innate talent. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. Long Xingyun's golden flame vein was fine. It was a mutated combination of earth vein and fire vein. However, Xuezian's life frost vein was a water vein and a fire vein. The two opposing styles' innate attributes were conflicting. It was already heaven's blessing that she was able to live to this day. Unfortunately, she met Xianxia, who was abandoned by the heavens. Everyone says that your luck is troubled. Xuezian gritted his teeth angrily. So it's true. Stop talking nonsense now. You can move out in time after I save you. Xianxia raised his right hand and was about to poke Xuezian's body. Xuezian was so scared that he shivered. Don't touch me, Xianxia said angrily. What time is it? You don't want to die. Xuezian was also anxious. You don't know about me, my innate talent. You carelessly helped me, instead harming me. Let me take care of myself. I will. At this point, Xuezian spat out 2 streaks of cold flames from his eyes. His entire body tilted and he fainted. What the hell do you know? Xianxia pointed at Xuezian's lower abdomen. The talent of the Li Frost Meridian was very difficult to deal with. Xianxia actually did not have the ability to help her. But Xianxia now possessed the mystic frost bomb. A fierce cold energy was first injected into Xuezian's body, completely freezing the restless astral chi in his meridians, and then quickly extracting it from his body. Although the aura of the Li Frost Meridian was terrifying, it was still much weaker than the profound frost bombs. Xianxia only used this hand to extract the cold energy that blocked his meridians, and Xuezian's astral chi instantly flowed unhindered. However, she had fallen into a coma. If she didn't care about her, the dipper chi in her body would be blocked a second time and a third time. Xianxia's eyelashes froze. The reason he was able to resist the cold energy of the profound ice bombs was because the profound ice bombs were still thunder. He also had an extremely high resistance to thunder and lightning. However, Xuezian's cold energy was a real water vein, making it difficult for Xianxia to withstand it. Save them to the end. Xianxia circulated the 9 purities cosmos technique and pressed his palm against her lower abdomen, helping her to continue dredging up her astral chi. The cold flames on the rooftop gradually dissipated and regained their clarity. After half an hour, Xuezian finally opened his eyes weakly. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she slapped Xianxia and sent him flying. Xianxia smashed heavily onto the fence and sat down, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He was in a state of martial arts. There was no time to dodge, not to mention that Xuezian was a good fortune second-stage martial artist, and his strength was much stronger than Xianxia's. This slap directly disrupted Xianxia's breathing, which was why he vomited blood. Xuezian was also stunned. She did not expect that this slap would cause such a serious injury to Xiangnan. Xiangnan bent his body and hurriedly adjusted his internal breathing. Why don't you know what's good for you? I saved your life, but you hurt me instead. Shuezian opened his mouth and said coldly, You prodigal disciple, if you dare to touch me, I will beat you lightly. Nonsense. If I don't touch you, you'll die. Xiangnan said angrily, Don't you understand what happened to you? Besides, I only touched your stomach. Shuezian knew that he was in the wrong, but he refused to admit his mistake. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Okay, I'm being passionate. Dog takes mouse. Xiangnan took a deep breath, stood up and flew towards Son of Heaven Peak. All the members of the Son of Heaven Peak gathered here, and the old man appeared again. The old man said, The Star Guild did not summon you for nothing. Follow me. The old man flew to the ground first, followed by tens of thousands of people. A large group of people directly crossed the surface and entered the ground through an entrance. The underground world of Heavenly Star City was under the control of Glory Shield and belonged to the Internal Affairs Department of the Star Guild. This place had all the internal facilities of the Star Guild, including the library, weapons storehouse, cultivation grounds, and so on. When he reached the ground, Xiangnan felt his vision suddenly enlightened. This underground world was incomparably vast, and it was a world of its own. There were blue skies and clear streams here. Countless buildings and countless Star Guild members were busy walking in the world beneath their feet. The old man said, This is the true hinterland of the Star Guild. It is protected by the Shield of Glory. Do you see the mountain in front of you? Everyone looked into the distance and saw a ray of light shining down from the sky, enveloping a holy mountain peak. The old man said, Heavenly Sacred Mountain and the Star Guild's Cultivation Holy Land, follow me. Everyone followed him into the Heavenly Saint Mountain and discovered that the mountain was hollow and had a tower-like structure. The mountain peak was lofty, soaring into the clouds, and the interior space was unimaginably large. As soon as they entered, they were on the first floor of the Heavenly Saint Mountain. Heavenly Saint Mountain. Long Xingyun's eyes lit up. I've finally entered. This legendary cultivation, sacred land really exists. Many martial artists cheered in unison. The Star Guilds in the East, North, West, and 3 regions had frequent activities, and they knew a lot about the Star Guild. The cooperation between the Southern Domain and the Star Guild was the least, so Xiangnan knew very little about everything here. The old man waved his hand and said, The Heavenly Sacred Mountain has 10 floors, and there are countless seclusion rooms on each floor. Cultivating in the first-level seclusion room for 1 day can increase one's cultivation by 10 days. Cultivating in the second level can increase one's cultivation by 20 days, and so on until the 10th level, cultivating the cultivation of the top 100 days of a day. Everyone was shocked, their eyes glittering. He grabbed Xiangnan's arm and said, My God, I heard that the Heavenly Sacred Mountain is the best holy land for secluded cultivation. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Xiangnan was also shocked. A day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 days? Isn't 3 days enough to last a year? Catching up to Xian Qingzhu's cultivation realm is just around the corner. This is too exaggerated. The old man said, After today you are going to take the mission. When you leave the mission, the greater the contribution, the more starlight coins you will receive. Cultivating on the first floor costs 1 starlight coin a day. Cultivating on the 10th floor costs 10 starlight coins a day. Xiangnan couldn't help but be excited. Although the 10th level's cultivation effect was 10 times that of the first level, and the cost was 10 times that of the first level, it still saved him time. 1 day of cultivation on the 10th floor was equivalent to 100 days. After cultivating, he could quickly take on missions. The people who cultivated on the first floor spent the same amount of time, but they spent even more time. When they returned from their quests, the people on the first floor would probably not be out of seclusion. However, since the Heavenly Sacred Mountain was stratified, it meant that the starlight coin was very difficult to earn. Why don't you let us cultivate on the 10th floor free of charge? Suddenly, A female voice asked a very sharp question. Everyone hurriedly looked over. It was precisely Xianxia. Xianxia said seriously, "With the heavenly sacred mountain here, wouldn't the Star Guild be able to train countless experts? Why should they be afraid of the heavenly profound sect?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Do you really think that there is no price to pay for maintaining the existence of the heavenly sacred mountain? On the one hand, the heavenly sacred mountain accepts the protection of the heavens, and on the other hand, the two guild leaders use their own cultivation to enter the heavenly sacred mountain to allow others to cultivate. The longer you cultivate here, the more you will consume the two guilds." As he spoke, the old man revealed a look of admiration. He cupped his fists and said, "The two guild leaders didn't hesitate to expend their cultivation to help the younger generation. What a supreme mind! That's why." Xianxia suddenly realized that he couldn't help but feel admiration for the two guild leaders. Cultivation. That was the thing a martial artist valued the most. It was practically on par with his life. The two guilds were willing to take away their cultivation and let the younger generation absorb it. This was truly not something ordinary people could do. Such a generosity was truly worthy of the reputation of Empyrean Galaxy and Empyrean Firmament. But the most important thing was that one's cultivation could be sucked away and absorbed by others. This was something that was almost impossible to accomplish by itself. If it could be done so easily, wouldn't it be heaven-defying for the old sect master of each sect to directly pass his cultivation to the next sect master before he died? Looks like there's another way here. Xianxia rubbed his chin, constantly gathering a large amount of surroundings. The old man said, "As a greeting gift to welcome everyone to the Star Guild, I will reward each of you with 10 starlight coins before the mission. Everyone can cultivate on the first floor for 10 days and experience the mechanism of the heavenly Saint Mountain." As he spoke, the old man said to a follower beside him, "Send it to them." The attendant immediately took out a storage ring and distributed starlight coins to everyone. Everyone was very excited. They didn't expect that they would be able to enter directly to cultivate and experience the wonders of the heavenly Saint Mountain. The so-called starlight coin was actually a kind of silver coin. However, the surface of the silver coin was engraved with patterns of the starry sky, and there was even a tiny bit of spiritual energy fluctuation on it. The old man introduced, "Every starlight coin carries the spiritual chi fluctuations of Empyrean Galaxy and Empyrean Firmament. Only these fluctuations can open the stone door to the seclusion room of Heavenly Saint Mountain. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to replicate." After obtaining the starlight coin, many people immediately headed towards the 10th floor of the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, wanting to experience the feeling of flying. There were also people heading towards the 2nd and 3rd floors. Xianxia thought for a moment and chose the 1st floor. This was his first time cultivating in the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, and he didn't know how many things needed to be studied. Therefore, it would be wise to try to get used to it as long as possible. Xiaohe and Xianxia also had the same thoughts. Together, Long Xingyun, Xianxia, and the rest of the top experts were doing the same thing. "See you in 10 days. Xianxia greeted Xiaohe and found a seclusion room. There was a small array diagram on the stone door of the seclusion room. When Xianxia pasted a star coin on it, the array diagram shone and the stone door rumbled open. The old man explained, "You only need 1 starlight coin to open the stone door on the 1st floor. However, after you stay inside for the next day, the spiritual energy fluctuations on the 2nd starlight coin will be automatically eliminated. After you have used up all the starlight coins in your hands, you will be directly pushed out." Xianxia nodded and walked in. Behind him, the stone door closed with a rumble. The seclusion room was small, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was a square shape, and in this sealed environment, the outside world could not hear a single sound. In this small secret room, there was only a stone table, a stone stool, and a prayer mat for meditation. It could be said to be extremely simple and crude. Xianxia carefully felt it for a moment and found that nothing unusual had happened. He did not feel that there was much spiritual energy inside. Could it be that you can only reap benefits when you are cultivating and meditating? Xianxia sat down cross-legged in confusion and began to circulate the 9 purities cosmos technique. Sure enough, in the instant the cultivation technique circulated, Xianxia immediately felt that his cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. In an instant, he had reached 10 times his usual cultivation level. After thinking for a while, Xianxia muttered to himself, "The Sun God skill is even more powerful than the 9 purities cosmos skill. Will you get more benefits?" As he spoke, he removed the 9 purities cosmos technique and switched to the Sun God technique. However, the fact proved that the speed at which his cultivation level increased was 10 times faster. If he changed the Great Freedom Scripture to cultivate, the result would be 10 times greater. That's why. Xianxia suddenly nodded his head in realization. No matter what kind of brilliant cultivation method you use, the benefits you get here are exactly the same. In other words, even if the martial artists in the other seclusion rooms used very basic cultivation methods to cultivate, their cultivation realms would still increase tenfold. In this way, fairness was guaranteed, but Xianxia felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. In this way, his martial arts characteristics would no longer have any advantages. And now, those who went to the 10th floor regretted it. They were also probing the situation of the heavenly sacred mountain, but the time they wasted was 10 times as much as the first floor. Xianxia was filled with curiosity towards the heavenly sacred mountain. He was not in a hurry to cultivate, but he was doing various experiments. In any case, 10 days of cultivation could only increase one's cultivation by 100 days. To Xianxia's terrifying martial arts foundation, the gain was actually not as great as he had imagined. If he took a pill that could increase his cultivation by 5 years, he would only be able to increase his cultivation by 1 level. These 100 days were nothing. Xianxia rubbed his chin and thought, what if he was operating the 9 transformations of thunder here? The 9 transformations of thunder was the highest level that Xianxia had mastered, and it was also a cultivation technique that could not be divided into different grades. This type of cultivation technique was heaven-defying, so there was no need for him to repeat it. What if the 9 transformations of thunder are strong enough to break the upper limit? Thinking about it, Xianxia immediately began to experiment excitedly. He circulated the 9 transformations thundershocking technique, but in the end, it still caused him to be greatly disappointed. 10 times. Really amazing. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Even the 9 transformations of thunder can't obtain any privileges in the heavenly sacred mountain. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia suddenly felt a burst of restlessness coming from his body, as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. Immediately after, he sucked in a breath of cold air and felt that his cultivation base had begun to rise explosively. What, more than 10 times? Xianxia's expression immediately changed. It's already 15 times. Moreover, it was still rising. 18 times. 23 times. 26 times. 29 times. 30 times. Xianxia looked at his body in shock. He could clearly feel that his current cultivation level had increased by 30 times. Why is this happening? Xianxia suddenly shook. Could it really be that the 9 transformations of thundershocking lightning is too high level? That's why the speed of the increase has deviated. Something's wrong. This definitely shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, if he had circulated the 9 transformations of thunder just now, he would have been able to feel this kind of improvement, not wait until now. Xianxia was very excited. He hurriedly checked his own situation and made sure to clarify the problem. If he found the trick, wouldn't he be able to gain twice as much from cultivating in the heavenly sacred mountain in the future as others? Checking and checking, Xianxia came up with a shocking result. It was world-exterminating divine lightning. The world-exterminating divine lightning itself was something that could grow on its own. Although it did not have a so-called realm, its power would definitely increase. In other words, the heavenly Saint Mountain treated the white flame blazing lightning and the profound ice frost lightning as 2 independent martial artists. That was equivalent to having 3 people cultivating in the same secluded room. All 3 of them had obtained 10 times the increase in speed. However, the world-exterminating divine lightning had already been subdued by Xianxia, which was equivalent to a portion of Xianxia's body. Therefore, the profit he had obtained was 30 times that of Xiangnan. My God! Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, with 2-world exterminating divine lightning, I can obtain 30 times the profit. If I had 9-world exterminating divine lightning, wouldn't I be able to obtain 100 times the profit? What if it's on the 10th floor? 1,000 times? 1 day equals 3 years. At this moment, Xiangnan was incomparably excited, but his heart was still somewhat panicked. Would the top experts of the Star Guild notice that he was cultivating in seclusion? If he were to be convicted of breaking the rules, the gains would not be worth the losses. But since he discovered this trick and didn't use it, it was obviously not Xiangnan's style. He was just a daring bastard, so there was nothing he didn't dare to try. Continue cultivating. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, if someone really finds something wrong, they will naturally come in and stop me. Seclusion was an extremely arduous task, but it also required a great deal of perseverance. Martial artists needed to circulate their cultivation techniques in a separate secret room at all times. That was equivalent to every day becoming exceptionally long for them. Therefore, many martial artists could choose to go into seclusion without asking about the world, but most of them would not be able to endure it. The outside world of flowers was a temptation, and the depression of seclusion was a kind of torture. While Xiangnan was excited, he displayed 2 jars of red dragon incense. We have to do a good job these 10 days. Xiangnan poured a bowl of wine and drank it in large mouthfuls. Then, he immediately circulated the 9 transformations of thunder and began a long path of seclusion. Running cultivation techniques anytime, anywhere, allowed martial artists to feel every minute and every second exceptionally clearly. This would greatly increase their perceptual abilities, and it would bring about an experience that would last as long as a year. Xiangnan frantically circulated his cultivation and improved. Once he felt tired, he drank a large bowl of red dragon fragrance and continued to refresh himself. 1 day passed, 5 days passed. Still, no one came in to ask Xiangnan, which made Xiangnan feel much more at ease. At the same time, 4 of the starlight coins that were placed beside him had lost their luster. Adding on the one that opened the door, a total of 5 of them had been consumed. There are still 5 starlight coins. Xiangnan collected his work and packed his things into his storage ring before pushing the door open. He wanted to test whether the special upgrade of the 9 transformations of thunder was only effective on the first level or on all levels. The last 5 starlight coins were used by Xiangnan to enter seclusion on the 5th floor. When he arrived at the 2nd floor, he discovered that there were already more people. The higher he went, the more the number of Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners and Star Guild disciples began to increase dramatically. There were almost no people on the 1st floor, but on the 5th floor, there was already a feeling of overcrowding. The entire 5th floor was filled with guild disciples gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting. These people were also in seclusion, but after a day or 2 of continuous cultivation, they would come out to breathe and chat, and then continue to enter seclusion. This way, they could relax their spirits. Sure enough, no one else was an idiot. They all knew that time was precious. It would be more cost-effective to spend 5 starlight coins on the 5th floor for 1 day than to spend 5 starlight coins on the 1st floor for 5 days. The stone doors of the seclusion room on the 5th floor were all closed, but most of the diagrams on the stone doors were dim, indicating that there were already people inside. Xiangnan found a stone door that was shining with diagrams and was about to open it, but was stopped by a guild disciple chatting beside him. This is my seclusion room. The guild disciple looked coldly at Xiangnan. There's no one inside, Xiangnan said. The disciple said, of course I know that there is no one, but I will go in after resting for a while. If he came out to rest, he wouldn't consume starlight coins. Xiangnan frowned and could only find another one that no one could occupy. He used 5 starlight coins to open the stone door. After entering, he immediately activated the 9 transformations of thunder. As a result, Xiangnan was overjoyed. It really worked. Cultivating in secluded meditation on the 5th floor should increase his cultivation speed by 50 times. But in reality, Xiangnan had obtained 150 times as much. It was exactly the same as the 1st floor. Since that's the case, Then I'm relieved. Xianxia took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. He wanted to make good use of this day to increase his cultivation as much as possible. The two world-exterminating divine lightning bolts were also helping Xianxia, which was the same as cultivating with the three of them. On this day, the results of Xianxia's cultivation were exactly the same as the benefits of 150 days of cultivation in the outside world. Adding in the 5 days of cultivation on the first floor, it should have been 100 days of improvement, but in reality it was a full 300 days, equivalent to about a year. At the same time, Xianxia's early 6th heaven scryer realm had also begun to loosen, advancing towards the middle stage. I still need more starlight coins and more world-devastating divine lightning. Xianxia clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement. Originally, he still had a red demon blood thunder in his giant saber. After absorbing it, he could increase his cultivation speed by 4 times. However, he was not a short-sighted person. In the long run, using a low-grade divine lightning like the red devil blood lightning to occupy a spot in his 9 transformations of thunder was truly not worth it. Long-term gains cannot be sacrificed for short-term gains. Xianxia was anxious to complete the mission and obtain the next world-exterminating divine lightning. After leaving the secret room, he discovered that there were many more people on the 5th floor. A middle-aged man was hugging his shoulders and waiting in dissatisfaction at the door. When he saw Xianxia come out, he said, "You brat! When I went to the toilet, I took up my secret room." Xianxia shrugged. He had only taken up 1 day, so the middle-aged man didn't mind. Xianxia said, "Senior brother, are there so many people in our heavenly sacred mountain every day?" The middle-aged man said, "How is this possible? Isn't this the recent official war between the guild and the profound sky sect? A large number of guild disciples have been summoned back to carry out missions. Everyone has more ways to obtain starlight coins, so naturally, there are more people here to cultivate. So that's the case. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Xianxia said. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia's polite words and called out to him as a senior brother. He was also very happy in his heart. He said, "Young man is a son of Heaven Peak martial artist, right? I advise you not to be dazed by the benefits of the heavenly sacred mountain. Remember to take on missions that are beyond your capabilities." After thanking the middle-aged man, Xianxia left the underground world and returned to the Son of Heaven Peak. A staff member from Son of Heaven Peak informed him that he would have to wait for 10 days before officially issuing the first round of missions. Therefore, Xianxia could only return to the Wind Hall first. By the 11th day, even the latest martial artists had returned. At this moment, the Son of Heaven Peak was completely dark and filled with people. The last time everyone was gathered here, they were all sloppy and looked like I was the biggest grandfather of the heavens and earth. This time, the situation had greatly changed. Every Son of Heaven Peak martial artist was excited. They wished they could rush into the battlefield and kill their enemies to exchange for starlight coins. "Haha, you did a good job." Xianxia nodded slightly. The Star Guild used the Heavenly Sacred Mountain's reward to boost their morale. It was truly a good move. The old man was already floating in the air, waiting for everyone to arrive. He nodded in satisfaction. "Looks like everyone's fighting spirit is very high. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste time. Let's start the assignment immediately. Everyone, follow me into the main hall." The old man turned around and entered the palace behind him. Xianxia and the others were also excited and hurriedly followed. This was the first time they had entered the Immortal Palace of the Son of Heaven Peak. The interior of the palace was very spacious. It was obviously constructed according to a mission hall. At the same time, it could accommodate more than 10,000 people, and it seemed very empty. On the 4 walls of the palace, there were enormous task signs. However, there weren't many missions up there. Xianxia glanced at it roughly, and it was only about 20 people. And after each mission, there was a corresponding amount of reward. Of course, it was starlight coins. Why is there only such a small task? Someone immediately let out a dissatisfied voice. The old man said, "My Star Guild has always been around the world, investigating the movements of the heavenly profound sect, and returning the problems they have discovered to us in the light of the situation of the mission. Actually, there are more than 10,000 missions targeted at the Profound Sky sect. Then why did we get so little? A martial artist from the eastern region said unhappily, "Do you treat them differently? Your guild's disciples can obtain over 10,000 missions, while our Son of Heaven Peak can only obtain more than 20 missions." "Yes, give us an explanation," someone echoed. Everyone's emotions were extremely intense. They were all eager to obtain more Starlight coins, but they didn't have any missions. How could they obtain them? The old man's face turned slightly cold. He pointed to the east and said, "The mission hall of an ordinary guild disciple is at the Merit Peak. If you want to go, you can go. However, I warn you in advance that the rewards for the missions there are pitifully small." This time, everyone shut up. The old man said, "Summon your group of elites here to perform some difficult tasks that ordinary martial artists cannot complete. The corresponding rewards are naturally extraordinarily high. These 20 missions are the most difficult, but the rewards are also the highest. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time." Seeing that no one was talking anymore, he waved his hand and said, "Send it down." A staff member gave a small sign to the Golden Lion and the Sky Eagle. The old man said, "Let me talk about the mission reward mechanism first. Those who complete the mission will receive the corresponding mission reward. This will not change. And the token in your hands is called the Fate Soul token. As long as you kill a person from the Profound Sky sect, the Fate Soul mark of the dead Profound Sky sect martial artist will appear on this Fate Soul token. The more people receive the Fate Soul mark, the more rewards they will receive. This Fate Soul token will record the realm of the deceased. If you killed a disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect, you would get a different Fate Soul imprint from killing an elder of the Heavenly Profound sect, and the additional rewards you would receive would also be different. Alright, let's start the mission immediately." The old man clapped his hands and said, "Lions will go to the east wall, hawks will go to the west wall. Someone will give you special mission details." Xianxia belonged to the Golden Lion, so he came to the east wall. Here, a staff member held an open scroll and said to the crowd, "The mission area we are going to is different from the hawks. The mission on our side will be harder and the reward will be higher. This first battle is the ancient martial tomb once excavated by the Profound Sky sect. Follow me, everyone. Let's set off immediately. I'll explain the details to you on the way." Everyone followed the staff member and left Son of Heaven Peak. They stepped onto the steel battleship along the coast of Son of Heaven Peak and flew towards the south. All the members of the Golden Lion stood on the deck and listened to the staff's explanation. The staff member said, "The Profound Sky sect once excavated an ancient martial tomb, but that martial tomb is very dangerous. After the battle on Beast Spirit Island, the Profound Sky sect lost the time to excavate the ancient martial tomb. In other words, the ancient martial tomb hasn't been completely excavated yet. There are still many dangerous areas inside that haven't been discovered. Our people have already detected that the Profound Sky sect is about to start moving again and is sneaking into the ancient martial tomb." Xianxia raised his hand. The staff member was very satisfied with Xianxia's obedience. He nodded and said, "Speak. Where are the hawks?" Xianxia asked. The staff member smiled and said, "They went to deal with the disappearance of the young martial artist. It's not the same place as ours." "Ha! Of course, those trash from the Eagle sect will do that small task. Only our Lion sect is qualified to enter the ancient martial tomb." Someone immediately felt a sense of superiority. Everyone laughed out loud. The staff member pressed down his hands, signaling for everyone to calm down, and said, "The ancient martial tomb is extremely dangerous. Currently, 5 areas have been developed. Because there are too many unknown situations inside, the Heavenly Profound Sect's elders do not dare to enter. Otherwise, losing an elder would not be worth the loss. So, depending on your realms, I will give you the same area, but with different levels of difficulty. Lion sect martial artists at the Tianyuan realm need to go to the 5th region. That region has already been dug up once, but it's not complete yet. Just sweep through it. It's very simple. As for Heaven Scryer realm martial artists, they need to enter the completely unknown 6th region. As long as they see the people from the profound sky sect, they can kill them. Even if they can't kill them, they still need to find a way to disrupt their movements. As for fortune warriors, they have to go deeper into the 7th floor. That place is also unknown, but it is much more dangerous. If someone at the Heaven Origin realm completes their mission, then everyone at the Heaven Origin realm will pass. On the other hand, the Heaven Scryer realm and the Good Fortune realm are the same. Xianxia nodded silently. As long as one Heaven-peeping realm martial artist completed the mission, the other Heaven-peeping realm martial artists would be considered complete. However, because of the existence of the Fate Soul token, many martial artists who planned to fish in troubled waters and did not want to contribute were unable to survive. They had to find a way to kill the people of the Profound Sky Sect and obtain additional rewards, so they had to make a move. As a 6th-level Heaven Scryer martial artist, Xianxia obtained a special mission scroll. What he needed to do was to enter the 6th floor of the ancient martial tomb, where the Profound Sky Sect was trying to dig out an illusory spirit tree. There were spies from the Star Guild who had infiltrated the Profound Sky Sect and had already learned of this plan. However, it was unclear what exactly the illusory spirit tree was and what it was used for. What Xianxia needed to do was to bring back the illusory spirit tree and receive the full reward of 10 starlight coins. If he really couldn't, he could destroy the illusory spirit tree, but the reward would be reduced by half to 5 starlight coins. At the same time, every time he killed 10 heaven-peeping profound sect disciples, he would receive an additional starlight coin. If he could kill an elder of the heaven-peeping sect, he would receive 50 starlight coins. Kill 10 and you'll get 1 starlight coin. Xianxia was thoughtful. It seemed that his team was indeed one of the elites. The ancient martial tomb had always been a very mysterious place. The Profound Sky Sect had occupied it and kept it a secret. After expelling the Profound Sky Sect from the southern domain for a long time, they were unable to find the location of the ancient martial tomb. However, the Star Guild had found it. This guild was indeed not simple. The steel battleship arrived at the southern domain through the teleportation array and arrived at a continent that was very unfamiliar to Xianxia. This was an abandoned continent. There was no grass on the entire continent, and there was no vitality at all. It was simply not suitable for human survival. Everyone stood on the deck and looked towards the boundless wilderness. The sky was filled with sand and the sky was yellow. This scene was extremely shocking. Could it be an ancient battlefield? Xianxia pondered. When he was in the Demon Sea, he knew that 100,000 years ago, there was an unprecedented battle between the demons and humans. The Desert Queen was also sealed in that battle. Looking at the scene in front of him, one could easily guess that this should be the main battlefield of the past. Only such a large-scale war could kill an entire continent alive. The staff member introduced that after the ancient war, many people had also come here, wanting to search for the weapons that had been left behind after the war. However, that was already 90,000 years ago. All the weapons and treasures that had been lost had been looted clean by the predecessors. He didn't know where the heavenly profound sect had obtained such a great ability, but he had actually dug out a martial tomb. The staff member said, "After you enter, you will be left alone. No matter what problems arise, the upper echelons of the Star Guild will not support you. Otherwise, if the experts of the Profound Sky Sect come over and seal the martial tomb, then the top experts of the Star Guild will not be able to leave. Even if they are trapped inside for a year, it will still be enough for the Profound Sky Sect to stir up trouble. Similarly, don't be afraid. The elders of the Profound Sky Sect won't easily go in and exterminate you. As long as they go in, the elders of our Star Guild will arrive and kill them. The task is arduous, and there are great risks. If anyone retreats, you can find me to explain it in private later. Everyone else, get ready." The steel battleship flew in front of an incomparably ruined mountain peak. The size of the mountain was simply indescribable. Looking up, one could not see the peak of the mountain at all, as if it had pierced straight into the starry sky. At the foot of this grand mountain there was a cave. The cave was bottomless, and cold winds blew. The staff member said, When the Profound Sky sect excavated the martial tomb, it had already made a sign inside. Thus, after you enter, it will be easy for you to distinguish which area you are in. Remember your mission. Don't act blindly. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, many Golden Lion experts rushed into the cave as if they were popular. Xianxia touched his storage ring and flew into it. Originally, the cave was vertical downwards. It took 7 to 8 kilometers to reach the bottom of the cave. Such a deep underground world was still very rare. An ordinary trench was only 8,000 to 10,000 meters deep. Unless there were ocean abyss, it would be very difficult to enter a deeper region. This underground world was a magnificent underground palace. It was a tomb left behind after the death of a supreme expert 100,000 years ago. The entrance to the palace was not far away, and there were many moonstones embedded on the walls of the surrounding soil, making this place visible to the naked eye. Waves of damp smell poured down on his face. In the faint lights of the palace, it emitted a suffocating smell of primordial desolation. Although these martial artists were usually arrogant and domineering, once they arrived at a truly life-threatening place, someone would immediately start to feel cowardly. They were only talented, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but did not move. A bunch of trash. A cold shout came from the crowd, followed by a graceful figure walking out and striding towards the entrance of the palace. Xue Zian. Someone exclaimed softly. Behind Xue Zian, Long Xingyun also carried a 3-meter-tall sword. With a cold snort, he walked over. With the two of them taking the lead, everyone felt much more at ease and followed suit. The ancient martial tomb itself was terrifying, not to mention that there were still people from the Profound Sky sect lurking inside. This was the first time Xianxia had come to an ancient martial tomb, so he couldn't help but feel a little fresh. He kept looking around. As soon as he entered the palace, he discovered that there were murals everywhere, usually depicting some people and scenery. As for the characters, they were probably related to the experience of the tomb master. On the south wall, there were a few big words written Area 1. Everyone continued to walk deeper into the palace. The palace was incredibly large, and the deeper they went, the darker it became. After walking for half an hour, no one saw Area 2. Someone couldn't help but take off. Everyone also flew up and headed deeper. After flying for about 100 miles, he finally saw Area 2. What a big palace! Someone cried out in shock. A palace of this scale was unimaginably large. Area 1 alone was even larger than the entire Haoyan Imperial Palace. Then, everyone arrived at Area 2, Number 3, Number 4, Number 5. Area 5 was already very dangerous. The air was filled with an unknown smell. On both sides of the wall, there were many corpses embedded. Those people were perfectly embedded in the wall, and there were no cracks around their bodies. This meant that they did not directly crash into it, but rather that they were directly placed inside when the palace was cast. Some of the corpses had their front half exposed, some had their sides exposed, and some only had their feet exposed. What was exaggerated was that more than 100,000 years had passed. Yet these corpses embedded in the walls had not rotted. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The Tian Yuan realm martial artists stayed on the 5th floor and began to dig out some treasures that the Profound Sky sect had missed out on. There were over 10,000 warriors in the entire Son of Heaven Peak, and only 4,000 of them belonged to the Golden Lion sect. Of these 4,000 people, the number of Heaven Origin Realm warriors was the largest, about 3,500. The rest were at the Heaven Scryer realm and the Good Fortune realm. I won't wait for you anymore. Xue Zian threw down a cold voice and flew deeper into the air. Following that, the other Good Fortune realm experts also flew in one after another. Their mission area was in the 7th region, while Xianxia and the others were in the 6th region. After passing through the vast 5th region, Xianxia and the others finally arrived at the unknown 6th region. The 6th area was very old, and it was almost impossible to see traces of manual excavation. However, there were sporadic moonstones embedded on the wall. It should have been placed on the wall by the Profound Sky sect after they returned to the martial tomb recently. What the hell is this place? A martial artist clasped his palm against the wall and said in surprise. Everyone hurriedly looked over. The wall was actually moving slowly, as if it was a person's breathing rate. Xianxia frowned and touched the wall. He discovered that the wall was not made of any stone material. When touched, it was more like human skin. Strange. Spread out. Long Xingyun proudly said, "Our mission is to find the illusory spirit tree. But I'm just saying this. If anyone wants to be lazy and can't help it, don't blame me for being merciless when I find out. We, the Golden Lions, do not allow cowards to exist. Scatter." Long Xingyun seemed to be the one who gave the order. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately shouted and disbanded. Xianxia did not set off immediately. Instead, he cast his lightning-like gaze and looked around for a while. He wanted to find a general direction to search for the illusory spirit tree, but he failed. Those skin-like walls could actually obstruct the detection of lightning and isolate all spiritual energy fluctuations. A straight road led straight into the depths, which should be the 7th district. There were also many side roads leading to all directions. Xianxia casually picked a side road and carefully entered. At this point, the features of the palace had disappeared. It was more like an intricate underground cave complex. However, there were occasional murals on the outer walls of those ancient caves. However, the style of these murals had greatly changed. The description was no longer of characters and scenery, but of tragic scenes of purgatory. There were countless evil spirits, as well as tortured evil spirits. Xianxia let out a long breath. The aura he exhaled was actually white. What is this? As Xianxia walked, there was a flash of light in the corner of his eyes. There was a small stone embedded on the wall shining. At the beginning of the period, Xianxia thought it was a moonstone, but he discovered that its brightness was very different from the moonstone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was actually a Tier 5 earth flame crystal. His Xianxia was extremely shocked. Grade 5 earth fire crystal was one of the main ingredients used to refine profound grade weapons. Unexpectedly, it was actually so big that it was embedded on the wall. Pasha! Xianxia suddenly stepped on something. He lowered his head to look and discovered that the ground was actually covered with human corpses. These corpses were all dried bones, not those that had not rotted before. Looks like he was the one who entered the martial tomb later. Xianxia looked thoughtfully at the corpses and then at the earth flame crystals on the wall. These corpses were all surrounded by the earth fire crystal, as if they were attracted by it. Moreover, the years when those corpses died were different. Some looked like the difference in age between them was not big, while others could be easily distinguished with the naked eye, at least thousands of years apart. Someone discovered the earth fire crystal and wanted to dig it out, but he died inexplicably. Later on, people discovered the earth fire crystal and died here. From now on, more people came to dig and died here. After Xianxia analyzed the situation, his gaze became serious. He took 2 steps back and used his astral chi to pierce through the wall, trapping the earth flame crystal and pulling it out. Just as this action was being carried out, a sense of death enveloped Xianxia's entire body. Xianxia instinctively jumped to the left. At the same time, the earth fire crystal actually left the wall and shot towards the place where Xianxia was momentarily located. Snake! Damn it! That thing was actually disguised as a snake. Xianxia was shocked. The so-called earth fire crystal actually grew on top of a demonic snake head. The demonic snake was extremely strange. Its entire body emitted a dark blue light, and the earth flame crystal was not a real earth flame crystal, but the snake crown above its head. Whoosh! The demonic snake changed its course and charged towards Xianxia. Its speed was astonishingly fast. It was hard to defend against. Xianxia didn't even have time to dodge and directly placed the giant saber in front of him. Clang! The gem above the demonic snake's head slammed into the blade, forcefully knocking Xianxia back 2 to 3 meters. A demonic snake capable of knocking back Xianxia. Its strength could be said to be terrifying. What the hell? Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand. When the demonic snake bounced back and charged towards him for the 3rd time, he suddenly jumped and struck the neck of the demonic snake. However, This demonic snake's defensive power was frighteningly high. Xianxia's saber chopped up, but he was actually unable to break it. After the demonic snake was slashed to the ground, it immediately jumped up and drilled back into the wall, leaving behind a black hole. This place is very evil, and there's something strange about it. A faint voice came from the passageway right in front of him. Yes, Xianxian replied consciously. I'm really ashamed. If it weren't for greed, the earth flame crystal wouldn't have been ambushed. You are much stronger than me. Xianxian was still observing the black hole on the wall. Another sentence came from the depths of the tunnel. Yes, let's run away. This place is very dangerous. Xianxian said, Run away? If you don't complete the mission, then run away. Deep in the tunnel, he said, Big brother, why aren't you listening to me? Big brother? Who is your big brother? Xianxian was stunned. Deep in the tunnel, he said, Don't tell me you're risking your life here. You still have a wife and children at home. Xianxian's expression was extremely puzzled. Why was there something wrong with the conversation between that person and him? He strangely walked into the depths of the tunnel, wanting to see what was going on with that person. Big brother, don't move forward. Xianxian frowned and did not answer this time. After a while, another sentence came from inside. Big brother, save me, quickly save me. Aren't you talking to me? Xianxian suddenly came to a realization and felt a little embarrassed. After a long time, it was the two of them who talked, but he stupidly answered. However, Xianxian could not sit idly by and ignore that person's call for help. He immediately increased his speed and rushed deeper. However, after rushing 500 meters, he immediately stopped. This tunnel had come to an end. There was clearly no sign of human existence here. Then what he said just now was, Xianxian took out a moonstone and threw it towards the end. The moment the moonstone appeared, the cave at the end of the tunnel lit up, dense earth fire crystals. The walls at the end of the tunnel and on both sides were filled with that kind of stuff. Right below the end of the tunnel, there was a completely different demonic snake. The demonic snake's forehead did not have a snake crown like an earth flame crystal, but a small, human-like mouth. The man's mouth was still shouting, Big brother, help me. Damn it. Xianxian's mind buzzed. What the hell is this thing? It's imitating the voice of the predecessors. Damn it, it's been tricked. Xianxian didn't think of anything and directly turned around and ran wildly. On the other hand, the earth flame crystals on the wall began to wriggle, and all of them emerged. Each earth flame crystal turned into a demonic snake, numbering more than 300. These demonic snakes chased after Xianxian like crazy. As Xianxian sprinted wildly, he continuously chopped out fierce astral chi saber light from behind. However, the defensive power of those demonic snakes was indescribably strong. That was Xianxian's saber light. When it struck the body of a demonic snake, it only managed to shoot down one demonic snake after another. But it never cut off any of them. As Xianxian was running wildly, two martial artists also entered on the road ahead. Xianxian was very anxious and waved his hand. Run! Run! Who? Xianxian brushed past the two of them and released his dipper chi, sweeping the two dazed martial artists up and fleeing with them. However, the demonic snake speed was also extremely fast. Before the two Heaven Scryer realm experts could react, they were directly swallowed by the demonic snake. Countless demonic snakes pierced through their bodies at the same time, leaving not even the slightest residue of their bones behind. Damn it! Xianxian stopped hurriedly, turned around, and quickly formed a seal. He spat out a large mouthful of lightning towards the snakes. This bolt of lightning directly used the power of the profound ice bomb. The exit of the lightning ball was the size of a walnut, and it was 5 meters in diameter after advancing 1 meter. It had already reached 10 meters by the time it was 2 meters. The snakes came at an astonishing speed and collided head-on when the ball of lightning flew 5 meters and reached a diameter of 80 meters. Boom! A surge of cold energy surged in all directions, and all the demonic snakes were frozen into ice sculptures. Xianxian gasped violently. This mouthful of lightning consumed a large amount of his cold lightning energy. He didn't have time to rest, so he immediately brandished his saber and chopped the demonic snakes into pieces of ice. My reaction is still slow. Xianxia gritted his teeth in self-blame. If he had used the power of cold lightning regardless of the cost when he first saw the snakes, he wouldn't have implicated those two innocent martial artists. This place is very evil, and there's something strange about it. A voice came from behind Xianxia. Xianxia's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and saw a snake standing behind him. The snake was actually in the shape of a human with arms and legs. It was 5 meters tall, but its head was a snake's head. At the top of the snake head, there was a human mouth that said, "Yes, let's quickly escape. This place is very dangerous." Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. Wasn't this snake just a little bigger earlier? Why are you suddenly standing up now? His body had multiplied by several folds. An even weirder scene appeared. The demonic snake opened its true snake mouth, and there was actually a ball of lightning condensing in its mouth. World-devastating divine lightning. Xianxia's nerves suddenly tensed up. The thunderball in the mouth of the demonic snake was actually the power of the world-exterminating divine thunder. There were actually 2 types of demonic snakes here. One was the one with a gem on it, which used high-speed and violent physical attacks as a means of attack. There was no gemstone on the head before him, but the power of the world-devastating divine lightning could be sprayed out from his mouth. Xianxia looked at the demonic snake in front of him in disbelief, his heart filled with indescribable surprise. The demonic snake puffed and spat out a tyrannical divine lightning force at Xianxia. Xianxia was too close to it, so there was no time to dodge. He could only dodge a single blow by changing shapes and shadows. And the divine lightning sprayed out of the demonic snake's mouth was actually bright silver. With a puff, he pierced through the wall behind Xianxia, leaving behind a pitch-black hole. Metallic! Xianxia was shocked again. The divine lightning that the demonic snake spat out was metallic lightning. Everyone knew that lightning was not a solid, and its penetrating power was actually very limited. Normally, after hitting a living body, it would instantly merge into the entire body of the living body, causing its body to be electrically charred. Occasionally, when an ordinary person was struck by lightning on a rainy day, that ordinary person's head would not be pierced through by lightning. That was the meaning behind that. However, the divine lightning sprayed by this demonic snake was even more ruthless than a solid. It directly pierced through the mysterious wall. Xianxia consciously turned around and looked at the hole in the wall. His heart jumped fiercely. This kind of skin-like wall was very difficult to break through. Just now, as he was fleeing, he hacked out his saber light. Some of the saber light did not hit the group of demonic snakes, but hit the wall. It was actually bounced back by the wall. However, the demonic snake's silver divine lightning easily pierced through the wall. The demonic snake's reaction was also very fast. It saw that Xianxia had dodged a blow and started to move around Xianxia rapidly. It treated Xianxia as a circle and continuously attacked Xianxia in a wandering manner. Pa! 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 Bright silver divine lightning continuously shot out from the mouth of the demonic snake. The speed of the divine lightning was extremely fast and its attack power was extremely strong. Xianxia dodged back and forth. Sometimes, when he couldn't dodge, he would directly use the giant saber to resist. However, after the silver divine lightning struck the giant saber, it emitted a loud clanging sound, causing Xianxia's entire body to slide backwards. He even ruthlessly smashed into the soft wall and bounced back. Xianxia found the right opportunity, and a shadow shifted to the front of the demonic snake. The giant saber slashed fiercely at the snake's head. The demonic snake suddenly shut its mouth. A bright silver light erupted from its mouth, and the silver divine lightning directly covered its entire body. Clang! Xianxia's saber struck the top of the demonic snake's head, producing a metallic collision sound. The blade was bounced away instantly. As for the demonic snake, it was completely unharmed. The top of his head was only slightly caved in and quickly returned to its original state. It detonated a divine lightning bolt in its body? Xianxia opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what he had seen. The demonic snake used the power of the metal divine lightning to cover its entire body, giving it unparalleled defensive power. What exactly happened? Xianxia felt that something was amiss. He used his lightning photoelectric eye to search for the body of the demonic snake. Could it be that this damn thing also devoured a world-exterminating divine lightning? However, this wasn't the case. The demonic snake didn't have world-devastating divine lightning in its body, but its meridians and spiritual sea were filled with a large amount of divine lightning energy. It's borrowing the power of divine lightning, Xianxia pondered. However, the demonic snake did not wait for Xianxia to think about the problem. After it withstood Xianxia's attack, it once again launched a fierce attack on Xianxia. You have divine lightning, but I don't. Xianxia also lost his temper. His right hand trembled, and the power of the profound ice thunder instantly filled the entire blade. Above the giant saber, a layer of white, cold lightning bolts jumped. When the demonic snake sprayed another powerful silver bolt of lightning towards Xianxia, Xianxia also slashed out with a white profound lightning saber light. The two divine lightning energies collided in the air. Xianxia's blade light was actually broken by the bright silver lightning. A ray of saber light was directly smashed into two pieces and hit Xianxia's shoulder. Pooh! The metallic silver lightning pierced through Xianxia's left shoulder, leaving behind a pitch-black bloody hole. Even Xianxia's shoulder bone was pierced through, and his entire left arm was crippled. Damn it! Its divine lightning level is even higher than the profound ice frost lightning. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and he swiftly dotted the acupoints on his left shoulder a few times before stopping the bleeding. During the battle, he didn't have time to circulate the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal his injuries, so he could only stop the bleeding first. However, the profound ice bomb was already ranked 12th on the divine lightning rankings. Now, it was pierced through by a silver divine lightning spat out by a demonic snake. This meant that the demonic snake's divine lightning power was at least ranked 11th or even 10th. There were two very serious questions that Xianxia could not understand. One was why the demonic snake possessed the power of divine lightning. Could it be that there was really a divine lightning hidden in this martial tomb? The second question was even more inconceivable. Why was it able to control the power of divine lightning? Could it be that the demonic snake also knows the martial skill of thunder control? World-devastating divine lightning was not something that could be swallowed or used directly, so the 9 transformations of thunder were extremely valuable. The heavenly thunder martial king, who was as powerful as the heavenly tribulation realm, had tried to swallow a white flame blazing lightning that was ranked 17th, but his body exploded and he died. This was enough to explain many problems. The heavenly thunder martial king was a heavenly grade lightning vein talent. This matter had become a big puzzle that Xianxia was puzzled about. Seeing that the demonic snake became even more excited, it was about to attack again. Xianxia slowly put down his giant saber and said, "You monster, you're unlucky to meet me. Is my divine grade lightning meridian talent a vegetarian?" In the blink of an eye, the demonic snake spat out another bright silver bolt of lightning towards Xianxia. This bolt of lightning possessed the power of lightning, and it also possessed a metallic superdensity, causing its penetrating power to be terrifyingly strong. Xianxia, on the other hand, had made an even more ferocious move. He directly opened his right hand to welcome the silver lightning with his palm. At this critical moment, the silver lightning struck Xianxia's palm, but in the end, it suddenly trembled and directly drilled into Xianxia's body. At that moment, Xianxia's pupils turned bright silver. The demonic snake was suddenly stunned. It could not understand what had happened, but continued to spray silver lightning towards Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his right hand horizontally, using his palm as a gesture. The crackling divine lightning sprayed by the demonic snake was all strongly pulled towards Xianxia's heart. Some of the lightning slashed towards Xianxia's heart, but they were also lured away and sucked into Xianxia's palm. Xianxia's pupils grew brighter and brighter. He had already begun to emit a bright silver light, and even his long hair had turned bright silver. Xianxia clenched his fists. On his fists, bright silver lightning was violently beating. Sure enough, it's very strong. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the demonic snake. The demonic snake opened its mouth again, ready to continue spitting at Xianxia. Xianxia rushed forward and punched the demonic snake in the mouth. Pooh! The demonic snake's divine lightning spat out, but in the blink of an eye, it was pushed back into Xianxia's mouth by his fist. Following that, Xianxia's heavy punch ruthlessly smashed the entire head of the demonic snake to pieces. Xianxia used the demonic snake's divine lightning to pierce through itself. It's actually really useful. Xianxia looked at his fist thoughtfully. The lightning on it was still crackling. Facing this kind of demonic snake, he directly activated the 9 transformations of thunder technique. When the demonic snake spat out divine lightning, it was absorbed by Xianxia on the spot. When the silver divine lightning entered Xianxia's body, it caused Xianxia's realm to increase by a small margin. However, this realm was not lasting. Xianxia could feel that the excess cultivation realm was slowly falling back. After all, he had only absorbed the power of the divine lightning, not the true body of the divine lightning. There are too many mysteries in this place. Xianxia squatted down and wrapped his 2 fingers around the silver lightning, easily cutting open the demonic snake's stomach. He carefully observed the situation inside the demonic snake and was surprised to discover that the structure of its meridians was not abnormal, but there were dense symbols on the surface of its bones. These runes were very profound, obviously not something that the modern martial world should have. Xianxia could not even recognize a single rune. Thinking about it, its ability to control the power of divine lightning should be related to the runes on its bones. Xianxia removed every bone on the demonic snake's body and firmly memorized all the symbols on it in his mind. Keep these runes for now, they might be useful. After finishing all this, Xianxia frowned and walked towards another tunnel with the huge saber in his hand. He circulated the 9 purities cosmos technique and began to quickly heal the piercing wound on his left shoulder. At this moment, Xianxia was already very vigilant. He knew that there might be other demonic snakes hiding in the wall. He had only seen 2 of them before. Perhaps there would be a 3rd and a 4th. Immediately, as he walked, he swept his gaze across the walls with lightning bolts. However, in a dazed humanoid silhouette appeared within a section of the wall. That humanoid silhouette was still shining, indicating that there was still residual spiritual energy on it. How could it be? Xianxia was stunned. There were humans embedded in the wall. This was something I had seen before, but those humans had long since died for countless tens of thousands of years. There was not even the slightest bit of spiritual energy left. This scene attracted Xianxia's attention. He walked over and hacked the giant saber against the wall, only to be bounced back. I can't cut it with it. Looks like I have to cut it. Xianxia pressed the giant saber against the wall and began to cut back and forth. This wall was very strange, extremely tough, giving Xianxia the feeling that it was like using a blunt knife to cut beef. It was very laborious. He simply condensed the lightning onto the blade and let the lightning move back and forth at the speed of sublight, cutting through the wall with sublight. In the end, what was revealed inside made Xianxia feel his hair stand on end. It was a person, moreover, a martial artist from the Son of Heaven Peak. Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. He hurriedly dragged the martial artist out and placed him on the ground. He looked carefully and was absolutely right. The clothes that this martial artist was wearing were clearly the martial artists of the Son of Heaven Peak. I think I saw him when the team was scattered just now. Xianxia frowned, feeling even more confused. How did this martial artist die? How was it put in the wall? He only cut the wall open with a light cut, but this martial artist was actually put in without damaging the wall. Could it be a demonic snake? Xianxia rubbed his chin. This idea was not very accurate. Demonic snakes could indeed swim through the walls, but they would also leave holes in the walls. Besides, why would the demonic snake hide his corpse after killing a human martial artist? Afraid of being discovered by others? A demonic snake with such high intelligence? That was only a demonic snake, not a human-shaped snake demon. Xianxia walked forward again, but after walking several hundred meters, he found a human silhouette in the wall. This time, he saw a total of 3 human silhouettes. Damn it! This mission has suffered heavy losses. 6 people have already died just now. Xianxia frowned deeply. Suddenly, a signal of crisis entered Xianxia's mind. Before he could react, he saw a figure flash in the left wall. At the same time that the figure jumped out of the left wall, he grabbed Xianxia's 2 swords and strangely jumped into the right wall. Before Xianxia could clearly see what was happening, he felt that he could not breathe. His body was already embedded in the wall on the right, and that figure also scattered Xianxia, disappearing without a trace. It's broken. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Inside the wall was solid. There was no room for movement, and Xianxia was embedded within it. He could not even move his saber. Previously, it had been very difficult for him to cut through the wall, but now that he was embedded in it, it was almost impossible for him to break free. This was a terrifying situation, as if he had been buried alive. After a person is buried alive, he usually suffocates instead of suffocating. A person's body was embedded into a solid external object. Breathing was definitely impossible. Breathing had to be accomplished by the undulations in his chest. Xianxia was obviously unable to do this at this moment. However, the beating of the heart and the flow of blood in the blood vessels also required fluctuations, which was why there was a pulse. However, the wall completely squeezed Xianxia's body, causing his heart to stop beating and blood to flow through his veins. This caused him to die very quickly even if he could rest for a day without breathing in. Xianxia's heart stopped. There was no room to beat. His blood stopped and his breathing stopped. He felt that his physical condition was getting worse and worse. He immediately activated the power of lightning, causing the power of lightning to circulate rapidly on the surface of his body, forming a form of cutting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wall next to his body was instantly sliced open. He quickly walked out, cutting off the wall as he walked. Very quickly, he reached the end of the wall and jumped out with a puff. Hiss! Xianxia took a deep breath and felt that his heart rate and blood flow had returned to normal. Looking back, there was a human-shaped hole in the wall that he had left when he walked out. That's why. Xianxia suddenly understood. The previous few martial artists must have been trapped in the wall in this way. Moreover, it wasn't the demonic snake that did it. The figure who had dragged him into the wall earlier clearly possessed the characteristics of human spiritual energy, not the demonic energy of a demonic snake. Profound Sky Sect? As expected, I met them. Looks like the Star Guild's information is accurate. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised his saber to speed up. He had to tell the others about this so that they could be on guard. However, the scenes that followed made Xianxia's heart even heavier. More and more humanoid silhouettes appeared inside the wall. So far, Xianxia had seen as many as 33 of them. The people of the Profound Sky Sect were hunting down the son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners. At this moment, the signal of crisis appeared in Xianxia's mind again. This was Xianxia's sixth sense warning him. On the right side of the wall, a figure suddenly jumped out and grabbed Xianxia's shoulder with both hands. Xianxia had the previous experience. He quickly lowered his body, grabbed the figure's neck with his left hand, and slapped him fiercely on the ground. Looking at that person again, he was truly a human martial artist. The martial artist struggled with all his might as he stared coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia always felt that this person gave him a very strange feeling, but there was something wrong with him, and he couldn't say for a moment. The aura in the martial artist's body erupted as he slashed a dagger towards Xianxia's neck. Xianxia bent down and dodged, hacking the martial artist in half. When he looked at him again, Xianxia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The martial artist was wearing a loose robe, but there was a complete human skin attached to the surface of his body. This human skin was worn directly by a martial artist and did not belong to him. No wonder I felt that something was wrong just now. This fellow is actually wearing someone else's human skin. Xianxia tore off the human skin. There was nothing unusual about the surface of the human skin, but on the other hand, there were dense runes written on the inside of the human skin. Is this human skin capable of allowing him to move freely through the walls? Xianxia frowned and pondered. From the looks of it, such a wall had a great background. Previously, when they were in the 5th district, they had seen many ancient people embedded in walls, but their corpses weren't rotten. Looking back now, could it be that those ancient people who were embedded had specific uses? This wall absorbed their lives? That's why it feels like human skin. As for the people from the profound sky sect, they had already figured out the characteristics of the wall and grasped the method of using it. To sneak attack the son of Heaven Peak martial artists? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from right in front of him. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly looked in that direction. The tunnels here twisted, and no one could see who was laughing. Xianxia was a little cautious. He was worried that it was the demonic snake with a human mouth on its head that was confusing him. He carried a huge saber and walked over with extreme vigilance. He took more than a dozen turns halfway, and more people were laughing loudly. At first, it was just a person laughing, but then there were hundreds of people laughing behind him. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that there were hundreds of those demonic snakes? He took a deep breath and condensed his dipper chi onto the giant saber. Then he turned around and flashed out. As a result, he heaved a sigh of relief. This time it was indeed not a demonic snake, but the martial practitioners of the Son of Heaven Peak. Halfway through the passageway, a palace gate appeared. There was also a stone plaque hanging on the palace gate, which read, Sacrificial Art Palace. The Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners were pushing the door open excitedly, trying to enter. Sacrificial Technique Hall? Xianxia's eyes twitched. That was the meaning of the book collection pavilion. The place where a living person collected books was called the Library Pavilion. After his death, his relatives buried their martial skills in the tomb together, so they could not be called the Library Pavilion. Now I'm rich. Many martial artists cheered happily. Long Xingyun was also among them. He hugged his shoulders and coldly watched as the martial artists pushed the door open. At this time, Long Xingyun also noticed Xianxian. He frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The Sacrificial Technique Hall was discovered by everyone. He was obviously unwilling to let Xianxian take a piece of the pie, but he couldn't find any reason to reject Xianxian for a while. I really did. A heaven-scrying realm martial artist's face turned red with joy. Perhaps this ancient martial tomb's Sacrificial Technique Hall will be able to find a heaven-grade or even profound-grade martial technique. It was this thought that made all the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists extremely excited. The entrance to the palace seemed to be extremely heavy. The 10 heaven-scryer realm martial artists pushed it hard together, but they were unable to push it open. Move aside. A martial artist scolded coldly and pushed everyone away. He walked to the gate and said, A bunch of idiots. This gate is obviously restricted. It can't be pushed open by just the dipper chi. Let me break this restriction. As he spoke, the martial artist took out a very peculiar 8 trigrams mirror and shone the 8 trigrams mirror towards the door. The fan-shaped light within the 8 trigrams mirror enveloped the entire gate, and many complicated and indescribable symbols appeared on it. Seeing these runes, Xianxia's heart sank. These runes were very similar to the runes on the human skin. Do you understand? A martial artist whispered. The martial artist holding the 8 trigrams mirror smiled confidently. There's no need to understand. My 8 trigrams mirror is a profound grade elementary grade treasure passed down from my ancestors. It can directly reverse the formation. As he spoke, the martial artist gently twisted the small compass in the center of the 8 trigrams mirror counterclockwise. Sure enough, the light shining from the 8 trigrams mirror changed. The door also let out a crisp click, and the door opened. Before everyone could cheer, a cold light flashed across Long Xingyun's eyes. He hugged his shoulders and leaned against the iron mountain. Boom! That Long Xingyun knocked all the martial artists on the road away, while he himself knocked open the door and was the first to enter the Sacrificial Technique Hall. Damn it! This despicable fellow! Steal it! All of the martial artists' eyes turned red as they rushed inside, all of them desperate for their lives. The later he went, the fewer cultivation techniques he would obtain. Hundreds of people swarmed in, but Xianxian was not in a hurry. He always felt that the situation was a little unrealistic. The sacrificial technique hall was just swaggered here? If that was the case, then no one in the profound sky sect had ever reached such a depth? Obviously, that's impossible. If the profound sky sect hadn't been here before, then who wrote the words District 6 on the wall before? It's fine to take a look. Perhaps no one in the profound sky sect can break through the array diagram on the gate. Xianxia frowned and stepped into the sacrificial technique hall. The palace was very spacious. There were more than 10 rows of bookshelves. On each shelf, there were dozens of wooden boxes containing books. All the martial artists went crazy. They didn't even look at the words on the wooden box. Nor did they care what cultivation technique or martial skill it was. They directly stuffed it into the storage ring, and while stuffing it, they snatched away the other wooden boxes. In such a chaotic scene, someone immediately attacked in order to snatch the wooden box. "Stop!" Xianxia shouted. However, no one listened to him at all. At such a critical juncture, of course, the more he robbed, the better. Who would pay attention to Xianxia? Long Xingyun snatched the most wooden boxes. He was the first to rush in. He used his dipper chi to suck all the wooden boxes on the wooden shelf into his storage ring. When he went to suck on the wooden box on the second shelf, the other martial artists also released their dipper chi to snatch it away. Long Xingyun's expression changed and he roared angrily, "Use your hands, don't use astral chi. Do you want to tear these precious martial techniques apart?" Everyone was stunned. They immediately retrieved their dipper chi and used their hands to snatch it away. Everyone was very dissatisfied. Long Xingyun was the first to sweep the wooden box with astral chi. But now that there were many people, he made such rational remarks. However, this was indeed the case. Everyone was unable to refute it. If they really used their dipper chi to snatch each other, everything would probably be ruined. Xianxia was also very excited, but he hadn't lost his mind like the other martial artists. With a flash of his body, he copied a wooden box in his hand, but he wasn't in a hurry to snatch the other wooden boxes. Instead, he opened the wooden box. Inside the wooden box was a book. However, there were no words on the cover of the book. Xianxia's heart was filled with curiosity, and he opened the book again. Inside, there were white pages. "Stop!" Xianxia roared. "I've been tricked." At this moment, the door closed with a loud boom. Xianxia felt a huge sense of crisis enveloping him. When the martial artists heard that the door was closed, they were all stunned at the same time. They looked in the direction of the door, but they quickly started to frantically snatch the wooden box. Long Xingyun was slightly calmer than the others. He pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. Since the door can be opened for the first time, it will definitely be opened for the second time." Xianxia wanted to take another wooden box to test, but all the nearby wooden boxes had been snatched away. He walked over to the door and observed it with his lightning-like eyes. There were dense, mysterious runes on the outside of the gate, and there was indeed a formation on the inside. The martial artist who was holding the 8 trigrams mirror just now had actually broken through the formation inside the door, so he opened the door, but he did not break through the runes. Xianxia saw the array eye of the array. This array was not complicated, it was just a ceiling array. There was no need to destroy such a formation. Could be reversed directly. In order to prevent more troubles, Xianxia did not break the formation. Instead, he used Yu Heng's finger to flip the formation. As a result, the gate remained motionless. Trapped. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He raised his saber and tried to cut open the door with a light chop. However, what happened this time made him feel incredulous. The door was also skin-like, and when the door was cut open, it actually healed. Like human skin, it healed. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and stabbed the giant saber into the door. He randomly slashed it to the left. A huge incision appeared, but the incision instantly glued together and healed again. At this moment, the martial artists had already snatched away all the wooden boxes and arrived at the gate. Xianxia said coldly, "Shit, we've really been tricked. We're trapped here." Long Xingyun sneered and said, "You are stupid. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Can't you open the door? Can't anyone else open it?" Xianxia said angrily, "Cut the crap. Do you have a sense of accomplishment by mocking me at this time?" Long Xingyun's expression turned cold as he said, "Shout at me again?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the huge saber in his hand. Long Xingyun also pulled out a huge sword, seemingly wanting to teach Xianxia a lesson. All right. The martial artist holding the 8 trigrams mirror stood up and mocked Xianxia. "It's really embarrassing for you to become angry without snatching the cultivation technique. Move aside. Let me open the door." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and nodded. "All right, you guys are very confident, aren't you? Open it. I'll see how you can open it." The martial artist sneered and shone the 8 trigrams mirror on the door. He randomly twisted the small compass with the center of gravity. As a result, the gate remained motionless. The martial artist was stunned and said, "Strange. This is impossible. Try it again." Long Xingyun's expression also sank. The martial artist took a deep breath and tried again. But in the end, the door was still closed. What exactly is going on? Is clearly correct. The martial artist wiped his sweat and said, "Let me break this formation. I don't believe I can't get out." He used the 8 trigrams mirror to illuminate the door for the 3rd time and quickly flicked it 3 times. There was a slight explosion from the door, and the ceiling array was completely destroyed. "Who should be fine?" The martial artist let out a long breath and reached out to push the door, but the door remained motionless. At this moment, all the martial artists panicked. "Split it." Long Xingyun pushed the martial artist away. He raised his huge sword and shot a golden flaming sword light at the door. The sword light ferociously hit the door, but in the end, only an inch-deep incision was made, and by pressing the incision, it healed without any accidents. Everyone was stunned, their faces pale. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Take out all the wooden boxes in your hands. The books inside these wooden boxes are all blank." "Impossible." When the martial artists heard this news, they hurriedly pulled out wooden boxes from their storage rings. Opening the wooden box was indeed correct. There was not a single word on the cover of the book inside. Then he opened the book and found that it was all white pages. "Impossible. This is impossible." A martial artist panicked. He took out all the wooden boxes and opened them one by one to inspect them. In the end, all of them were like this. Why, the martial artist's eyes were absent-minded as he sat on the ground, unable to accept this cruel reality. "What exactly do you know?" Long Xingyun's expression turned cold as he shouted at Xianxia. "You already knew right from the start. Are you a spy sent by the Profound Sky Sect? If I were really a spy, would I trap myself here?" Xianxia said coldly. Long Xingyun choked half to death by Xianxia. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Everyone, let's go. Blow this door open." Hundreds of martial artists simultaneously released their dipper chi towards the gate, and various martial skills emerged one after another. After a burst of indiscriminate bombardment, the door was constantly sunk in, bouncing back, sunk back and bounced back again. It simply couldn't be broken. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind everyone. The figure held onto a martial artist at the back and abruptly drilled into the wall beside him. Xianxia quickly grabbed the martial artist's ankle and pulled him back. However, it was still a step too late. The martial artist's upper body had already been embedded into the wall, and the figure released his grip. Xianxia hurriedly used his giant saber to cut through the wall, trying to rescue the martial artist. When the others discovered this situation, they were immediately panicked. Not a single person came to help Xianxia. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat as he quickly cut through the wall. However, that wall had truly seen a ghost. No matter how it was cut, it would instantly heal. The martial artist's legs were constantly kicking and struggling. In just a few minutes, he stopped. Looking at the legs that were still struggling to kick, Xianxia felt his mind explode with a buzzing sound. That was a very tragic way to die. Long Xingyun walked to Xianxia's side and said coldly, "You must know something." Xianxia said, "I have encountered a sneak attack before, but I was almost trapped in a wall." Long Xingyun was enraged when he heard this and shouted, Why didn't you stop us? Xianxia was also enraged and shouted, Can I fucking stop you? Seeing the sacrificial technique hall, all of you are like crazy, rushing inside with red eyes. How can I stop you? Long Xingyun was furious and slashed his palm towards Xianxia's neck. A metallic flame aura was wrapped around his palm, and its power was incomparably formidable. Xianxia slashed backwards. The blade collided with his palm, producing a loud clanging sound. Long Xingyun took 3 steps back, and Xianxia was knocked out of the palace. His speed was so fast that he had already turned into an afterimage. In an instant, he slid 1,000 meters away and even crashed into the deepest wall of the palace. At this moment, Xianxia did not use the dream body realm. His realm was still at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer, 3 small realms lower than Long Xingyun's. Perhaps this step was already quite good. Long Xingyun looked at Xianxia in astonishment. You didn't suffer any internal injuries after receiving my palm strike. Long Xingyun's expression turned cold. This time, he directly grabbed the giant sword in his hand and said to Xianxia, I heard that you are a southern domain dog. Today is the perfect day to kill you. Interesting. Xianxia walked back with the huge saber in his hand and said, In the face of a great enemy, the first thing you think about is attacking your own people? Xianxia endured this Long Xingyun again and again, partly because Long Xingyun's cousin lived upstairs. The other aspect was something Xianxia had never mentioned before. Long Xingyun and Long Xiaoqi should be relatives of the same clan. Their appearances were very similar. The first time Xianxia saw Long Xingyun, he realized this. Long Xiaoqi could be considered one of Xianxia's good friends. He was also the one who gave Xianxia the Will Sutra for free. In order to give Long Xiaoqi face, Xianxia was unwilling to face Long Xingyun head-on. Then tell me, said Long Xingyun, why do you know that there is something wrong with this sacrificial technique hall? You can see why we can't see it. Xianxia slammed the human skin he had previously obtained onto the ground and said, The runes on this gate are very similar to the runes on the inside of the human skin. Previously, someone wore this human skin and traveled freely through the walls. However, I couldn't understand the runes, so I was only suspicious. Long Xingyun grabbed the human skin and put it on his body. This scene frightened everyone and made them feel very disgusted. After Long Xingyun wore the good man's skin, he prepared to enter through the wall. However, he failed and was ruthlessly bounced back. Xianxia said, I'm afraid that these human skins aren't just simple to wear. There must be some special method to activate the power of those symbols. These runes should have great origins. Xianxia recalled, In the southern domain, I once fought with a heavenly profound sect martial artist. That martial artist wrote mysterious runes all over his arm, allowing him to release a strange large eye to help him fight. In retrospect, the runes on his arm should be from the same sect as the runes here. As he spoke, Xianxia placed his right hand on the wall. He activated the void stone and attempted to use an escape technique to pass through the wall. However, he actually failed. The void stone's evasion technique had one characteristic, that is, it could penetrate most of the material in the world, but it could not penetrate the living body. This was also the reason why when Xianxia used lightning evasion, he was able to bring others along with him and not directly pierce through that person's body. Obviously, this skin wall should also be a living body. Xianxia took a deep breath and released the power of the profound ice bomb. The thick cold air froze the entire wall into ice. He tried to hack down with a huge knife, trying to shatter the wall. As a result, large chunks of ice shattered and fell off, while the walls remained intact. What the hell? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, There must be a mole in the Profound Sky sect. This time, the Star Guild received false information. The Profound Sky sect did not come to the Martial Tomb to look for any illusory spirit tree at all. They definitely heard that the Star Guild had set up the Son of Heaven Peak. So they set up a trap to lure us over and capture us all in one fell swoop. Long Xingyun was stunned and said, My sister is still in the 7th district. Xianxia glanced at Long Xingyun and thought to himself that this person wasn't too bad. He was actually worried about his cousin's life at the most dangerous time. The walls outside can be sliced open, but the walls here can heal after being sliced open. Xianxia rubbed his chin and muttered, "Something must have been neglected by us." "Hey, look up there!" a martial artist suddenly shouted. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads to watch, and the scene in front of them made everyone's hair stand on end. Previously, everyone was busy snatching the wooden box, and no one paid attention to the dome of the palace. Looking at it now, it was an even stranger scene. A female giant was embedded in the dome wall. That woman's body was obviously abnormal. Her height had already reached a height of 500 meters. Moreover, his entire body was naked, and he was frozen on the dome in a downward posture. The woman's back half was stuck to the inside of the wall, while her predecessor was exposed. It was as if she was trying to break out of the wall and was about to charge out. However, the wall adhered to her body and was dragged down by her downward movement, causing a big bulge to appear. However, the woman did not escape and was trapped high up in the sky. 500 meters of humans. The scene in front of them had already exceeded everyone's understanding. What the hell is this place? The martial artist holding the 8 trigrams mirror was on the verge of collapse. He forcefully pulled his hair and shouted hysterically, "Let me out! Let me out! I don't want to be trapped here. I want to go home." "Shut up!" Long Xingyun shouted coldly. The martial artist didn't seem to have heard it and was still screaming. The screams echoed throughout the palace, causing everyone to feel even more irritated. Long Xingyun simply knocked the martial artist unconscious with a single palm, causing the scene to quieten down a little. Long Xingyun looked at Xianxia and said, "If this is really a trap set by the profound sky sect, why did it only trap us inside and no one come to kill us? Are they really 100% sure we can't get out? Aren't they afraid of having a long night's sleep because they have higher priority targets?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "7th District. The people of the Profound Sky Sect must be attacking the Good Fortune Realm martial artists of District 7. They will come and deal with us when they kill all of them." Long Xingyun roared, "Then isn't my cousin in danger?" Xianxia said, "You guys stay here for now. I'll think of another way to rescue you later. Now I have to hurry to District 7. "You left." Long Xingyun's expression changed. Xianxia ignored him and walked directly to the wall, allowing the power of lightning to spread all over his body, forming a human-shaped subcutter of light, and then he took a step inside. The second cut of light fiercely cut through the wall, allowing Xianxia to pierce through it. However, he couldn't bring anyone else out because the walls behind him also healed instantly. Looking at this scene, Long Xingyun was furious. He went out. He is indeed a spy. Damn it. Don't let me leave this place, or I will be the first to kill him. Many martial artists also cursed angrily, threatening to shatter Xianxia. Xianxia ignored the curses inside. After leaving the sacrificial technique hall, he sprinted towards the 7th district. He went back to the main road first, but ran along the main road. There were no traps on the main road, leading straight to the next area. Xianxia's speed was as fast as flying, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the 7th region of the darkness. The situation in the 7th district was even worse. Not even moonstone. Xianxia casually threw out a few moonstones on the ground, but the light here was very strange. Most of the light was absorbed by the walls and the ground. A moonstone could illuminate less than 3 meters, and its light was extremely dim, causing its visibility to be extremely poor. Xianxia used his lightning photoelectric eyes to discern the direction. Along the way, he searched for the spiritual energy fluctuations left behind by Fortune Realm martial artists. He discovered that a large amount of spiritual energy was heading in the same direction. It was a small path. When Xianxia arrived at the end of the path, there was an identical sacrificial hall here. But the situation here was even worse. The air was filled with the smell of blood. "It's broken." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He saw that there seemed to be a lot of things wriggling inside the walls around the sacrificial technique hall, causing the walls to rise and fall. It was as if a large number of insects were drilling through the surface of a person's skin. The smell of blood energy was exceptionally strong. Xianxia gritted his teeth and wrapped his body around the lightning that had traveled at the speed of light the previous time. He directly cut through the gate and arrived at the palace. The moment he appeared, several strands of Dipper Chi ferociously slashed towards him. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he hurriedly used it to escape into the void. The violent good fortune realm astral chi fiercely hit the gate. "Stop! It's me!" Xianxia jumped out of the void and immediately shouted. In the palace, the 33 good fortune warriors all looked at Xianxia in surprise, and Xuezian was amongst the crowd. "It's you?" Xuezian asked curiously. "You know him?" someone asked. Xuezian nodded and said, "He is also from the Son of Heaven Peak, but he lives in the Heaven Scryer district." Xianxia quickly observed his surroundings and discovered that the 33 Fortune Realm martial artists were all injured. On the ground, there were the corpses of 5 Fortune Realm martial artists. The martial artist who asked the question looked at Xianxia and angrily said, "Are you one of them? Otherwise, how could you enter through the wall?" Xianxia frowned. "Can't you see how I got in? There's a fundamental difference between me and the people from the Profound Sky sect. What happened here? Why did 5 experts die?" Then Xuezian said, "I've been tricked. The enemy keeps coming in and sneak attacking. Not even you guys can handle it?" Xianxia was shocked. Could it be that the people sent by the Heavenly Profound sect are all at a higher realm than yours? "It's not like that." Xuezian shook his head. "There are indeed some of the enemies at the Fortune realm, but at the highest, there is only one level of fortune. But not only can they move freely through the walls, they can also drive a very strange kind of demonic snake. Those demonic snakes can spit out thunder and lightning. The most troublesome thing is..." Before Xuezian could finish explaining, someone suddenly pointed at Xianxia's back and said, "Be careful!" Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately dodged horizontally and looked behind him. There was a big bulge on the wall behind him, and then 3 demonic snakes jumped out. The 3 demonic snakes spat out 3 bolts of lightning at Xianxia. Before Xianxia could circulate the 9 transformations of thunder, he could only use the shadow transformation to dodge the sneak attack. After the 3 demonic snakes, a man wearing a black cloak walked out with a smile. "You're not simple." The man smiled and looked at Xianxia. "To actually be able to pierce through such a wall, it looks like keeping you here is also a disaster." As he spoke, the entire wall protruded, and faces appeared one after another. All of them were Heavenly Profound sect martial artists. Those faces were all smiling sinisterly. This dangerous man was in his early 30s and possessed the first level of fortune. Without saying a word, Xuezian directly slashed towards the man with a flaming cold sword light. The man sneered, "How many times have I tried? I know it won't work, but I still want to do it in vain." As he spoke, the man's body collapsed into steam. Xuezian's sword light pierced through the water vapor and did not hurt the man at all. Talent awakening. No wonder you can't beat them, Xianxia suddenly thought. In the beginning, there were only a few martial artists with great potential in the Profound Sky sect who could learn to awaken their talent, such as experts from the first grade hall. Now, after capturing Xianxia, they had plundered more young martial artists and refined them into origin pills. As a result, more martial artists with low potential had the capital to awaken their talent in using their origin pills. "We can't even hit them." Xuezian's face was cold. "I can beat them, but I can't." Xianxia looked at the huge saber in his hand and said, "Profound grade weapons can deal damage to talent awakening. Give it to me." Xuezian grabbed Xianxia's huge saber and slashed at the Black Sect martial artist. However, the saber light was ordinary, and it still passed through the man's vaporized form without any injuries. "Don't you know that the profound armament recognizes its owner?" Xianxia frowned. Then Xuezian said, "Give me your saber." Xianxia stretched out his hand to ask for the saber. "You can't use it even if I transfer it to you. I personally refined this saber, and only I can control the Tao within it." Again, someone shouted. A dense bulge suddenly appeared on the wall, and hundreds of demonic snakes emerged from it. These demonic snakes aimed at the crowd and exploded wildly together. Countless silver divine lightning bolts crazily exploded in the crowd. Rumbling sounds could be heard endlessly. These demonic snakes were even more powerful than what Xianxia had encountered before. The power of divine lightning stored in their bodies was even more powerful. Even a good fortune realm martial artist would not be able to withstand the impact of this divine lightning. Everyone unleashed their divine aura, half of them condensing their divine aura shields, while the other half aimed their divine aura at the demonic snake and launched a fierce attack. The dense dipper chi shot towards the demonic snakes, but the demonic snakes held their mouths tightly, blasting the divine lightning in their mouths, letting the bright silver lightning wrap around their bodies. A good fortune realm martial artist's aura bombarded the body of a demonic snake. Could only repel the demonic snake, but could not cause any damage. However, the demonic snake's divine lightning offensive quickly disintegrated the human's defenses against astral chi. All defenses, Xianxia shouted. The attackers also gave up on their attacks and condensed the dipper chi into a solid shield. However, this time difference allowed hundreds of divine lightning to shoot into the crowd. After a deafening sound, the three fortune realm martial artists bore the brunt and were killed on the spot. After launching a round of attacks, the demonic snakes jumped back into the wall without hesitation. Profound sky sect! Xianxia was furious. You despicable bastards! The preparations are too inadequate. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect the Star Guild to not send you any Italian soldiers. Could it be that up until today, the Star Guild still didn't know about this kind of thing? It's over. Haha. It's all over now. A good fortune realm martial artist also lost his rationality and smiled miserably. We will all die here, and none of us will be able to leave. Shut up, Xianxia said angrily. The martial artist didn't listen and just kept laughing miserably. As for the vaporized man, he condensed into a human form and smiled. I'm sorry to tell you that no one will be able to leave today. The Star Guild thought that they would be able to deal with us just by gathering a group of so-called experts like you. What a joke. We only need to use a small trick to catch all of you in one go. Is it a ghost doctor? Xianxia suddenly asked. The man was stunned. What did you say? Xianxia said, the Star Guild must be someone who has been trained and trusted by the profound sky sect. It's impossible for such a person to betray the Star Guild. But he has indeed betrayed me, so I can only think of one possibility. You should have discovered that spy and let the ghost doctor torture him. That's why he sent a false signal to the Star Guild. The man's expression became serious. You can even think of this? So you and Guan Shao still know each other? Xianxia sighed and said, back then, I really should have killed that woman Guan Shao regardless of any price. In this world, if there was a person who could rebel against all the strictly trained martial artists, then he could only be a ghost doctor. Her methods of torture were truly appalling. Is the illusory spirit tree real? Xianxia asked. The man frowned. You came here to play a question-and-answer game with me? Xianxia smiled and said, we will die without a doubt. Why don't you let us die to understand? The man suddenly laughed. The illusory spirit tree is real, but we've already taken it away. Is the world devastating divine lightning also true? Xianxia asked. The man asked curiously, you know quite a bit. The lightning in those demonic snakes' mouths is obviously the power of divine lightning, Xianxia said. Looks like your harvest in the martial tomb is very big. Not only did you take away the illusory spirit tree, you also found the world exterminating divine lightning. I even know how to drive these demonic snakes. The man looked at Xianxia playfully for a while and said, the more you analyze, the more I'll have to kill you. Looks like I guessed correctly. Xianxia nodded. The man said, so what if I guess correctly? I still want to die here. Xianxia chuckled and said, I have to say, meeting me is really unlucky for you. Did you know that in my eyes, the people of the profound sky sect are all bastards? The man's expression fell. Xianxia said, when you bastards meet me, you are destined to meet a nemesis. Shut up. The man began to get angry. Xianxia said, I will kill all of you one by one. I will also destroy the profound sky sect, and even find out the hidden forces behind the profound sky sect. The man was furious. You're courting death. Xianxia turned his head to look at Xuezian and said, if you can't reach those who have awakened their innate talent, give me 5 minutes. You are no match for him. Xuezian frowned. The man laughed loudly at Xianxia. You intentionally provoked me just to let me fight you? You want to die quickly? I'll help you. As he said that, the man suddenly rushed forward, and the aura in his hand condensed, fiercely smashing down towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged and looked at Xuezian again. 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Don't interfere. Trust me once. The 30-odd Fortune Realm martial artists felt that it was inexplicably funny. This 6th-level Heaven Scryer actually threatened to kill the enemies of the profound sky sect. This was a bit too much. That man didn't care how big Xianxia was. He was determined to kill Xianxia. The good fortune first layer struck empty, and the second strike quickly rushed towards Xianxia. Xiangnian's right hand shook, and the nightmare saber let out a buzzing sound. Dream form descended. Xiangnian's imposing aura exploded, and the violent winds circled around him at full speed. The man was shocked. Your realm has actually risen to the late stage of the 9 great Heaven Scryer realm? But, do you really think that the difference between the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm and the 1st level of Fortune realm is only a small difference between the 1st level and the 9th level? Let me tell you. This difference is like a heavenly chasm. With a whoosh, the man pulled out a snowy sword and said, You ignorant brat. I'll give you a ride. Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand and fiercely collided with the man. This time, everyone thought that Xianxia would die without a doubt. But in the end, Xianxia and the man were both pushed back by each other at the same time. How could it be? Many Fortune Realm experts were shocked. The man was especially shocked. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Your strength. Xianxia gritted his teeth and rushed towards the man. He brandished his saber and slashed out with a light slash. The man was extremely shocked and hurriedly condensed his dipper chi into a shield. The 9th layer of Heaven Scryer's secondary light slash struck the Fortune 1st layer shield. The saber light was actually buzzing against the shield, causing the shield to sink inwards. The man was both shocked and angry. Good boy, you're strong enough. If I don't kill you today, sooner or later it will become a big problem in our hearts. Attack! Hundreds of demonic beasts emerged from the wall again. The man flipped over and his body turned into steam. Xianxia was waiting for this moment. He charged forward abruptly, and the huge saber in his hand slashed out a large crescent blade light. Lightning intent gathered on the saber light. After the blade light struck the water vapor, it actually caused the water vapor to rapidly shrink and condense into a man's appearance. The blade light was still pressing against the man's stomach, incessantly cutting into it. The man's stomach had already been cut open, and blood was slowly spilling out. This caused him to be extremely furious. If it wasn't for Xianxia's insufficient cultivation, this saber strike would have been enough to slash him to the waist. Go! The man jumped into a rage, sending the blade light flying and shouting loudly. Hundreds of demonic snakes shot out divine lightning towards Xianxia. Little thief, be careful. Xuezian instantly thought of the scene where Xianxia had saved her. He couldn't bear to rush up to help Xianxia defend her. Go back! Xianxia roared angrily. He actually spread out his arms to welcome the large amount of divine lightning. Rumble, 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 rumble. The bright silver divine lightning struck Xianxia collectively, and the terrifying explosive shockwave sent Xuezian flying. Xuezian crashed into the crowd, leaving a gap in the crowd. Little thief! The moment Xuezian landed on the ground, he shouted in Xianxia's direction. You stupid fellow! Why are you courting death by yourself? Ha 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 ha! The sealed space was filled with the man's impudent laughter. Bang! Continue to bang. Bang that little bastard to the point that not even dregs are left. Hundreds of demonic snakes continued to bombard Xianxia indiscriminately. Round after round of divine lightning continued to bombard Xianxia's body. The core area of the explosion was already so bright that no one could see it. The terrifying explosion of divine lightning caused the entire palace to tremble. However, what was shocking was that the divine lightning was still exploding. This meant that Xianxia was not dead. If Xianxia was really shattered, the divine lightning should have pierced through Xianxia's area and hit the martial artists behind him. What? The man was stunned and said, "Explode again! Rumble, 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 rumble." The demonic snakes launched another round of divine lightning attacks. "Help! Help save him!" Xianxia shouted anxiously, wanting to be the first to charge forward. However, not only did those good fortune warriors not help, they instead grabbed Xianxia in all directions. Who cares what he's doing? That brat didn't know whether to die or not, so he insisted on courting death. The weak can be saved, but idiots can't be saved no matter what. However, the divine lightning was still exploding. Xianxia still existed. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Those good fortune warriors also realized that something was wrong. The magnitude of the explosion became smaller and smaller. For some reason, a large amount of divine lightning energy suddenly shrank towards the core region. An incomparably tyrannical aura spread out from the core area of the explosion, becoming stronger and stronger. "Stop!" the man shouted. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this kid." All the demonic snakes stopped. At the core of the explosion area, Xianxia bent over and half knelt on the ground with a knife in one hand. On his body, there was an incomparably thick layer of lightning shining. Xianxia, whose face was covered by his long hair, suddenly laughed. "It's not possible." The man's expression changed drastically. Xianxia slowly raised his head. His two pupils turned bright silver, and the light was so strong that two bright silver beams of light shot out. The scene became quiet. Everyone was unable to understand the meaning behind this scene. However, Xianxia's aura began to rise like a volcano erupting. Creation. Fortune level 1. The man was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and said in disbelief, "Why? How did you do it?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with silver light as he sneered, "Playing with thunder and lightning. I am the ancestor." With Xianxia's martial Dao foundation, the terrifying power of Fortune 1 was actually able to blow that man to the wall with just his momentum, not even able to move his fingers in the slightest. The man was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly drilled into the wall. "Get out of here!" Xianxia raised his hand and picked up a flower finger, directly pulling out the man who had already drilled into half of the wall. Immediately after, Xianxia rushed forward with his saber. "Oh! Awakening of talent!" The man was already frightened out of his wits, and immediately turned into steam. Xianxia, on the other hand, turned into a ray of light. People pass, knives pass. The water vapor was sliced open and a large amount of blood mist sprayed out from it. The man fell out of the water vapor and his body was already sliced at the waist. 2 halves of his body lay on the ground, blood flowing out. The man's eyes widened in shock. His eyes were filled with ashes. At this moment, 20 Fortune 1 experts and 30 Heaven Scryer 9 experts jumped out of the wall one after another. Not good. Senior brother was killed by this brat. The martial practitioners of the Profound Sky sect were furious. "Kill him!" A good fortune first-layer martial artist rushed forward and pushed Xianxia's shoulders, pushing him into the wall. Then the wall suddenly stirred, and a big gap was cut. Pong! A massive amount of blood mist sprayed out from the gap. Within the blood mist, there was a black outline of human nature. "It's him!" Xianxia's heart trembled, and he immediately recognized that the silhouette was Xianxia. "Damn it! Let's go together!" A heavenly profound sect martial artist at the first level of fortune was furious. 49 people, 19 of them at the first layer of fortune, surrounded Xianxia. Hundreds of demonic snakes rushed out and bombarded Xianxia indiscriminately, spraying out massive amounts of divine lightning. The more they exploded, the more imposing Xianxia's aura became. At this time, it had already started to soar from the early stage of the first stage of fortune to the middle stage. Demonic snake, stop! That day, the black sect martial practitioners shouted, and all the demonic snakes stopped attacking. And 49 people, all of them personally, went on stage to besiege Xiangnan. Xiangnan stabbed his horse and immediately shouted, "The raptor swings its tail!" Who? A bright silver crescent blade light sliced out horizontally. On the spot, 15 heaven-peeping realm martial artists were slashed at the waist. After dodging the strike, the 3 good fortune first-layer martial artists had already jumped over and stabbed their weapons towards Xiangnan's heart. Dragon Spirit Steel. Clang. Clang. The 3 weapons were all blocked by the terrifying Dragon Spirit Steel chi shield. Xiangnan bent his body and roared, "Azure Dragon, go out to sea!" The bright silver divine lightning wreaked havoc on his body. Following Xiangnan's ferocious charge, the crowd of heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were thrown upside down. The 5 martial artists who were directly facing the Azure Dragon were blasted to pieces by the explosion. A martial artist immediately released his talent awakening and transformed into a flame. Xiangnan pulled the martial artist out of the flames with one hand and beheaded him with a single saber. "Run! Something's wrong with this brat. Run!" Originally, the hunters who laid the trap wanted to surround the group of Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. But now, they had become people eager to escape from the scene. Xiangnan abruptly jumped back 50 meters and stabbed the huge saber into the ground. He stretched out his hands and said, "Emoku finger! Emoku finger, the power of the index finger." Xiangnan, who used the good fortune realm to unleash this move, was simply overbearing to the extreme. Quick! Too fast! In the blink of an eye, thousands of fingers shot out into a fan. Countless streaks of light crazily shuttled through the fan and exploded. All the heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were within the range of that fan. Before half of them could jump back to the wall, they were pierced through by dense finger force that was like a violent storm, turning into a human-shaped sieve. In the next instant, these people who had been pierced into a sieve were shot into powder. The other half of the martial artists had already jumped into the wall, attempting to escape from the palace. However, the following Emoku finger was immediately added with silver divine lightning power by Xiangnan, and the finger power immediately turned bright silver. These divine thunder energies were incomparably violent, piercing through the wall and turning it into a beehive. The Tian Xuanzong martial practitioners who had escaped from the wall did not understand what had happened and why the kids' cultivation had suddenly risen by leaps and bounds until their deaths. But they could no longer understand. All the heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were shot to death by the finger force that pierced through the wall. Pew-pew. Blood sprayed out of the hole in the wall, and the wall immediately healed. Xiangnan stopped, his violent aura still engulfing the entire palace. The good fortune warriors of the Son of Heaven Peak were all blown to the wall, unable to move. As for these people, they all looked at Xiangnan as if they were looking at a monster. A martial artist opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't describe what he had witnessed with his own eyes. Xiangnan tilted his head and said, "Hurry up and follow me. Those lightning bolts won't stay in my body for long." "How do I get out?" Shuezian asked in a daze. Xiangnan took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. He condensed a 10-meter diameter divine lightning disk and sliced it horizontally into the door. Immediately after, he condensed a second large disk and cut into it. The 2 disks clung together, and Xiangnan raised his hands up and down. The 2 large disks instantly split apart, one ascending and the other sinking, forcefully opening a gap in the door. "Come out!" Xiangnan shouted. Many martial artists reacted and hurriedly jumped out of the gap. Xiangnan was the last to leave. He held 2 disks in his hands and said, "Quickly leave the martial tomb. The members of the Heaven Scryer realm are still trapped. I'll go save them." Those martial artists once again saw the light of day. All of them were scared out of their wits, wishing they could rush out of the martial tomb as soon as possible. Even if Xiangnan didn't say anything, they would have already rushed towards the exit. But Shuezian followed beside Xiangnan and said, "Where's my cousin? You're also trapped inside. Leave first. I'll go save someone." Xiangnan said, "I'll follow you," Shuezian said. Xiangnan said, Follow what? If the Xuanzong sect still has a trick to play, then it will be bad. However, Xuezian did not listen to Xiang Nan's advice and insisted on seeing Long Xingyun rescued with his own eyes. Xiang Nan had no choice but to stop advising him. The two of them were both at the Fortune Realm, and their speed was as fast as a gale. They only took a few minutes to arrive at the Sacrificial Technique Hall in the 6th District. Xiang Nan pierced through the two large discs and opened them up. He shouted to the inside, "Quickly come out!" The martial artists inside had already been imprisoned to the point of losing their fighting spirit. At this moment, the gates were opened and they all rushed out like crazy. After everyone came out, Xiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief. His body softened and he fell to the ground. As for Long Xingyun, his eyes were red as he slashed towards Xiang Nan's neck. Xuezian quickly dodged Long Xingyun's sword with one hand and slapped Long Xingyun on the ground with the other hand. Long Xingyun covered his face and said angrily, "Sister, what are you doing?" Xuezian swung his hand and slapped again, causing Long Xingyun to roll out horizontally on the ground and smash heavily into the door. Everyone was stunned by this scene, but facing the strong Xuezian, no one dared to say another word. Xuezian's face was cold as he looked at Long Xingyun and said, "Get out of the martial tomb. Everyone, get out. Hurry!" Xiang Nan was already lying on the ground, his chest heaving violently. He was so weak that he couldn't even say a word. The silver divine lightning did not belong to Xiang Nan. He forcefully absorbed it with the 9 transformations of thunder, and forcefully released it, causing an unbearable burden to his body. This was just like the first time he absorbed an unfamiliar divine lightning bolt, when he only dared to absorb an arc of lightning. If he absorbed too much, his body would collapse completely. However, he had 2 divine lightning bolts in his body at this moment, and his resistance to electricity was extremely high. Otherwise, his body would have already collapsed by now. However, the silver divine lightning was extremely high, making Xiang Nan unable to withstand the cost of the follow-up. Many martial artists had already ungrateful fled for their lives. Xuezian looked down at Xiang Nan and said, "I owe you another life." Xiang Nan couldn't even open his eyelids. He weakly said, If you feel grateful for my kindness, why don't you send me out?" Xuezian's expression was cold. "You dare to show such a weak state in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I will be jealous of your martial arts potential and kill you now?" Xiang Nan laughed self-deprecatingly. "If you make a move, I won't stop you." Xuezian was furious. "You really underestimated me." With that, she grabbed Xiang Nan's arm, carried him on her back, and quickly fled outside the martial tomb. After everyone escaped from the martial tomb, they immediately stepped onto the steel battleship and flew towards the Central Plains. In this battle, everyone was caught in the scheming of the Profound Sky sect. If it weren't for Xiang Nan's efforts to turn the tide, they would have all fallen. On the deck, Xuezian had been staring coldly at Xiang Nan, and she was very angry in her heart. One was jealous of Xiang Nan's potential in martial arts. The other was angry that Xiang Nan looked down on her. At this moment, Xiang Nan's dream body was disbanded, and the silver divine lightning energy in his body had also been consumed. The rest slowly dissipated, and his cultivation realm fell back to the 6th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. He was still very weak, just leaning against the ship's side, quietly using his cultivation to heal his injuries, forcibly absorbing unfamiliar divine lightning, and absorbing so much at once, made Xiang Nan's meridians difficult to sustain, and he had already reached the verge of collapse. As for the Profound Sky sect, they suffered heavy losses. 20 Fortune Realm martial artists and 30 Heaven Scryer 9th layer martial artists were all buried in the martial tomb. The key point was that these martial artists not only had high cultivation bases, but also knew how to awaken their talent. Even if he was as strong as the Profound Sky sect, he still couldn't bear such a huge price. A good Fortune Realm martial artist would need many years of training, and how much it would cost. On the steel warship, Long Xingyun walked towards Xiang Nan with a long sword in his hand and said, "Sister, don't stop me. Let me kill him." Xuezian asked curiously, Why do you have to kill him? I don't understand. Long Xingyun pointed his sword at Xiangnan. It's this kid. If it weren't for him, how could we be in such a predicament? Xuezian frowned. What kind of messy logic does this have to do with him? Long Xingyun said angrily. He has a problem. He is definitely a spy of the profound sky sect. Bullshit. Xuezian was also enraged. If it weren't for his help, none of the people on this ship would have escaped. Long Xingyun was stunned. He saved us? Stop joking. Didn't you save us? It's him, not me. Xuezian sighed. She also wanted to be the person who saved her. But the truth was not the case. I don't believe it. Long Xingyun shook his head. He doesn't have that kind of strength. You must have taken a fancy to him and put in a good word for him. Xuezian raised his hand angrily and was about to fight. Long Xingyun hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, I don't believe you can protect him every day. After Long Xingyun escaped, Xiangnan slowly opened his eyes and said, Are you helpless? Xuezian gritted his teeth angrily. Why did such a useless trash come from the Long clan? Xiangnan chuckled. I've seen so many of these people because of jealousy. It's not strange at all. Xuezian sighed. He has been spoiled by his family ever since he was young. He doesn't know how to understand others. Everything is self-centered. I thought that he would learn to mature after receiving a few lessons, but I didn't expect. There is no love for no reason in this world, but sometimes there is hatred for no reason. Hating a person could make him ignore reality and turn black and white upside down. Long Xingyun could not admit that all of this was Xiangnan's credit. He even felt hatred because of jealousy, so he could treat everything as Xiangnan's fault. In this world, how many people who were originally unrelated were so envious that they lost their lives in the end? Xiangnan didn't know what to say. He could save people, but he couldn't save people's hearts. After the flying ship returned to Heavenly Star City, the good fortune warriors represented by Xuezian immediately reported everything they saw and heard to the elders. The old man was enraged when he found out the truth. Before Xiangnan could reply to Fengxian, he was summoned. Inside the Immortal Palace, the old man looked at Xiangnan and said, Although you didn't complete your mission, your actions have neutralized a catastrophe. It can be said that you have saved the entire Golden Lion sect. In view of this, we are prepared to give you 50 Starlight coins as a reward. You're so stingy. Xiangnan had saved almost everyone. Although not all of them were Heaven Origin Realm martial artists, his contribution was not small. However, the old man was only willing to reward Xiangnan with 50 Starlight coins. Xiangnan smiled faintly. Is it just me? The old man said, Of course you are the only one. Xiangnan sighed and said, If I do this, I will truly become the target of public criticism. None of them received any rewards. Only Xiangnan received 50 Starlight coins. This matter caused many of the Golden Lions to already hold grudges against Xiangnan. This was a very twisted and abnormal team. If they were in any team, everyone would be extremely grateful to Xiangnan. However, these so-called geniuses didn't know what gratitude was. They didn't look at the process, they just looked at the results. As a result, Xiangnan was rewarded alone, and everyone else had made a trip in vain, almost putting their lives at stake. When Xiangnan returned to the residential area in the Heavenscryer district, the scene in front of him made him furious. 20 Southern Domain Heavenscryer realm martial artists were tied to the pillars at the entrance of the residential area. All of these martial artists were beaten miserably. Their skin and flesh were torn open one by one, and blood flowed everywhere. On each of the Southern Domain martial artists' necks, there was a sign hanging. It said, Southern Domain dogs are not allowed inside. This group of Lion Sect disciples had almost been plotted to death by the Profound Sky Sect, and they had transferred their anger onto the martial practitioners of the Southern Domain. As soon as he returned, he immediately sought revenge from the Southern Domain martial artists. Seeing this scene, Xiangnan gritted his teeth angrily and said, You guys have gone crazy. Right at this moment, the sound of chains dragging came from behind him. Ha! We caught 3 more Southern Domain dogs. These 3 dogs are still planning to flee into the city, but we caught them. More than a dozen Heaven Scryer realm martial artists were dragging 3 Southern Domain martial artists on the ground with chains around their necks. As for the 3 Southern Domain martial artists, they were also beaten half to death. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. Good job, good job, good job! More than 200 Heaven Scryer peak martial practitioners hugged their shoulders and looked coldly at Xianxia. Inside, there was Long Xingyun, but Long Xingyun didn't step out and just stood in the distance and looked coldly at him. One of the martial artists stood up and pointed at Xianxia. Give us an explanation. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive us. Why did you pierce through the conspiracy of the profound sky sect? Why did you just happen to be able to save us? Don't tell me it was all a coincidence. You must be a spy. You want to use this method to win the trust of the Star Guild, but you can't fool us. Everyone shouted in unison. Give us an explanation. Damn it. If you don't make it clear today, you won't be able to leave. Xianxia smiled and nodded. You want to explain? Sure. I'll explain it to you. My explanation is that I'm really blind. Saving you bunch of white-eyed wolves. I should have trapped you in the martial tomb. Heh! A martial artist from the western region stood up and pointed at Xianxia's nose. Are you amazing? Let's not talk about whether you're a spy or not. Even if you really aren't, what qualifications do you have to show off here? If you can open the door, it's just a coincidence that you can absorb that kind of lightning. If I can absorb it, I can also save people. Show off your might? Xianxia laughed furiously. You've beaten our Southern Domain martial artists to such an extent, yet you've turned me into a show of might. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I want to take away these Southern Domain martial artists. You can't take it with you. The martial practitioners of the Western region crossed their shoulders and repeatedly sneered. Don't believe me? Try it. More than 200 people pulled out their weapons in unison. The martial artist said, if you hadn't left a corrupt sect like the Profound Sky sect, we would have suffered so much. Today, all these Southern Domain dogs will be hanged here for public display. Hang them for 3 days and 3 nights. Whoever dares to save them, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's aura erupted in unison. That Dipper Chi was so fierce that it shot straight into the clouds. These people were all elites among the elites, and none of them were easy to provoke. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the huge saber was held in his hand with a slap. Do you really want to make a move? The Western region martial artist narrowed his eyes and said, Go! More than 200 people, all holding weapons, charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately used his Dream Dao to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. He sent a dragon out to sea and directly loaded it into the crowd, knocking out more than a dozen martial artists. One of them rushed forward and stabbed his sword into Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia unsheathed his sword, turned around and punched the martial artist on the shoulder. He smashed the martial artist flat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia charged forward again, knocking away a dozen more people. Although these people were very powerful, they were all Heaven Scryer realm cultivators, and most of them hadn't reached the 9th level. In such a crowd, Xianxia was like a fierce tiger coming out of its cage. No one could stop him. Xianxia swung his saber with his arm, and the enormous saber light could send 30 to 50 people flying. With another charge, more than 10 people could be sent flying. Those 200-odd martial artists weren't enough. This brat's strength really isn't something that can be faked. In the distance, a Heaven Scryer 9-dan martial artist hugged his shoulders and said. Long Xingyun's expression was gloomy as he said, all of his strength comes from his mysterious grade saber. I've already secretly observed it. Another person smiled faintly. That's right, you're Northern Region Sect's champion Long Xingyun. How could you be mistaken? In my opinion, without that saber, Xiangbei would not be worth mentioning at all. Long Xingyun looked at the second person who spoke and said, Mutual, aren't you also the champion of the Western Region Sect? We are the real experts, but now we are being stolen the limelight by a brat who relies on profound weapons. If I don't tell you, are you really willing? All of them laughed, and one of them said with a strange tone, "So what? He is now the great celebrity of the Son of Heaven Peak, the great benefactor who saved the Golden Lion. I heard that even your cousin is living with him." When Long Xingyun heard this, he was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. This brat didn't know what kind of seductive technique he used to make my cousin give up on him. Shameless people only know how to use such despicable methods. On the battlefield, Xianxia fought fiercely. At this time, more than 100 people were lying on the ground, spitting blood, their noses and faces swollen. Xianxia's attack was heavy and hateful, and he had no intention of showing mercy at all. He had long since been unable to endure the bullying of Southern Domain martial artists like this. It was also because he was not ruthless enough, otherwise, he really had the intention to kill these people. At this point, the bullying martial artists no longer dared to charge forward. They only looked at Xianxia with fear from afar. Xianxia's body was stained with other people's blood. He stood there with his saber in hand, and a circle of people lay beside him. Seeing this scene, Xianxia suddenly laughed. "All right, it's really beautiful. Did you really do it beautifully? Save you, count him? I'm blind. In the future, if any of you are in danger again, don't even count on me. I'm counting on you?" An expert from the western region beside Long Xingyun sneered. "You really think highly of yourself. What do you think of yourself for?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "In the face of the great enemy, what kind of internal battle are you guys playing here? You know what? I look down on you. I look down on all of you. In my eyes, you guys are just like this. You will never become a weapon." The Western region expert's expression changed, and he was about to charge forward with a knife in his hand. Long Xingyun reached out to stop him. The Western region expert was puzzled. "You still want to help him?" Long Xingyun sneered. "Help him? He has that knife in his hand. You can beat him?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and rescued all the martial artists from the Southern Domain. He used his Dipper Chi to support the Southern Domain martial artists and walked towards the residential area. He then said, "I'm listening to the Wind Pavilion. If you're unconvinced, come and find me. Anytime." Everyone looked at Xianxia's departing figure with indescribable grievances on their faces. Damn! This brat is too arrogant. What kind of prestige does he have? In the Eastern region, this daddy is also a person who stamps his feet, causing the ground to tremble. Today, he is going to be defeated. Xianxia turned around and his eyes were cold when he heard the curses coming from behind him. At this glance, those who were cursing were frightened and hurriedly took a few steps back. Loose sand. This was Xianxia's only impression of the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. Sometimes, he really felt that the Star Guild had made a wrong decision by gathering these people together. These people simply did not understand what it meant to cooperate, nor did they understand the meaning of the word unity. They only knew how to show off, steal credit, and be jealous of others. When they returned to the Hearing Wind Pavilion, there were two people sitting in the courtyard. The two of them were drinking tea around the small table. One was Xue Zian, and the other was Long Xiaoqi. "You guys!" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then he placed the Southern Domain martial artists on the ground, one by one, and began to treat their injuries. Long Xingyun smiled. "Little brother, we meet again. I've already witnessed what happened just now. I hope you won't get too angry." "I'm not angry?" "Haha." Xianxia shook his head. "I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed." Long Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Since we have spies in the Profound Sky Sect, it is not impossible for the Profound Sky Sect to not have spies in the Son of Heaven Peak. Have you ever thought that you might have been targeted by the Profound Sky Sect on purpose? Perhaps they just wanted to anger you away." Xianxia's heart trembled. He really hadn't thought of this possibility. Long Xiaoqi said, "I came here for two things. One is to thank you for saving Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun. Another thing is that something happened to the Sky Eagle. I heard that you were quite close to some people from the Skyhawk. Perhaps you need to hear this news." "What happened?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. "Their mission failed," said Long Xiaoqi. Although most of them have escaped, there are still 7 people who have been captured by the heavenly profound sect. This is the list. When Xianxia looked at the results list, his entire heart sank to the bottom. There was Xiaohe's name on that list. Why didn't you save her? Xianxia was shocked. Long Xingyun sighed. Because in the eyes of the Star Guild, these 7 people are no longer worth saving. Perhaps they have already died. No value. Xianxia was furious. Long Xingyun sighed. You've been here for a long time. You should get used to this kind of situation. Just like when I was investigating the profound sky sect, not only did no one in the guild support me, but there were also many voices against me. But you have to stay here because there are resources that you can't get outside. Little brother, if you want to live well here, you have to have the right to speak. You have to be a dragon among men. No matter what you say, I have to save someone, Xianxia said. Long Xiaoqi said, then I can be sure that your actions of saving people will not be approved by the Star Guild. Do you know the biggest difference between a team and an individual? That is, the team cares more about the gains and losses. There will definitely be a loss of personnel in every mission. If more people are needed to rescue the members of each mission, then this guild will be annihilated in just a few missions. Shuezian said, what Xiaoqi said makes sense. Your friend is missing. You can leave this to the Star Guild to deal with. To the Star Guild? Xianxia laughed and pointed at his nose. Our team is the one who saved people. If all our people are missing, who else can we count on? Shuezian frowned. You're too emotional. I've always been like this, Xianxia said. Shuezian slapped the table and said, those who do big things don't stick to small rules. You have to handle your feelings well. Otherwise you'll never be able to become a big shot. Xianxia nodded. Perhaps I might not be able to become the kind of great hero who looks down on the world for the rest of my life. I have never been interested in being such a person. Shuezian said, you've wasted your great talent. Perhaps it's because I'm not cold-blooded enough that my talent is good, Xianxia said. All right. Long Xiaoqi hurriedly waved his hand. You two shouldn't argue here. Since Brother Xiang insists on saving people, we should think of a way to help him accomplish this, rather than adding a stumbling block to him. Brother Xiang, come. Long Xiaoqi spread out a map on the table and said, if you want to save someone, you first need to know what they've experienced. The guild will definitely not authorize you to carry out this rescue operation, so I thought of a way to get you their plan. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, thank you, Brother Long. You're already prepared? Shuezian looked at Long Xiaoqi in surprise. Long Xiaoqi laughed. Because I already know Brother Xiang's character. Come. Skyhawk's plan is to save someone in a village. Long Xiaoqi briefly explained the mission. The Skyhawk had a total of 7,000 people. This time it was divided into 20 teams, each with 200 to 400 people. They went to 20 different regions around the world. Xiaohe and his 7 missing people were all in the 6th team. They were heading to the western Xinjiang Western Cool Continent, a place called the Cold Mountain Ridge. One day, the corrupt experts of the Heavenly Profound sect were maiming and refining 3,000 martial arts youths in a village in the Frost Mountain Ridge. This information was still accurate. When the 6th team went, they really encountered that scene. The time, place, and location were all correct. According to the members of the escaping squad, when they arrived at the mountain village, they happened to see the corrupt path experts driving the young man into the pill furnace. However, the only thing that went wrong was that he had miscalculated the enemy's strength, causing the entire 6th party to have 200 people, almost annihilating them. The people from the Firmament Hawk and the Profound Sky sect traveled for 2 days and 2 nights in the Frost Mountain Ridge. In the end, most of them fled back, but the 7 people, including Xiaohe, were unable to come out. The story was so simple. It was a calamity caused by an inaccurate estimation of the enemy's strength. Hearing this, Xianxia discovered the problem. He muttered, since the Star Guild is confident that the people of the Heavenly Hawk will save the youths, they must have strictly judged the strength of the enemy. It is impossible for such a big loophole to appear. The most important part of making a plan was not the time or place, but the assessment of the enemy's strength. If an expert of the divine martial realm appears on the enemy's side, even if you send 10,000 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists over, you can still die as many as you want. How could the Star Guild make such a big mistake? Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't believe it unless the Star Guild intentionally wants the 6th guild to die. Don't talk nonsense like that. Shuezian hurriedly shouted at Xianxia. Long Shaoqi coughed dryly twice and said with an awkward expression, the guild's judgment of the enemy's strength should be accurate. The strongest enemy expert our people have encountered there is only at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. Xianxia said, since the realm is not high, does it mean that the number of enemies is superior? Long Shaoqi said with a strange expression, I said that you might not believe me. In fact, according to the martial artists who escaped, there is only one person from the profound sky sect. Apart from the Shendao elder who refined the origin pill who didn't have any fighting strength, there was only a young man at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. Are you kidding me? Xianxia suddenly stood up. A young man at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, the heavenly eagle that defeated the 200-man team? Long Shaoqi sighed. Originally, I didn't believe you either, but when I saw you defeating 200 golden lions by yourself, I had no choice but to believe you. Xianxia frowned and shook his head. That's different. Fighting against the golden lions people is simply a struggle for strength and ruthlessness. This is essentially different from risking my life. Moreover, he has the Star River bow in her hand. With this profound grade longbow in her hand, she should be able to kill a good fortune 2nd stage martial artist at the highest. Once, he was at the highest level of fortune shooting, but after consuming the pills given by Xianxia, her cultivation level had increased and her strength had also increased dramatically. Long Shaoqi said, that's why this happened so strangely. The guild suspected that there were other secrets hidden inside. After careful consideration, they did not plan to rescue He and the others. There may be other powerful figures who are secretly helping that Heaven Scryer 9th layer young man. But our people didn't notice. No matter what, I've got the map for you. As for whether you want to save her or not, it's up to you. Xianxia did not reply to Long Shaoqi. Instead, he took out a thin book from his storage ring and placed it in front of Long Shaoqi. This is the method of refining Italian weapons and the specific formula I obtained when I was in the general's mansion in the eastern region. I was careless. I didn't realize that the guild didn't know how to forge Italian weapons. Otherwise, the trip to the martial tombs wouldn't have been so embarrassing. Long Shaoqi picked up Bo Ben and looked at him, wondering, do you want to use it? Xianxia nodded. Brother Long, you have been delayed by the will art. But now your will art can be put to use. Shuezian was overjoyed. This thing really can break through the awakening of talent? That's great. If I had had a weapon in my hand, I wouldn't have been beaten to the point where I didn't have the strength to resist the heavenly profound sex martial practitioners the last time. Long Shaoqi smiled and looked at Xianxia. This weapon refining art is extremely valuable. I will definitely think of a way to help you obtain the corresponding reward. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I don't care if I get a reward or not. I didn't write this artifact forging technique. I just took other people's results. Remember, this Italian weapon can be a newly forged weapon, or it can directly add the attributes of the Italian weapon to the weapons you are using now. Since I have already finished my explanation, I want to set off to save him immediately. Long Shaoqi asked curiously, didn't you just receive a reward of 50 starlight coins? Aren't you going to cultivate and increase your strength further before you go? It's too late, Xianxia said. I'll be late for a while. He and the others will be in danger. Settled then. The brothers of the southern domain will be left to you to take care of. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Farewell, both of you. After saying that, Xianxia immediately left the residential area and headed out of Heavenly Star City. The Star Guild's teleportation array was definitely useless. They would definitely not let Xianxia do such an uncertain thing. Xianxia had just made a great contribution. If Son of Heaven Peak lost a great general like him, then the loss would definitely not be something that 7 people from the Skyhawk could defeat. On the Central Plains Road, apart from the Star Guild, there was only one family that had their own teleportation array. Huangpu clan. The overall structure of Heavenly Star City was a yin-yang fish structure. Half of it belonged to the Star Guild and the other half to the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Actually, this Heavenly Star City was donated to the Star Guild by the Huangpu aristocrat clan as a whole, but in the end, the two clans divided their territories equally. As such, the Star Guild had given the Huangpu clan unparalleled privileges. Without a recommendation letter from the guild, no member of the guild was allowed to enter the other half of the city where the Huangpu aristocrat clan was located. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules of the guild. That was the headquarters of the Huangpu clan, the lifeline of the entire Huangpu clan. It was not something that anyone could enter casually. When Xianxia arrived at the junction of the two cities, he discovered that this place was isolated by a towering city wall. The Star Guild headquarters outside the city wall was bustling with people and was extremely lively. The world inside the city wall was extremely mysterious. There was a passageway between the city walls. There were guild martial artists and Huangpu aristocrat clan martial artists guarding the two ends of the passageway. Stop! The guild martial artist who was guarding the door placed his sword around Xianxia's neck and said, "The forbidden area of Huangpu is not allowed inside. Please show me your recommendation letter." The martial artists guarding the gate were 8 Tianyuan 5th layer guild members. Although their strength was not high, it was enough. This was because this was Star City. As long as they shouted, a large number of experts would come to suppress them. "I don't have a recommendation letter," Xianxia said, "but I'm anxious to see someone from the Huangpu aristocrat clan." The gatekeeper shook his head. "Impossible. You are not allowed to pass without a recommendation letter. This is an agreement between us and the Huangpu aristocrat clan." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "I was reckless." After saying that, he turned around and walked back. But after walking for a while, he suddenly turned around to take a look. Immediately after, Xianxia disappeared into thin air. "Where is he?" The 8 guild guards were immediately shocked. "Find it for me." As long as the eye could see the area, it could teleport over using shape transformation. Xianxia only glanced at the world on the other side of the city wall and teleported directly over. However, on the other side of the tunnel, there was a huge wall blocking the view, so that ordinary people wouldn't be able to directly see through the situation of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Xianxia's teleportation was stopped by the shadow wall. The moment he appeared, he sprinted inside. "Where are you running?" When the guards of the Huangpu aristocrat clan discovered Xianxia, they chased after him with their weapons in hand. The 8 people from the guild stamped their feet anxiously. "This is a big problem. Quickly notify the law enforcement team." These 8 people also didn't have the right of way, so they couldn't cross the border to pursue Xianxia. Xianxia was also helpless. He had to pass through the teleportation array. Otherwise, how big was the Central Plains? If he flew to the western region, he would probably have to fly until next winter. The moment he entered the headquarters of the Huangpu aristocrat clan, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. It was simply a world of immortals. Auspicious clouds blossomed in the sky, and there were immortal cranes shuttling through them. On the ground, there were palaces and pavilions, carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions, flying Zhan Xiao Jiao, tower bridge running water, pond fish jump, red wall jade white, green mountains embraced, Brahma bells folded up, cigarettes curled up. This did not seem like the atmosphere of a business family. On the other hand, the people walking along the Bluestone Road had exposed the nature of the Huangpu aristocrat clan completely. Those people all lowered their heads and hurried forward, each carrying a large pile of documents in their hands. This place was the lifeline of the Huangpu aristocrat clan, and it had an incomparably large database. Everyone was calculating the gains and losses of their business. Xianxia's sudden visit caused everyone on the street to stop, and all of them looked at Xianxia in unison. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't rush forward. His speed was fast, and he could get rid of the guards behind him. But where should he go? He had no idea where he was going. This Xiangnan rubbed his nose and said, "Excuse me, I want to find Senior Huangpu Si King. Where should I go?" The people on the road still stared fixedly at Xiangnan. These people were expressionless. There was neither surprise nor curiosity in their eyes. They just watched in silence. It was as if they were observing a dead wooden sculpture. Before Xiangnan could react, and before the 8 guards could catch up, a group of people had already appeared in front of Xiangnan. These people all wore black cloaks and came silently. Their long hoods covered their faces, and they couldn't see their faces clearly. Shit! Xiangnan thought to himself that something was wrong. He immediately recognized that these were the people from the emergency response unit. He originally thought that relying on his relationship with the Huangpu clan, borrowing a teleportation array was nothing. If he had known that it would be so troublesome, it would have been easier to sneak into the teleportation array in the Star Guild. A man wearing a black cloak walked out and said to Xiangnan, "Friend, you've crossed the boundary. I'll give you 10 seconds to return." Xiangnan already had the intention to retreat, but he was still a bit unwilling to give up. He cupped his fists and said, "I have no intention of offending you. I just came to ask for Senior Huangpu Si King." When the words Huangpu Si King were spoken, the group of black-clothed men suddenly trembled. The leader shouted, "How dare you? Take him down and interrogate him. Let's see what malicious intentions he has." After saying that, the group of black-clothed men immediately rushed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan was stunned. He really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. He pulled out his huge saber and shouted, "Stop! I have no intention of offending you." However, those people from the emergency response unit didn't care what he said. As long as the words Huangpu Si King appeared in his mouth, they would be considered sensitive people. They would definitely bring them back for questioning. The first black-clothed man rushed in front of Xiangnan. He raised his hand gently and aimed his palm at Xiangnan's body. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, he didn't understand the opponent's intention. But then, boom! A fierce aura gushed out from the black-clothed man's palm. Xiangnan had already blocked the path of his saber, but he was still sent flying by the aura. The other 8 guards were just about to arrive when they were hit by Xiangnan. With this collision, the 8 guards vomited blood and were sent flying, smashing into the shadow wall fiercely. While Xiangnan was still flying backwards, 2 shadows had already flashed over and pressed down on Xiangnan's left and right shoulders. The strength of these 2 people was so great that they pressed Xiangnan to the ground. Xiangnan's legs were unstable, and he immediately knelt on the ground. There was a loud boom, and a layer of smoke and dust pervaded the air. This time, Xiangnan was also enraged. "I only kneeled to my parents, elders, and mentors. I didn't even kneel to heaven and earth. Yet you guys are so unreasonable." Xiangnan Gang was so angry that Peng Bai shook his shoulders, sending the experts of the 2 emergency teams flying backwards. "Expert," the leader of the black-clothed men shouted coldly. "There's no need to be merciful, go all out." The Huangpu aristocrat clan was too rich. Even if they threw gold coins into the ocean all day and night, they would never be able to do so in this lifetime. For such a wealthy clan, it would be as easy as turning one's palm to nurture some sophisticated martial arts experts. The experts of the 7 emergency teams were also determined to capture Xiangnan. With their current attacks, they no longer had any mercy. The 2 shadows flashed and pressed down on Xiangnan's shoulders again. Another shadow rushed over and handcuffed a pair of black shackles to Xiangnan's wrists. The shackles emitted a strange fluctuation that could suppress the spiritual energy of humans. Xiangnan didn't dare to underestimate him. He rushed to the left and used his shoulder to knock away an expert from the emergency team. Then, his right hand grabbed onto the neck of another member and threw him fiercely onto the ground. The expert with the shackles struck empty and quickly went to catch Xiangnan. The other 4 experts swam around the perimeter. One of them raised his hands high and suddenly pulled down. Boom! A large golden bell suddenly descended, covering Xiangnan's entire body. Xiangnan charged towards the inner wall of the golden bell. He ferociously collided with the golden bell, but there was only a loud clanging sound. The golden bell did not move at all. What kind of martial skill is this? Xianxia's heart trembled as he looked at the golden bell head-on. He immediately changed his position and jumped out of the golden bell. The eyes of the expert controlling the golden bell twitched. Obviously, it was unexpected. He said, "Perseverance." This person immediately charged towards Xianxia. However, the target of his charge did not seem to be Xianxia, because Xianxia only flashed a little before brushing past him. However, the other 6 experts covered their ears in unison. On the other hand, the people on the streets all fled back to the building. However, the charging expert actually used the stance of an iron mountain to collide with the golden bell. Buzz! Ring-shaped sound waves, like water waves, spread out layer upon layer. The ground, buildings, air, and even the auspicious clouds in the sky were all swayed into layers by this sound wave. It was as if the reflection in the water had been blown away by the waves. Xianxia instantly felt the bones, flesh, and blood in his body ripple in layers. His entire body was frozen in place by the sound wave, unable to even move. The person who struck the bell performed a double-handed incantation gesture and shouted, "Earth-binding curse." He struck the golden bell with his palm. Buzz! The golden bell let out another loud and secluded sound. This time, however, the sound was completely different from the last time. When an object reaches a certain vibration frequency, its mass will change. Xianxia surprisingly discovered that the ground beneath his feet had actually softened under the sound waves. It was like quicksand, causing his legs to sink into it alive. In the blink of an eye, the ground had already reached Xianxia's waist. Although Xianxia struggled with this sound wave, the ground was extremely sticky. No matter how hard he struggled, it was still sticking to his legs. The bell runner performed a double-handed incantation gesture and shouted, "Soul-suppressing curse." With that, he slapped his right hand on the golden bell again. Xianxia was not interested in knowing the characteristics of this soul-suppressing curse. He was afraid that he had already experienced it, so it would be too late. Sneak into the void. Xianxia's body flickered and he disappeared from the ground. Not only did he escape the restraints of the ground, he also escaped the attack of the sound wave. The 7 experts paled at the same time. "Find it!" shouted the black-clothed man in the lead. The bell runner performed a double-handed incantation. "Split the void curse." His right hand slapped towards the golden bell. This void-splitting curse should be a martial skill that could squeeze out all the objects that had escaped into the air. At the same time, Xianxia appeared beside the golden bell and kicked the golden bell. Clang! In an instant, both of them were sent flying by the golden bell. The ringing of the bell was disrupted by Xianxia's kick. The golden bell emitted abnormal fluctuations, and both of them felt their internal organs tremble. The ringer lay on the ground, retching green water. The other 6 people rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was also lying on the ground, but his recovery speed was extremely fast. When the 6 of them rushed forward, Xianxia swung his saber and a fierce dragon waved its tail. The large crescent blade sliced out. The 6 experts jumped up in unison. Xianxia performed a double-handed incantation gesture and roared, "Lightning!" Pooh! A huge profound ice lightning spat out, and the ball of lightning rolled larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a diameter of 100 meters, enveloping all 6 experts. Those 6 people were frozen in the air, unable to move. Right at this moment, the sound of howling came from behind him. 20 members of the law enforcement team wearing golden robes had arrived. The members of the law enforcement teams of the 20-star guilds were all at the first level of good fortune. They all gathered together and formed a heaven-piercing golden sword that stabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia had barely managed to release the lightning, but his body was still being affected by the aftermath of the golden bell, and he continuously felt the urge to vomit. When the golden sword arrived, Xianxia was almost unable to stand firm, but he still raised his huge saber high and said, "Dragon subduing slash." To deal with this kind of large-scale golden sword attack, one had to use imposing martial skills to deal with it. 100-meter diameter Dipper Chi saber light soared into the sky. In the sky, chanting Diana sounds appeared. Countless scriptures were slowly flickering on the blade light. A Chi dragon circled around the blade light at high speed. When the saber light descended, it collided head-on with the golden sword. Boom! This dragon-subduing slash had increased Xianxia's lethality to the first level of good fortune. When the swords and sabers collided, the 20 law enforcement experts were all knocked flying backwards crazily, their mouths spitting out a mist of blood. Xianxia wasn't affected by the shockwave, but the dragon-subduing slash originated from the Prajna palm. Using it once would cause serious damage to himself. Xianxia also spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. After all, the dragon-subduing slash was only one of Xianxia's trump cards. In the blink of an eye, its lethality had risen to the first level of good fortune. However, the members of the 20 law enforcement teams were originally at the first layer of fortune. After landing, they quickly adjusted their postures and charged towards Xianxia. In the sky, the experts of the 6 emergency teams quickly broke free from the ice and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into a desperate situation. In this situation, no matter if it was the law enforcement team or the emergency response team, it was impossible for them to show mercy to him. If he were to surrender and be captured, they might be able to kill him alive. Damn it! Xianxia gritted his teeth and could only amplify his move. He quickly formed an incantation gesture with both his hands and shouted, "King Sparrow Seal!" Who? The Icefire Thunderbird soared into the sky. This was the first time that Xianxia had released the Bird King Seal with the complete white flame blazing lightning and mystic ice frost lightning. The little bird's body had already reached a height of 200 meters. His entire body was covered in ice, and his body was covered in a layer of white flames. Ja! The bird's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The law enforcement team and the emergency response team all widened their eyes, as if they had seen a natural disaster descending on them. Boom! The Thunderbird rushed into the sky and dived down again, exploding fiercely. 20 good fortune first-layer law enforcement experts and 7 members of the emergency response team, who didn't know their realms, were all sent flying by this blow. This time, everyone was lying on the ground. Because Xianxia was exhausted, he sat on the ground gasping for breath. 20 law enforcement experts were lying on the ground, black blood spurting out from their mouths, nose, eyes, and ears. The 7 emergency teams sat cross-legged on the ground, coughing up blood. In the blink of an eye, another 20 golden rays of light shot into the sky. Another 20 experts from the law enforcement team rushed over from the Star Guild. These 20 people were even stronger, and each of them had the second level of fortune. Xianxia sighed and said, "My life is over." This battle was really unclear. Just as the 20 law enforcement experts rushed up, an incomparably huge phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. That phantom was a sea of vicissitudes. Heavens had turned into an ocean. A person stepped out from the ocean. That person held the sea soul fork in his hand and placed it heavily in the air. Buzz! The wave of light from the sea soul fork swallowed all the members of the law enforcement team. Sea King, show mercy. From afar, a deep laugh could be heard. But seeing the stars shine in the sky, a Pisces sign is particularly bright. Suddenly, 2 starfish swam down from Pisces. The Pisces overlapped and replaced with 2 S-shaped swimmers. They dashed around in the light waves, actually disintegrating the light waves. In the sky, the Huangpu Sea King held the sea soul fork in his hand, as if he was not angry at all. At the other end, an old man wearing a big golden robe with a crane-haired and childish face stepped into the air with a beaming smile. Galaxy! The Wampoa Sea King narrowed his eyes. The old man smiled faintly. What made the Sea King so angry? He actually made such a vicious move against the younger generation. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief, finally alarming the Huangpu Sea King. However, this matter itself was not Xianxia's wish. The people from the Huangpu aristocrat clan had told Xianxia more than once that the doors of the Huangpu aristocrat clan would always be open to Xianxia. Could it be that it was so open? The Wampoa Sea King's beard fluttered with rage. He pointed at Xiang Nan and said, I am very reluctant to part with you, nephew Xiang, for the sake of your star guild. What kind of laws did he violate to have you chase after him to our Huangpu aristocrat clan headquarters? Xinghe, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't go out. Oh, Empyrean Galaxy stroked his beard and muttered, I'm not too sure about this either. Huangpu Sea King smiled angrily and said, My nephew Xiang used a Thunderbird strike to hit the ground just now. He is already showing mercy. If he were to hit the Thunderbird on the law enforcement team, they would have a complete corpse left. My nephew Xiang is kind-hearted. But you are so aggressive. This Empyrean Galaxy smiled dryly. He had seen what had happened just now. Knowing that it was a bit wrong, he asked the law enforcement team for the reason. After the law enforcement team explained everything, Empyrean Galaxy and Sea King Huangpu were stunned. So it's like this. Empyrean Galaxy laughed. No wonder you're on the law enforcement team. It's this one-on-one trip to the Huangpu clan, and they're only under orders to capture them. Huangpu Sea King frowned as he looked at Xiang Nan and said, Xian nephew Xiang, is this really the case? If they are lying to you, you don't have to be afraid. With this old man in charge, you just need to tell the truth. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, Indeed. The Wampoa Sea King became even angrier as he stared at the people from the emergency response team. I said earlier that Xiang Bei can freely enter and exit the Wampoa clan. The experts of the 7 emergency teams were also worried, and the leader said, This subordinate doesn't know that he is Xiang Bei, but he didn't give his name. All right, since it's a misunderstanding, let's go. Empyrean Galaxy gave a round and asked Xiang Nan, Since you are in the service of the guild, is there anything you can't find the guild to solve? Why do you need to seek help from outsiders? Xiang Nan told her about the rescue. Empyrean Galaxy nodded slightly. Indeed, if this matter were to spread to me, I would also stop you. The Eagle of the Firmament has already raided the Frost Mountain Ridge once. I'm afraid the Profound Sky Sect is already prepared. If you rush there twice, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? But since the Sea King calls you nephew, I will give him face. You can use the guild's teleportation portal. If you can really save the hostage, I'll give you another 50 starlight coins. Oh, Xiang Nan did not expect that his troubles would bring benefits. 50 more starlight coins would be enough for 100. They could cultivate on the 10th floor of the heavenly sacred mountain for 10 whole days. Isn't that equivalent to raising one's cultivation by 3,000 days to a full 8 years? Since you're here, of course you should use the teleportation portal of our Huangpu aristocrat clan. Then you don't have to trouble Empyrean Galaxy, Huangpu Sea King said with a smile. Nephew Xiang, follow me. With that, the Sea King waved his hand and took Xiang Nan away. The Galaxy Empyrean helplessly smiled and said, This stubborn old man. As he spoke, Empyrean Galaxy looked at the law enforcement team and said, What exactly is the origin of this Xiang Bei? Does he have any kinship with the Huangpu aristocrat clan? How would the law enforcement team know about this? They all shook their heads in confusion. Empyrean Galaxy said, Looks like I have to ask the Sword of Judgment about this. Empyrean Galaxy was in charge of the Glory Shield. It was the Ministry of Internal Affairs, while Xiang Nan was recruited by the Sword of Judgment and was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A member of the law enforcement team whispered, Then is this Xiang Bei breaking into the Huangpu aristocrat clan considered a foul? Wait for him to return. Do you still want to arrest him? Empyrean Galaxy smiled faintly. Catch! Why not? Could it be that, because of the face of a Huangpu Sea King, he ignored the iron laws of the Shield of Glory? It's just, let's see how powerful this northern region is. When the time comes, we'll have to consider the balance between merits and demerits. Above the Huangpu clan. Thank you, Senior Sea King, for saving us. Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands towards the Huangpu Sea King, feeling very grateful. It turned out that the Huangpu Sea King mistakenly thought that the Star Guild was chasing after him. So he appeared and confronted Empyrean Galaxy. Huangpu Sea King shook his head and said, Nephew Xiang, I can only help you one last time. In another 3 days, I will continue to go into seclusion. 3,000 years of lifespan is not long, but it is not short. I forcibly went into seclusion to extend my lifespan. I am truly reluctant to part with the Huangpu aristocrat clan's inheritance. Hearing that, Xiangnan was also very sad. In the end, such a powerful figure could not escape the reincarnation of heaven's will. And what about him? He struggled bitterly, wanting to raise his cultivation realm, but after 100 years, how many people knew about him? In this rolling mortal world, you can go back and forth, walk away, and in the end, it is nothing more than a speck of dust in the long river of history. That person, were they unable to escape this great calamity? Was there another sky beyond the heavenly tribulation realm that the heavenly thunder martial king had been searching for? Can you make someone truly immortal? Xiangnan was absent-minded, he didn't know. Huangpu Sea King looked at Xiangnan and sighed emotionally. Your expression of longing for the Tao is exactly the same as that of the martial king back then. Sometimes, I really wonder if elder brother Wu has failed to cultivate the 9 transformations of thunder. He is unwilling and reincarnated into you. Xiangnan didn't know what to say. People at the Huangpu Sea King level were already accustomed to watching the changes in the sea with cold eyes. No matter what he said in front of him, he felt too pale and powerless. The Huangpu Sea King let out a long sigh. The one I can't let go of the most is the younger generation of the clan. Now, the conflict between the southern and northern clans is getting more and more intense. Now that I'm here, I can still suppress them and make them not dare to move easily. After I go into seclusion again, it will be very difficult to say. That northern clan is extremely ambitious. I suspect that they are secretly colluding with the Profound Sky sect. Xiangnan originally wanted to say, then why didn't you suppress the northern race and execute the troublemaker? But on second thought, this thought was considered from his own point of view, but from the perspective of the interests of the Huangpu clan. In fact, colluding with the heavenly Profound sect by the northern clan would not do any harm to the Huangpu clan. There was only more benefits to the Huangpu clan. If the northern clan could also obtain the support of otherworldly martial artists, perhaps the Huangpu aristocrat clan's business would go to the otherworldly realm. Thinking of this, Xiangnan's heart suddenly trembled. He seemed to have understood all of a sudden. The Huangpu aristocrat clan had a lot of money, so what benefits could they be bought off for? To work for the Profound Sky sect. From the looks of it, it turned out to be because of this. You're very smart. Seeing Xiangnan's expression change, the Sea King seemed to have read Xiangnan's mind. Xiangnan hurriedly lowered his head and said, This junior is overthinking things. The Sea King said, I am old. My thoughts can no longer keep up with youths. As for where the martial Tao should go today, it is up to you to decide for yourselves. The more I interfere, the more backward the wheel of martial arts will be. I can't pull the world of martial arts back to 3,000 years ago. Nephew Xiang, you have a kind heart and treat others kindly. However, this world is dangerous, so you need to pay more attention to it. Xiangnan nodded. He thought that the Sea King was going to take him to the teleportation array, but the Sea King didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. The Sea King said, Do you know what I'm saying to you? Xiangnan shook his head. The Sea King said, I always thought that you were a kind person with a soft heart. You are not suitable for this saber technique. But after a few observations, I found that although you seem gentle on the surface, your heart is as strong as iron. Saber technique? Xiangnanchi said. Wampoa Sea King waved his hand and said, Follow me. With a flash of light, Xiangnan discovered that he had already appeared in the Sea of Forgetfulness. On the surface of the sea, the Huangpu Sea King looked into the distance and recalled, when elder brother Wu Wang was young, he used a set of saber techniques to dominate the world. This saber technique is called the 7 Extremes Ghost Prison. Take a closer look. After saying that, the Huangpu Sea King closed his eyes. His face suddenly turned pale and his aura became weaker and weaker. Slowly, Xiangnan felt that the Huangpu Sea King was on the verge of death. It was at this moment that the Huangpu Sea King suddenly opened his eyes. He flipped his right hand and condensed a huge saber with his dipper chi. However, when he saw the Sea King charging forward, The huge saber in his hand actually shot out a ghostly saber light. The saber light was dark, so powerful that it actually sliced open space. He sliced open the spatial rift. From the spatial rift, an evil ghost actually emerged and lay on the back of the Sea King. The Sea King's eyes were resolute. He simply ignored the evil ghost and continued to charge. Kill again. Every time he charged, every blade light was sharp enough to cut through space. Every time he cut through space, a ghost would fly out of the spatial rift and lie on the Sea King's body. When he used all 7 slashes, there were a total of 7 ghosts lying on his back, chest, legs, arms, and even neck. The evil ghost was in the shape of a black illusion. Inside its open mouth, there were fangs wrapped in black gas. It looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. After 7 slashes, even the Sea King had a saber in his hand. The 7 ghosts on his body also disappeared, and the 7 spatial rifts also disappeared. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. He only felt the heresy of this saber technique. "Do you see that?" the Sea King asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "This saber technique does not dodge, retreat, or even block. All moves are offensive, all moves are desperate. Strictly speaking, this 7 extremes ghost prison is not a martial skill. It is an extremely murderous saber technique that must be executed in a near-death state," said the Sea King. "Because its murderous aura is too heavy, it can even attract evil spirits. If there is a flash of hesitation, fear, and hesitation in your heart, when you use this saber technique, these 7 evil spirits will immediately devour you and eat you up." The Sea King said, "In this lifetime, martial artists have encountered countless enemies. Whoever dares to say how powerful an enemy they have encountered will not have the slightest fear, retreat, or hesitation. That's why I've seen this 7 extreme ghost prison all my life. Only Martial King dares to use it in actual combat. Even I don't have the courage to do so. This saber technique is completely a life-threatening fighting technique. Even if you know that you're going to die, you have to fight like a moth in flames." Xianxia was so shocked that he was speechless. The Sea King added, "Not to mention that dying is not easy. How could you have imagined that the final blow from the enemy would be to kill you to the point where you are on the verge of death, or to kill you directly? This state is unattainable and extremely dangerous. Not to mention the terror of the saber technique itself, this state of near-death alone is filled with danger." The Sea King looked at Xianxia seriously. The 7 extremes ghost prison is so powerful that it can split open that space. However, once it is used, there is no way out. If the 7 blades are complete and the enemy is not dead, then you are dead. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "What kind of concept is it to split open a spatial rift?" The Sea King proudly said, "Those below the divine martial realm will die if they touch it." His Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The Sea King said, "Even though you know how terrifying this 7 extremes ghost prison is, do you still want to learn it?" This was truly a suicidal knife technique, even more extreme than the phaseless tribulation finger. Not to mention whether or not he could kill his enemies. Xianxia was hesitant for a moment. Even if he couldn't bear it, he would be swallowed by the evil ghost in the process of these 7 slashes. If you can't kill someone, then kill yourself. Learn. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Neptune nodded slightly. Only those who have reached the peak of their obsession can use this saber technique. That's why I refuse to teach you. Come over with your ears and remember the incantation in your heart. The Sea King whispered in Xianxia's ear. As Xianxia listened, a look of horror appeared on his face. This saber technique is truly amazing. It needs to be on the verge of death before it can be released. What was that concept? If Xianxia couldn't kill a strong enemy within 7 blades, he would definitely die. He was already on the verge of death, so he wouldn't allow himself to be mercenary. After remembering the incantation, Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Heavenly Thunder Martial King, you're a ruthless person. Not only did this senior create the 9 transformations of thunder that shook the past and present, even the 7 extremes ghost prison saber technique was created by him. How ruthless and life-threatening a person had to be in order to create a desperate cultivation technique and martial skill. The Huangpu Sea King nodded and said, "All right, I've already given you everything I can. I need you to fight for the rest. You need to understand my pains. If I pave the way for you, you won't be able to become that person." "This junior understands," Xianxia nodded. "This is the reason why the royal family is so defeated. Not everything is the best for you. You will be invincible under the heavens." Most of the emperor's sons were useless trash because they could get anything they wanted and eventually turned into a puddle of mud that couldn't support the wall. The Huangpu Sea King waved his hand and brought Xianxia back to Heavenly Star City. The Huangpu aristocrat clan's teleportation portal was widely spread throughout the world, and it was the largest network of teleportation portals in the world. In many places, even the teleportation array of the Star Guild could not reach, but the Huangpu aristocrat clan could. In order to save time for Xianxia, the Huangpu Sea King directly teleported Xianxia to the West Cool continent. Xianxia felt a flash of light in front of him, and he was suddenly enlightened. Really amazing. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If we use the Star Guild's teleportation array, we can only reach a certain major continent in the western region at most, and then we have to make a special trip to the West Cool. That's good. I'm coming directly. Xianxia looked around for a while, then opened the map to take a look. Finally, he confirmed his location. Very close. Too close. The area he was in was directly the Frost Mountain Ridge. Xianxia's expression was strange. He didn't know what to say, but he was once again convinced by the terrifying abilities of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. The land of West Cool, many outsiders, and the entire western border is the hometown of the paradox. Almost all of the martial artists in the western region were proficient in profound Dao and paradox techniques. Even those who specialized in martial Dao knew at least a little bit about paradox techniques. As for martial artists in this place, their power was definitely not the greatest. They had always been ruthlessly suppressed by the profound Dao. Xianxia also started to be a little cautious. It was baffling that he accidentally entered someone else's sinister formation. He didn't even know how he died. Looking around, the ghost aura on the Frost Mountain Ridge was dense. He activated his lightning vision, and the entire sky turned black. Countless grievances gathered in the air, forming a gray vortex that shook the sky and covered the sun, slowly spinning. When Xianxia was using the dead sword in the northern domain, he had seen this scene once. However, there was no need to use the death sword to see just how much resentment was accumulated here. It was unknown how many creatures had died. Waves of cold wind blew through Xianxia's bones, causing him to subconsciously wrap his sleeves. According to the map given by Long Shaoqi, the battle area between the Heavenly Eagle and the Profound Sky Sect was right behind the 16 mountain peaks. This Hanshan mountain range was an extremely dense Inqi mountain range. It was said that there were sinister cultivators all year round who brought living people in to refine all kinds of poisons, pills, and so on. Xianxia lowered his body and stroked towards the northwest. Along the way, the vegetation showed a dead gray color. The gray leaves were covered with strange insects. Ah! A deafening scream suddenly sounded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly brandished his saber to slash. However, he saw that the one screaming in his ears was actually a strange little bug. The little bug was only as thick as its index finger. It was white, tender, and its big eyes were hazy. It was unbelievably cute. Before Xianxia could regain his senses, the little bug suddenly opened its mouth. Its body was only the size of an index finger, but its mouth was actually as big as an apple. Ah! Another miserable scream shocked Xianxia to the point where he didn't know why. At this moment, a rustling sound sounded in the surroundings. Xianxia hurriedly took 2 steps back. All the trees, grass, ground, and tree trunks around him were covered with those insects. Ah! Tens of thousands of insects screamed in unison, and that scream was terrifying. The shocking scream caused Xianxia to suddenly feel a negative emotion. He suddenly felt that life was boring, and he actually grabbed the giant saber and wanted to cut himself off. At this moment, a flapping sound of wings resounded. However, the little bird flew out with a whoosh and swallowed the little bug that was leading the way and shouting. Little Sparrow's behavior also startled the insects. Xianxia suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After the little bird ate the little bug, its eyes flickered with a light, and it raised its wings like a human giving a thumbs up. It was delicious. This time, the little bird let go of its joy, jumped up and down, flew left and right, and swallowed the insects non-stop. "Shut up, you little bastard." Xianxia was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. "You don't know if eating something like this would harm your body. How could venerable little sparrow care so much?" He was eating happily. Looking at it like that, he wished that there was a pot of good wine to match to make it even more enjoyable. The more the little bird ate, the happier it became, and its realm actually soared. After consuming 1,000 insects, it had already reached the 3rd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Eat another 1,000, and you'll reach the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. After eating another 1,000, he reached the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Xianxia was stunned and didn't stop the little bird anymore. He muttered to himself, "This? What kind of insect is this? How can it be so beneficial after eating it?" Xianxia licked his lips. If he didn't feel disgusted, he would have eaten a few of them himself. The little bird pointed at Xianxia with the tip of its wing, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. "Who the hell wants to rob you of insects to eat?" Xianxia cursed angrily. The little bird seemed as if it didn't know how full it was, and it actually crazily devoured more than 30,000 insects, and its realm had actually risen to the 1st level of the Heaven Scryer realm. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Dark clouds covered the moon in the sky, and the little bird's entire body emitted 100 zhong of white light. His figure changed, and he was already the size of a goshawk. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "Why did you suddenly grow up? Has the little bird turned into an eagle?" No, it is indeed a bird the size of an eagle." "Wow! My blood-defying insect! Which unsightly thief stole my blood-defying insect?" Within the forest, there was a shriek of shadows and heart-wrenching screams. "It's bad. It's causing trouble." Xianxia grabbed the bird and ran away. So those insects were raised by someone. The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder and burped happily. Xianxia had also consumed it. With such a small stomach, he didn't know how to store 30,000 insects. Whoosh! A streak of black gas soared into the sky. The black gas filled the air and clouds. Within the clouds stood an old man with fluttering beard and a ferocious expression. "Dog thief! Where do you escape from?" When the old man saw Xianxia, he pointed at Xianxia and said, "Death Soul Curse!" A terrifying streak of life-threatening black gas shot straight towards Xianxia. This was a paradox. Xianxia's backhand was a jade scale finger, and the star map behind him shone. That Yuheng finger collided with the Death Soul Curse and was actually shattered. The black gas from the Death Soul Curse was still charging towards Xianxia. Xianxia's mind buzzed as he knew that he had kicked an iron nail. I wonder what kind of strange technique that Death Soul Curse is. Will he die after being hit? Xianxia hurriedly hid in the void and dodged a finger. The old man's long hair grew longer and longer. It was already several miles away, like a black devil. What realm was that old monster? Xianxia simply couldn't escape. He discovered that he had encountered a four-sided chi wall. No matter where he fled, he would be bounced back by the invisible chi wall. It's an invisible cage. "Senior, calm down." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. How could the old man have heard so much? He directly descended from the black clouds. Countless long black hair swept towards Xianxia like threads that filled the sky. Xianxia waved his hand and slashed. The fierce saber light hit the long hair, but it did not produce any effect. Those long hair was very soft. After being hit by the saber light, they were only pushed down and bounced back, bouncing the saber light away. Xianxia was helpless. That old ghost's realm was simply impossible to see through. This meant that his realm was sufficient to surpass the 5th level of good fortune. Ordinary Shendao cultivators naturally didn't have much offensive power, such as Old Man Tianji. However, the sly cultivator was a completely different kind of person. Their profound Tao attainments and killing methods were all varied. Death, soul curse. The old man waved his loose sleeves and pointed at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan had nowhere to go, and he didn't know what to do. At this moment, the little sparrow suddenly opened its mouth and ate the black gas from the death soul curse in one mouthful. Xiang Nan was stunned. Even the old man was stunned. Suddenly, the old man became excited. He flew wildly towards the little bird and stretched out his ghost-clawed hands. "I'll strangle you to death." "Senior, calm down. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Xiang Nan waved his hand repeatedly. "You can't exchange for those blood-defying bugs even if you kill me. Aren't you losing money?" The old man suddenly stopped, his hands almost grabbing Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Listen to me." The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Listen to me. I don't care what treasure you have to compensate me for. If I kill you, I'll naturally get your storage ring." "Naturally," Xiang Nan said hurriedly. "But you can't get what's in my mind. Anyway, the reverse bloodworm has been eaten by my little bird. How about I compensate you for a brilliant formation?" The old man was skeptical. "You little thief, you're young. What kind of formation do you know?" When Xiang Nan saw that his expression was relaxed, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately executed the heavenly dipper demon subduing array. When the old man saw such a formation, his eyes immediately lit up. "Strange formation. Haha. There is actually such a strange formation in the world. If I were to learn such formations to deal with those sinister old ghosts, wouldn't it be like a fish in water? Huh?" The old man excitedly grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder and said, Quickly teach me this spell formation, right?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment. "I can teach you formations, but since you are active in the Frost Mountain Ridge, have you ever seen a group of vicious cultivators who refine living people into pills?" Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly jumped into a rage. "You are with them?" No. Xiang Nan hurriedly argued. Only after inquiring did he know that the heavenly profound sect cultivators were refining origin pills here, occupying the old man's territory. The old man was unconvinced and went to the heavenly profound sect to argue with the cultivators. In the end, he was beaten half to death by the elders sent by the heavenly profound sect. After the people from the profound sky sect left, the old man quietly returned and quickly fed his blood-defying insects. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. The old man said, "Let's go. It's been 2 days." Xiang Nan was anxious. If he couldn't find anyone, how could he save Xiaohe? The old man was afraid that Xiang Nan would be anxious, so he didn't teach him the heavenly dipper demon subduing formation. He hurriedly said, "I have a way for you to find them. Speak quickly." Xiang Nan hurriedly said. The old man said, "Those people are heretics and evil sects. If you only look for them blindly, you can't identify them at all. Even if you brush past them on the road, you can't see why. Especially one of the old monsters. He can hide all the auras of a martial artist." "Then what should we do?" Xiang Nan said. The old man said, "They have just left, so they should continue to look for young people with martial arts talent. In this way, I will temporarily turn you into a 9-year-old child. All you need to do is show off and you will definitely be captured by them." "Why didn't I think of it?" Xiang Nan patted his forehead and said, "Good idea. Quick, teach me the formation." The old man hurriedly said. Xiang Nan told the old man about the heavenly dipper demon subduing formation. After the old man heard this, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. He opened his big mouth, which was as big as a whale. He actually wanted to swallow Xiang Nan alive. Xiang Nan also sneered, "Try eating one of mine. There's still one last incantation that I haven't told you about that formation." The old man's mouth had already enveloped half of Xiang Nan's body. Hearing this, he hastily shrank back. He looked at Xiang Nan doubtfully. Xiang Nan said, "Do you think I will believe you, the sly cultivators? You can try and see if the formation can be set up." The old man said suspiciously, I've already practiced your incantation in my heart. It's absolutely true. Don't try to lie to me. As he spoke, the old man really tried, but in the end, he was really unable to set up a formation. You dare to play this game with me? The old man was shocked and furious. Xianxia said, Senior, if you are willing to let me go and turn me into a child, when I leave Xiliang, I will tell you all the complete incantations. I swear by my Tao heart. When the old man saw Xianxia swear on his Tao heart, he no longer doubted it. He formed seals with both of his hands, and the speed of his seals was as fast as an illusion, causing Xianxia to feel terrified. Immediately after, the old man slapped Xianxia's chest. Before Xianxia could react, his body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, he was already a 9-year-old child. I really succeeded. Xianxia was overjoyed. The old man said, This shrinking magic can break itself. When you need it, bite the tip of your tongue and activate a drop of blood essence. Your age and realm will return. Hurry up and leave. Don't forget the oath you swore. Naturally, Xianxia nodded and said, If I were still alive, I would definitely tell you the complete formula. After saying that, Xianxia left the Frost Mountain Ridge with Little Sparrow. Actually, Xianxia had already told the old man the complete formula. However, the foundation for using the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing formation required a technique that could only reach the sun as its source, such as the Sun God technique. Therefore, this oath was completely ineffective. The old man was secretly delighted and happily returned to Xianxia and the others in the Frost Mountain Ridge. Xianxia didn't feel guilty. This old ghost had killed countless people, so it wasn't too much to trick him once. Cold Mountain Ridge, located in the northwest border of the West Cool continent, and then out is the Endless Sea. If the people of the Profound Sky sect moved their positions, they could only go deeper into the West Cool. Xianxia flipped through the map, and then went inside. It was a place called Jade Lake. However, Xianxia was very curious about the situation of the little bird. Can you swallow the power of the sly technique? The little bird raised its head proudly. At this moment, it already had the height of a baby eagle, much more formidable than before. Since Xianxia had become a child, he naturally couldn't let it stand on his shoulder. So he let it stand on his left arm. At first glance, it looked like a child playing with an eagle. As for Xianxia's cultivation, he was similarly suppressed. Currently, he was only at the body-tempering realm. By Chui Lake was a large area that spanned thousands of kilometers. Like an inland sea, the lake water was poisonous. All year round, it was refined and poisoned by various Shendao cultivators. In the end, the lake water was extremely complicated. The entire lake was dark green, and it even emitted a faint green light at night. Ordinary people would die if they touched such lake water, and martial artists would also be poisoned if they touched it. However, strangely enough, a very peculiar type of spiritual herb grew around the enormous jade lake. It was called jade chrysanthemum. This type of chrysanthemum could cure 1,000 poisons. High value. Throughout the world, only Jade Lake produced jade chrysanthemums. This caused a large number of commoners to reside around Jade Lake, and herb gatherers would come in all year round to test their luck. If they were lucky enough to pick a jade chrysanthemum, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. In the most poisonous place, there is a jade chrysanthemum that can cure 1,000 poisons. It really is one thing for one thing. Xianxia looked at the strange green lake in front of him and sighed with emotion at the masterpiece of nature. I wonder if Lotus and the others will plant poison in their bodies after being captured by the Profound Sky sect. If I can find a jade chrysanthemum, I can be considered to have a way out. Xianxia looked at the little bird and said, Go, fly everywhere. Find me one of the green jade chrysanthemums. Don't be greedy and eat it, or I'll break your wings. Little Sparrow slapped Xianxia's face and flew away. Xianxia was unconscious for 3 hours. When he woke up, he suddenly saw a group of people gathered in a circle, looking at him. He rubbed his face and thought to himself that if he saw the little bird in a while, he would stew it. Damn it, a heaven-scrying first-stage martial artist like me will be slapped. A simple and honest middle-aged man laughed. Little child, Why are you sleeping alone by the lake? Could it be that he fainted from the poisonous gas? A chubby ant said from the side. Everyone pulled Xianxia up, patted his body with dirt, and fed him water and medicine. Where is your home? We'll send you back. The uncle smiled foolishly. Xianxia scratched his head and said, My family is far away. I can't find a way back. How pitiful. The ant wiped the dirt off Xiangxia's face with a wet cloth and said, Then come back with us first. I reckon that you are young and can't run far. Your parents might come to find you. This was a group of people who came in to pick herbs. They formed a herb-picking convoy. Although Bai Tsueju could not be found, there were still some random poisonous weeds. On other continents, sales of poisonous weeds were very limited, but they were best-selling here. It was just that one had to be extra careful when picking poisonous weeds. Xianxia sat in the carriage and staggered along with the convoy. He wasn't worried about Little Sparrow. That guy's cultivation had improved, and his nose was also very smart. As long as he didn't leave it 1,000 miles away, it should be able to find him. On the way, Xianxia asked the uncle if there were any missing children nearby. The answer was yes. Xianxia immediately became vigilant. In other words, there was a possibility that he would encounter people from the profound sky sect here. The convoy consisted of more than 100 people. They walked along the lake for 30 to 50 li before arriving at a brightly lit village. The village was built by the lake. A large number of wooden houses were built on giant trees, and wooden stairs rose around the trees, leading straight into the house. Because the wooden house was very tall, lanterns were hanging everywhere, and it looked very happy. Beneath the trees, there was a bustling night market that sold all kinds of snacks. Although the lake was poisonous, the people living nearby were friendly and talkative. In the village, there was a cute little boy with big eyes like Xiangxia's. Moreover, there was always an adult smell in his eyes, which made the villagers like him very much. Xianxia sat in the wooden house and looked down at the night market. People kept coming to visit him. Some were carrying eggs, some were carrying small shoes, and some were wearing cotton-padded jackets. They were all prepared for Xianxia. The uncle happily said to Xianxia, We're too dangerous here. We haven't had an outsider for many years. The robe you're wearing is so big. It should be your father's. The neighbors brought you clothes and changed it. Xiangxia's heart was warm. After putting on the children's clothes, he looked at himself in the bronze mirror and felt that he had regained his youthful appearance. Let's go. I'll take you to eat delicious food. The ant walked over and pulled Xianxia down the wooden stairs. The night market was brightly lit. People from the nearby villages also came to the market. Everyone was surprised to see Xianxia and kept asking questions. Occasionally, Xianxia would be pinched twice. Xianxia was very touched. The people here were simple, warm, and cheerful. A strange child came from the village. What's the big deal? But here, Xianxia actually felt the treatment of an emperor. Everyone's enthusiasm made Xianxia feel that it was a little too much. The uncle seemed to like Xianxia very much and kept buying him all kinds of delicious food. In the blink of an eye, Xiangxia's hand was already stuffed with sugar gourds, kebabs, and roasted birds. Xianxia laughed. This was the world of his dreams. If one day he gave up the clamor and struggle of the martial world, he would be willing to live and work in such a place and spend the rest of his life with his beloved. Ah, this child is so handsome. A half-grown girl ran over and inserted a flower into Xiangxia's ear. In the first half of the night, every family carried lanterns to the lake. The people lit a campfire and began singing and dancing according to the Emerald Lake. Outsiders rarely passed by this place. Only herb gatherers lived all year round, so they could only entertain themselves and enjoy themselves. That half-grown girl had a good impression of Xiangxia. She pulled Xiangxia around and insisted on playing hide-and-seek. Xiangxia was completely ignorant of this kind of child's game. The more confused his eyes were, the more the 14 or 15-year-old girl liked it. He pinched Xiangxia's face and touched his hair. Gradually, it was late at night, and the final celebration was over. The little girl was reluctant to part with Xiangxia, so she insisted on crying and dragging Xiangxia to her house. Uncle had been smiling foolishly all this while, but in the end he still agreed. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, could it be that he really had so much charm? Even a 14 or 15-year-old girl fell for him. After returning to the girl's house, the girl's parents also loved Xianxia very much. The girl's mother held on to Xianxia's hand and sized him up. She smiled nonstop and said, "Why don't you just be our family's uncle?" The little girl was not shy and smiled generously. Xianxia knew that they were teasing him, so he laughed with them. The child didn't have any worries. The family arranged for Xianxia to sleep in the same bed as the little girl. In the middle of the night, a cool breeze blew in from outside the window, and a flapping sound of wings could be heard. Xianxia quietly touched and got up, only to find that his hand had always been held by the little girl. He struggled free and walked to the window, pushing it open. Outside the window, the little bird was standing on the edge of the window with a green chrysanthemum in its mouth. He turned around to look at the little girl, then turned around to look at the little bird in the window. Xianxia suddenly felt as if his past life's hatred and battles were just nightmares. His heart was touched by a string, and it suddenly softened. His eyes were slightly moist. "Ah, you have a baby eagle." Early in the morning, the little girl stared at Little Sparrow curiously with her watery eyes. "This isn't an eagle." The girl's mother smiled and walked in with the basin in her hand, saying, "The eagle's mouth is curved." This? The ant couldn't recognize him. Little Sparrow had eaten a lot of messy things, secretly eaten snake yellow, drank flood dragon blood, ate countless spiritual herbs, was burned by fire, was struck by lightning, and was simply a person who had suffered 1,000 knives. Nowadays, the little bird's appearance was indeed very strange. Almost no kind of bird was like it. Its mouth was straight, but it was very short and cute. Its pair of eyes seemed to have inherited the big eyes of the blood-defying bug and shone brightly. On the fiery red feathers, there were faint lightning markings. They were both beautiful and cute. The girl did not care what the bird was. She held it in her arms and said intimately, "It looks so cute." A sinister cold light flashed through the little bird's eyes, and it kept rubbing its head against the little girl's chest. Xianxia was so angry. After washing up and eating breakfast, the little girl pulled Xianxia out to play. "I know a secret place nearby." The little girl raised her finger at her lips and said, "I'll take you there. Don't tell my parents." Xianxia simply passed the time and went with her. "What is your name?" The little girl pulled Xianxia to run on the grass and asked. "Xianxia." "What about you?" Xianxia asked. "My name is Cui Cui." The little girl laughed like a silver bell. The two of them tossed and turned for a long time before finally arriving in front of an incomparably large ancient tree. "Look, there's a tree hole," Cui Cui said to Xianxia. This tree was strangely thick, but it was strangely short. The diameter of its trunk was estimated to require more than 200 adults to embrace it, but it was only 7 to 8 meters tall. Xianxia was also curious about such a rare tree. He followed Cui Cui into the hole in the tree, and a strong smell immediately came from inside, causing Xianxia to feel his spirit tremble. "Ray, there was actually a lightning attribute inside," Cui Cui whispered. "All kinds of small animals often die near this tree. I don't know why, but none of our villagers dare to come. But there's something good inside. Only I know." Inside the tree hole there was a winding path downwards. That path was very narrow, and only a child could enter it. Cui Cui took the lead and climbed in, followed by Xianxia. He climbed down 30 to 50 meters, and suddenly, a hole appeared in front of him. This cave was filled with sparkling stones. It was colorful and beautiful. Xianxia's eyes widened. He touched the stones. These stones weren't precious stones, but the light inside them was lightning. This Xianxia was completely confused. Is there lightning under the tree? What's the explanation? Something's wrong. A dense lightning attribute came from beneath his feet. "Little sparrow, dig," Xianxia said. The little bird immediately tossed it 3 meters deep with its beak, and a strange green thunderball appeared. The ball of lightning actually grew beneath the intertwined roots of the tree, providing energy for the giant tree. This lightning ball was truly a world-exterminating divine lightning, but its power was extremely weak. If it really was on the divine lightning rankings, it would probably be 100+ items. Xianxia was greatly disappointed. Thinking about it, it was also true. How could he find high-grade divine lightning in such a place? However, what kind of divine lightning was this? What's his name? Cui was also stunned as she curiously reached out to touch the divine lightning. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly pulled her hand back. In a blink of an eye, the little bird swallowed the little green thunderball in one bite. Holy shit! Xianxia grabbed the bird's neck and said, "Spit it out! You're crazy! Eat everything!" Gulu. The little bird swallowed. Xianxia fell to the ground and thought to himself, "It's over. This guy actually ate the world-devastating divine lightning. No matter how weak it is, it's still a divine lightning. Only those who have cultivated the 9 transformations of thunder can devour thunder." The little bird shook its body a few times and fell unconscious. "Ah!" Cui cried anxiously. "Your little eagle is dead." Xianxia was so angry that his eyes turned red. He hurriedly examined the little bird and discovered that this fellow was actually still alive. He thought to himself, he might as well use the 9 transformations of thunder to suck out the divine lightning. It would be a pity if he wasted a place to store the divine lightning. But then, Xianxia discovered a strange place, and the world-exterminating divine lightning disappeared from the little bird's body. In other words, they were one with the little bird. Take it back first. Perhaps you'll wake up in 2 days. Xianxia did not know how to explain the current situation. Little Sparrow ate everything and drank dragon blood, but he had never died. Worst of all, it had eaten a resurrection pill before, and it could be reborn no matter what. Cui was so anxious that she shed tears and kept apologizing to Xianxia. If she hadn't brought Xianxia over, Xiaoying wouldn't have died. Xianxia could only keep comforting her. The two of them held hands and walked back. When they returned to the village, the scene in front of them left the 2 children dumbfounded. Blood! Blood everywhere! Cui immediately went crazy, screaming as she ran wildly towards the village. Xianxia's heart pounded as he ran along. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen. Blood was everywhere along the road. When they arrived at the village, Xianxia pulled Cui behind the tree and hid. The entire village was tied up and imprisoned by the lake. 2 men in black. One was tying up the villagers, while the other had just pulled out a sharp knife from the head of the uncle who had brought it back to Xianxia. Xianxia's mind exploded with a buzz. The whole village cried out heavily. Profound sky sect. Fuck your ancestors. Xianxia went mad and stuffed the little bird into Cui's embrace before charging towards the lake. He bit the tip of his tongue and activated his blood essence. He wants to kill. However, his body had not been restored. His realm had not been restored. When the 2 black-clothed men saw Xianxia, one of them suddenly flashed, trapping Xianxia with a rope and shouting, "This child has martial arts talent, and he is very high." The other black-clothed man dodged behind the tree that Xianxia had just hid from. Xianxia suddenly turned around. Cui was still there. The black-clothed man took Cui out and said, "No talent." After saying that, the black-clothed man kicked Cui's chest, causing Cui's chest to crumble and her internal organs to be squeezed out. "No!" Xianxia roared. He was so regretful that his intestines were broken that he was waved by the old ghost. Biting through the tip of his tongue, he simply couldn't restore his body. That kind of paradox that made people smaller wasn't so perfect either. Xianxia's blood boiled with rage as he bit the black-clothed man's wrist. However, the black-clothed man was clearly a martial cultivator above the origin realm. Xianxia took a bite and did not even bite open the black-clothed man's skin and flesh. The aunt who rescued Xianxia was crying as she looked at her husband's corpse. Seeing that Xianxia had been captured, she did not know where the strength came from, but she jumped up and rushed towards Xianxia. "Let him go. I'll fight you. Mortal, he." The black-clothed man pulled Xianxia over with a slippery step. His right hand pierced into the ant's chest and pulled out a beating heart. "Ah!" Xianxia punched and kicked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man slapped his hand and angrily said, "If it weren't for your talent in martial arts, I would have killed you right now. Little bastard. Be honest with me." Xianxia's teeth were about to bleed. He looked fiercely at the black-clothed man. His gaze caused the black-clothed man to tremble. He had never seen such a gaze before. Xianxia wanted to activate the world-exterminating divine lightning, but the divine lightning did not respond. He wanted to release his dipper chi, but the spiritual sea was deathly silent. Impossible. It's not possible. The old ghost was clearly still hoping that he could tell him the complete incantation. It was impossible for him to deceive him like this. If he died, he wouldn't get anything. Xianxia didn't know where the problem was, but he kept using his brain to find a way to solve it. However, he couldn't find any clues. The old ghost used a strange technique that he didn't understand at all. However, the scene in front of him made Xianxia's eyelids tear apart. The bodies of children floated in the dark green lake. Heaven's black sect searched for children with martial arts talent here. Those who were useless would be killed on the spot and thrown into the lake. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering cattle and sheep. "Be honest." The black-clothed man holding Xianxia shouted. "Are all the children here? Tell the truth." The villagers were all waiting for their blood-red eyes, but none of them answered his question. Another black-clothed man said, "Oh, there must be some mistakes. I don't know where these two children ran out from just now. The higher-ups have given the order. There are at least two children here. They are talented in martial arts. Right now, I only found one. There's another one. Speak." The black-clothed man grabbed Chui's mother and said, "Do you still have any children under the age of 15? Hand them over." Chui's mother had already lost her rationality by howling. She just kept on crying and couldn't even say a word. The black-clothed man was impatient and kicked her to death. "Kill him. If you don't hand him over, then kill the entire village," cried the black-clothed man who was grabbing Xianxia. The other black-clothed man began to move. He grabbed a villager and pressed his head into the lake. The villager kept kicking and struggling in pain, but how could he be the opponent of the black-clothed man? In an instant, he did not move. The black-clothed man did the same, pressing all the villagers in and poisoning them to death in the lake. "Aren't you afraid of being scourged by the heavens by doing this?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. The black-clothed man slapped Xianxia's face again. "Shut up!" The more corpses floated on the surface of the lake. The more. Xianxia felt his brain buzzing and his entire body numb. He stared at this scene with his eyes wide open, his face ashen. "I know. Damn it. I've finally thought of it." The murderer in black suddenly shouted. He pulled a pregnant woman over and said, "In the stomach." The black-clothed man grabbed Xianxia and laughed. "So that's the case. It's actually an unborn baby. Now, even if we find all of them, we can take that pregnant woman with us." Another black-clothed man chuckled and tied up the pregnant woman. Then he threw out a thread. The threads began to swiftly revolve around the trees, forming a huge silver net. "Stop!" Xianxia roared. "You've already found someone. Stop!" The black-clothed man didn't care what Xianxia said. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Mortal, is there any value in living?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled his right hand and quickly put away the entire net. The silver threads cut everyone in the village in half. "Take it away." Another black-clothed man grabbed Xianxia and the pregnant woman and flew into the distance. The wind whistled in his ears, and Xianxia's heart was already cold. "I'll remember you too." Xianxia laughed, tears streaming down his face as he laughed. "I remember." The black-clothed man brought Xianxia and the pregnant woman and landed in a town 100 miles away. Back then, blood had flowed like a river, and the 50-odd wooden bars were filled with children. Xianxia was thrown into a prison carriage by the black-clothed man, and then, along with the others, he wantonly ran rampant in the wide streets of the town. They rushed into every house and pulled the civilians out and knelt down on the streets. The adults were kicked to death on the streets, while the children were tested. If they did not have martial arts talent, they would also be kicked to pieces in the chest. Dozens of Origin Realm martial practitioners rushed out of the town desperately, but before they could make a move, they were directly killed by the black-clothed men of the Profound Sky sect. "We are from the Heavenly Devil religion," a black-clothed man shouted loudly. "If you have grievances or enmities, come find us in the next life." Xianxia saw what cruelty was. What the Heavenly Profound sect said was even more ridiculous. Heavenly Devil religion? The people of the Heavenly Devil sect would never call themselves that. They would only call themselves sacred sects. A black-clothed man brought the mayor over. "This old man's grandson has talent. He's gone." The other black-clothed man grabbed the two little grandsons of the mayor. The mayor was so anxious that he urged the weather to fight against the black-clothed man. One after another, the weather hacked down on the black-clothed man's body, not even able to injure a single hair. The black-clothed man smiled faintly and grabbed the mayor and flew towards the bell tower. He actually managed to pierce the mayor through the tower's spire alive. Almost there, a woman dressed in black walked over with a smile. All the black-clothed men stood still, seemingly respectful to the woman. The woman did not have the slightest bit of pity for such a bloody human tragedy. She still had a faint smile on her face. When Xianxia saw the woman's face, his mind exploded with a buzz. Xianxia was about to go crazy. He placed his hands on the railing and pushed out desperately. He shouted at the woman, "Jiang Shuelu, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing such an unacceptable thing?" The woman was suddenly stunned and suddenly looked at Xianxia. "You know me?" she asked in shock. That woman was actually General Shuelu. Xianxia was so angry that his teeth almost shattered. He roared, "You damn foolish woman, what did you do?" Jiang Shuelu frowned and said, "Where did this child come from?" A black-clothed man hurriedly bowed and whispered, "I brought it from the village of Jade Lake." "How did he know my name?" Jiang Shuelu said. Xianxia roared, "Answer me! Why are you doing this?" Jiang Shuelu looked at Xianxia impatiently and said, "Shut up! What do you know?" "Heh heh." Xianxia sat down dispiritedly. "You've been tempted. The Profound Sky sect has given you countless benefits and respected you as a master. You've changed your mind. You've become cold-blooded and heartless. You're no longer the General Shuelu you used to be." Jiang Shuelu felt that it was inconceivable that such words were actually spoken by a child, and it seemed that she understood her past. She looked at Xianxia curiously and said, "Bring this child out and ask him to accompany me on the way. I have something to ask him." "Yes." A black-clothed man pulled Xianxia out and stuffed him into Jiang Shuelu's hand. Then Jiang Shuelu whispered in Xianxia's ear, "Who exactly are you? Speak. If you are the descendant of our Jiang clan, I can let you go." Xianxia laughed coldly. He gritted his teeth and whispered in Jiang Shuelu's ear, "I'm Xianxia." Jiang Shuelu was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. She panicked and shook her head repeatedly. "No, no. This is impossible." Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. "For your sake, I have my two best brothers risk their lives to search the entire northern domain for your whereabouts. But you, Jiang Shuelu, you're really good. You must not let me live, otherwise I will take your life." Jiang Shuelu was furious and raised her hand to fight. But when she saw Xianxia's gaze, it was indeed a gaze that she was incomparably familiar with. "Come on. Fight. Kill me," Xianxia roared. Shuelu took a few steps back in a daze, gasping for breath. She suddenly cried and covered her face, saying, "I don't want to do this either. I don't want to do this either. But I..." At this point, Shuelu suddenly stiffened, as if she was being controlled by something. Her eyes regained their coldness. This scene caused Xianxia to be stunned. He immediately understood. Shuelu was controlled by her mind. Xianxia was certain that Shuelu was mentally controlled. A person's eyes couldn't lie. When Shuelu saw all the men, women, and children being slaughtered, she could still keep a smile on her face. There wasn't the slightest hint of avoidance or unbearability in her eyes. Even if a person was truly determined to begin to deteriorate, she would still have to go through a transitional stage in the early days of becoming a bad person. It was impossible for her to ignore her life to such an extent all of a sudden. Xianxia stopped talking. He didn't know if the person who used mental control on Jiang Shuilu was monitoring Jiang Shuilu 24 hours a day. If he was talking to Jiang Shuilu, it would be the same person who was monitoring Jiang Shuilu, and his identity would be exposed. That caused Shui Lu to regain her ice-cold state, and she only gave Xianxia a faint glance. She was still resisting in the depths of her heart, announcing Xianxia's identity. Otherwise, she would have already started shouting, "Let's go!" Jiang Shuilu waved her hand and a flying demonic beast descended from the sky. She stuffed Xianxia back into the prison cart, while she flew away on a flying demonic beast. The black-clothed people in the disguise of the Profound Sky sect transported a large number of prison carts, slowly moving into the distance. At the same time, Xianxia also observed another situation that he did not know before. This time, the Sky Profound sect did not only plunder children, but also young women. These women were generally between the ages of 16 and 26, and they were healthy and youthful. At first, Xianxia did not know why the Profound Sky sect had plundered these women, because these women generally did not have a martial arts realm. However, when Xianxia thought of the words Heavenly Devil Cult, he immediately understood. The Heavenly Demon Church had captured some young men and women in order to give birth to children, and then nurture them from infancy into emotionless, cold-blooded animals. In that case, the Heavenly Profound sect's goal was obvious. They wanted to bring these women back and let the disciples of the sect combine with these women, leaving behind the babies. A martial artist's descendant had a high chance of becoming a martial artist. Xianxia's face was covered in a layer of shadow. He hadn't expected that the Profound Sky sect had already accomplished this. Along the way, wherever the prison carriage passed, the Heavenly Profound sect burned down and looted everything. Even pedestrians on the official road would be caught and searched. As long as there were children, they would not let go. Xianxia looked at the scenery outside with no expression on his face. The little bird in his arms was still asleep. He didn't know when this fellow would wake up, and what would happen to it. The Sky Profound sect's team was not in a hurry to make their way. They had to search all the way, and every village they passed through had to be searched. Jiang Shuilu could see people with martial arts talent in the distance from an extremely distant place. Ordinary Heavenly Profound sect martial artists might not have such a powerful ability, but they could sense it. As long as they grabbed a child and placed their hands on the child's forehead to carefully sense it, they would know if they had talent. That night, the prison cart had already entered the mountains and was traveling along the mountain path. The cries of children could be heard from all the carriages. At this time, Sky Profound sect martial practitioners held long whips and whipped at the crying children. The child was beaten up, so he naturally cried even harder. Those Heavenly Profound sect martial practitioners simply continued to fight and whip until they knocked the children unconscious. Seeing those effective and innocent children being treated in such a cruel and inhumane manner, Xianxia had never been so angry in his life as he was today. People were furious to the extreme, but they were extremely indifferent. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. The night was getting deeper and deeper. With Xianxia's current physical condition, it was difficult for him to endure the sleepiness. Gradually, he leaned against the railing and fell asleep. In the blur, he found himself in a dream world. In the dream world, that mysterious woman appeared again. The two of them only met again after a long time, and they naturally had endless longing for each other. However, Xianxia remembered his current situation and hurriedly asked the mysterious woman for help. A paradox of becoming smaller? The mysterious woman looked at Xianxia curiously. Has your real body become smaller? Yes, Xianxia frowned. The woman thought for a moment and said, the prerequisites for this kind of magical technique are very strict. The person who was cast must be willing to accept it. Only then can the spellcaster's magical technique succeed. Otherwise, this kind of paradox would be invincible. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter, just turn the enemy into a child. I can probably guess all of this, but I don't know why I can't recover myself. Xianxia said. The woman thought for a moment, then suddenly sighed and said, "You really are in big trouble this time." Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat as he said in a deep voice, "Just tell me how bad the situation is. I'm mentally prepared." The woman said, "This kind of paradox can rejuvenate people. In fact, it is a process that pushes one's life back. What it refers to is the life force fluctuation of the person being cast. It is an innate characteristic. If I remember correctly, you were not Xiangxian until you were 16. Xiangxia's head buzzed. He was not stupid. Just by mentioning such a keyword, he immediately understood the cause and effect. It's broken. Xiangxia felt powerless all over and said, "This time, I really made a fool of myself." The woman nodded and said, "When you were 9 years old, your body was the real Xiangxian, not you by Mukin. Therefore, when you retreated to 9 years old, that old ghost spell was instantly disrupted. The real Xiangxian is actually dead, isn't he? This is the judgment of life force fluctuations. Furthermore, there is also the judgment of innate characteristics. The real Xiangxian didn't awaken his lightning meridian talent until he was 16 years old when he was invaded by you. In other words, other people's talent in martial arts has been determined since birth, while yours was determined after the age of 16. But you're 9 years old now, so you don't have a divine grade lightning meridian innate. However, all the martial skills you've learned are based on your lightning meridian innate. Therefore, at this moment, you can't use any martial techniques. Then what should we do?" Xiangxian was anxious. "Do I have to live another 7 years before I can recover? This kind of paradox shouldn't be indefinite, right? There will definitely be a day when it fails." The mysterious woman said, "Of course it will fail. Normally speaking, the duration of a paradox technique is related to the spellcaster's cultivation. If that old ghost is at the 5th level of fortune, then the spell on your body will probably recover in a month. However, his strange technique is already messed up in your body. Not to mention you and me, even he himself might not be able to tell." Xiangxian knew that he had really self-defeated himself this time. Not well thought out. It really wasn't thoughtful. Originally, he wanted to become younger so that he could have a chance to find the profound sky sect. But in the end then there's no way to crack it? Xiangxian did not give up. The mysterious woman thought for a moment and said, "This is an unsolved mystery. We have never encountered such a situation before. After all, a person like you in your 3rd life is truly unprecedented. I can only give you a rough idea, that is, you might have to think of a way to pull your cultivation out." "How?" Xiangxian said. The woman said, "For example, in some way you suddenly explode with your astral chi, spiritual chi, and so on. It's like saving a drowned person. As long as you can restore his heartbeat and breathing in an instant, he will be able to live, breathe, and beat on his own. But I don't know exactly what to do, and I don't know if I can succeed." Xiangxian's heart was extremely heavy. The sky gradually lit up, and the troop of prison carriages gradually slowed down. Finally, they stopped in an open area in the jungle. Surrounded by dense, broad-leaved forests, there were many tents and a very conspicuous cauldron. The cauldron was incomparably large, and beside it stood 2 people. One was an old man with a gloomy expression. He was as thin as firewood. His hands were like dried tree bark, and his body emitted intense, profound energy fluctuations. Another person, standing beside the old man, was holding a map and looking for the next place to stay. This person was Snowdew. The convoy stopped. Then, he swept Shui Lu a glance and said, "There was no accident on the road, right?" A black-clothed man stepped forward and said respectfully, "Everything went smoothly." Shui Lu nodded. She checked all the carriages and said, "Mr. Limitless needs some ingredients to refine the origin pills. We'll be there before nightfall when we wait for the delivery of the origin pills from the headquarters. During this period of time, you Martial Dao disciples will begin your own mission." When the black-clothed people heard this, they immediately became excited. The general said, "How many women have you captured who agree with the standards?" The black-clothed man said, A total of 550 people have been captured. Jiang Shualu said, "Not many, but not bad. Prepare yourselves. First, circulate your cultivation technique for a long time, and then begin to interact with those women. In order to increase the chances of conception, each woman needs to have sex with 50 martial artists in turn. Your task is very heavy. Mr. Limitless has specially refined some pills for nourishing yin and tonifying yang for you. All of you, come and get them." Many black-clothed people stepped forward one after another. Everyone received the pills, swallowed them, and sat down cross-legged. After just half an hour, the faces of the black-clothed people turned red, as if they were wolves and tigers. Xue Lu nodded in satisfaction. "Let's begin." The black-clothed men immediately dragged all the women out of the prison cart. Those women were only 15 or 16 years old, and the oldest was only 25 or 16 years old. They cried, struggled, and kept kicking and beating. However, with such a degree of resistance, how could they be the opponents of those heavenly Yuan realm martial artists? The black-clothed people took off their clothes, naked, panting heavily, and pounced on them. The scene was filled with the screams of women. Xianxia suddenly understood why there were only 500 women who agreed with the Constitution standard, because they had to be pure virgins. But there were still children here. Thousands of children were frightened and overwhelmed as they watched the tragedy in the mortal world. Their minds were greatly wounded. In fact, Mr. Limitless had even personally instructed some black-clothed men what kind of posture and method they needed to use to conceive more easily. Xianxia's eyes were almost bleeding when he saw this. Xue Lu lowered her head coldly and continued to observe the map. She was choosing the next target area. Miserable cries rose and fell from dawn to noon, from noon to evening. The women were crying so hard that their voices were hoarse. Their fingernails were broken on the ground, and their bodies were pinched black and purple. They fainted, they were splashed back, they fainted again, they were splashed back. The children also cried together. The entire forest howled like a purgatory. As night fell, a flying demonic beast flew into the sky. A black-clothed man jumped down from it and delivered materials to Mr. Limitless. Mr. Limitless was finally excited. He burned the pill furnace and said happily, "We can start refining pills now. I have already counted the number of children. There are a total of 2,722 children. If this old man is able to successfully train, I can still refine 2,000 origin pills." Jiang Shualu smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Limitless. Only you can guarantee such a high success rate." Mr. Limitless laughed loudly. He licked his lips and took the lead in grabbing 50 children from a prison cart and throwing them all into the pill furnace. "Throw it in alive? You bastards!" Xianxia was originally completely numb, but seeing this scene behind him, he was incomparably furious. He thought that these children would at least be killed before being thrown into the pill furnace, but in reality, this was not the case. The pill furnace was already boiling hot. After the children were thrown in, they made a sizzling sound as soon as they touched the inner wall of the pill furnace. The children screamed in pain. However, there was no way for them to escape. The inner walls of the pill furnace were all on the left, right, and left. This scene was simply unimaginable. Xianxia placed his hands on the railing and cursed angrily. He used the most vicious language he knew in his life to curse the bastards of the heavenly profound sect. Mr. Limitless was scolded so impatiently that he strode over and wanted to capture Xianxia. Xue Lu suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Mr. Limitless' wrist and said, "This child, wait until the end to practice." "Why?" Mr. Limitless was puzzled. Jiang Shualu's expression turned cold. "I said, the last is the last." A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Mr. Limitless' face, but he didn't dare to disobey Jiang Shualu's orders. 7 Apertured. Exquisite General Xue Lu was the only person in this world. Even the Bai clan valued her very much. Mr. Limitless took a deep breath and could only endure Xianxia's insults and continue to refine pills. With a rumble, the top of the pill furnace closed. The flames soared into the sky, and the screams of the children came from the air inlet of the pill furnace. It was so ear-piercing and heart-rending. More importantly, cultivating origin pills required a large amount of spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were thrown into the pill furnace as supplementary ingredients and were absorbed by those children. As a result, their survival time would be prolonged. Originally, ordinary people wouldn't be able to live for 10 seconds in a pill furnace like that, but now they had to endure a full 5 minutes of torment. Xianxia's fists were tightly clenched, and his fingernails were bleeding from the palm of his hand. At this moment, a long laugh suddenly came from the sky. Heavenly profound sect. So you are such an unbearable person. Ha 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 ha. Southern domain dog, you are indeed worthy of being a dog. Hearing this voice, Xianxia's entire heart lit up with hope. That was Long Xingyun's voice. The reinforcements of the Star Guild had arrived. Sure enough, they did not give up on this place, but sent out experts again. But then Xianxia couldn't understand it. He thought that there were only 3 people who had suddenly rushed out. One was Long Xingyun, who was at the 9th level of the northern region, one was Zhang Jing, who was at the 9th level of the eastern region, and one was Meng Qing, who was at the 9th level of the western region. Xianxia knew about these 3 people. The 3 of them were once the champions of their own sect at the age of 25. Why are there only the 3 of you? Xianxia shouted as he leaned against the railing. Long Xingyun casually landed on the ground and only glanced at Xianxia. When he saw that Xianxia was an 8 or 9-year-old child, he ignored him. On the ground, all the black-clothed people who were interacting stood up. They all picked up their weapons naked and prepared to respond to the enemy. Looks like Xiangbei hasn't found this place yet, said Long Xingyun with a faint smile. Zhang Near East laughed and said, Old Yun is really clever. The news that Xiangbei made a big fuss in the Huangpu aristocrat clan has spread. But only you can imagine that you would also come and interfere and snatch away Xiangbei's credit in advance. Meng Qing took out a folding fan and gently patted it. Let's slaughter the southern domain dogs of the heavenly profound sect before Xiangbei. Then the credit will belong to us. Ha! I'm going to see how Xiangbei can go crazy in front of us. Hearing this, Xianxia became anxious. It turned out that these 3 people weren't sent by the Star Guild. Instead, they ran over to rob him of his credit. In that case, was it really just the 3 of them? However, it was better than nothing. At the very least, these 3 people were not ordinary people. If they could really save the remaining children and women, even if they lowered their heads in front of them, it would be worth it. You really aren't willing to give up. Jiang Shuolu sneered at Long Xingyun. What? You suffered enough at our hands last time and still don't know how to repent? Long Xingyun smiled and said, Don't compare our golden lions to the trash of the sky eagles. Speaking of which, you are a woman of extraordinary beauty. How could you end up with a southern domain dog? Why don't you come back with us to the Star Guild? Jiang Shuelu chuckled and took a few steps back, saying, Go! Long Xingyun carried the gigantic sword and completely ignored the black-clothed men. He said, Just this bunch of trash from the heaven origin realm wants to deal with me? It's not them who are dealing with you, it's me. Suddenly, a deep voice appeared from the sky. Xianxia's heart trembled. It was that person. It must be him. It was the mysterious man who defeated 200 Skyhawk martial artists alone. Boom! Before anyone could arrive, his voice came first. The first person to land on the sky was not a human, but a huge steel cage. The cage violently smashed into the ground. Inside, 7 martial artists were tied with metal chains the thickness of their arms. Amongst them was Xiao He. Immediately after, a white-robed man lightly floated down. His right foot lightly pointed at a corner of the cage, his body moving like the wind, slowly floating in the night sky. This person was only 21 or 12 years old, very young. Sure enough, it's here. Seeing Xiao He and the others, Long Xingyun's eyes immediately lit up. The white-robed man pointed at the cage with his toes and said arrogantly, Everyone is here. If you can defeat me, you can take the hostages with you. Long Xingyun laughed loudly. The big tiger has finally been lured out. You are only at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, and you are only one person. There are 3 of us. Near East, Meng Qing, attack. Quick. This Long Xingyun's brain was pretty good. He knew that the battle would end quickly, and he also knew that there would be many nights of dreams. However, the white-robed man did not care at all and maintained a smile. I am very clear about the identities of the three of you. Long Xingyun held onto his sword and shouted, Dark North Wandering Tiger. However, when he saw the surging aura in his body, strands of crisscrossed aura shot out, surrounding his body, interspersing into a dense area of aura wind blades. As for the Dipper Chi wind blades, they erupted with the loud noise of a tiger roaring in the forest. Long Xingyun's figure was like the wind. A long sword pierced through the white-robed man with 3 strong winds. In the northern region, Long Xingyun won the championship of the Northern Region sect at the age of 19. He was one of the top talents of that year, and he even possessed the mutated golden flame vein. The white-robed man calmly recited Long Xingyun's identity. He dodged Long Xingyun's sword with a flash. Long Xingyun's sword pierced through the air, but he immediately turned around and counterattacked. His movements flowed smoothly, and when he forcefully changed the direction of his attack, he did not feel the slightest bit stiff. 3 strands of Dipper Chi wrapped around the giant sword, continuously making chi-chi sounds that were extremely shocking. Chaos Han Heaven Shaking Palm. Zhang Jing from the eastern region also chased after him. He did not have any normal weapons, but only wore a pair of gloves made of snow-white silk. These white silk gloves had snake-scale patterns on their surface. They looked extremely sturdy and should be a heavenly-grade elementary weapon. He slapped the air with his palm, and it actually flattened the air. The air was instantly compressed into an air disk, causing Peng's explosion. His footsteps were like clouds, strangely crisscrossed, unable to determine where he would go next. The 2 people in the Near East flashed in front of the white-robed man and clapped their hands repeatedly. As the white-robed man dodged, he said, Zhang Jing of the Eastern region won the sex championship at the age of 19. His heaven-shaking middle-ranked Chao Shan heaven-shaking palm can pierce through the surface of an object and directly shatter its interior. Pong! Zhang Jing's palm slapped empty and landed on the tree trunk. The tree trunk remained motionless, but a gust of wind blew the giant tree away like a cicada wing. After the tree trunk flew away, everything in the tree trunk fell down and was actually powder. It turned out that after the giant tree was photographed, it only left behind a thin layer of skin, which had long since been shattered into powder. Ha 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 ha! Meng Qing laughed loudly and took out a purple gold wine gourd. He poured a mouthful of strange liquor into his mouth and shouted, The 3 C's enter his stomach. It was unknown how this wine was refined, but after Meng Qing swallowed the wine, Xiang Nan could actually see the fiery red wine glowing in his mouth through Meng Qing's body. The light continued to flow down his throat into his stomach and converge into his spiritual sea. Following that, Meng Qing used a special technique to refine it and spat out a large amount of flames at the white-robed man. The flames were actually 2 colors, yellow inside and red outside. The white-robed man dodged the flames and the flames struck the rock behind him. The moment the mountain stones met the flames, they were instantly burned to ashes. It was unbelievable that the stone had been burnt to ashes. The white-robed man said, Meng Qing of the Western region won the sex championship at the age of 20. He can release the poison of 333 highly toxic monsters with the 3 C's inner cultivation technique. It looks like fire, but it's actually poison. Meng Qing opened his mouth and spat out a large ball of flame at the white-robed man. The white-robed man casually floated backwards and gently pulled out a snow-white sword that was 1 finger wide and 1 meter long. However, seeing him lightly stir the sword and twist it into a spiral shape, the poisonous fire that Meng Qing spat out was lured away by the sword wind. The giant sword that Long Xingyun stabbed at contained 3 strands of astral chi, 1 strand of fire, 1 strand of gold, and 1 strand of earth. The white-robed man gently jumped, his toes poking at Long Xingyun's sword and floating in the air. Zhang Jing had already intercepted him in the sky, and his hands were striking at the white-robed man with 13 palms in a row. A tyrannical palm could shatter the air. You're all done. The white-robed man raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's my turn. Xianxia knew this white-robed man's attire. It was the classic attire of the Bai clan. Therefore, the moment he saw the white-robed man appear, Xianxia knew that Long Xingyun and the others were going to be in trouble. In the sky, Zhang Near East's violent palm power had already blasted down. The white-robed man's body trembled and he shouted, "Tyrannical body!" Immediately after, he also raised his palm and rushed towards Zhang Near East. It seemed that he was going to clash with Meng Qing. Long Xingyun and Meng Qing were overjoyed at the same time. "You're courting death. Even the two of us don't dare to clash with the Near East. This time, his southern domain dog will undoubtedly die." Pong! The two palms met. The entire Near East was sent flying by a palm strike from the white-robed man. As he flew backwards, he coughed up blood. It can't be. Long Xingyun and Meng Qing were both stunned. Zhang Near East used the Chaos Han heaven-shaking palm. It was a martial skill. However, the white-robed man did not use any martial skills. He only clashed with Zhang Jing out of thin air. An ordinary palm strike could knock back a martial skill or palm technique. "Xue Lu, hurry up and come over." Xianxia waved his hand at Jiang Shuilu in the prison carriage and whispered. When Jiang Shuilu saw Xianxia, a struggle flashed in her eyes. Xianxia moved his mouth and whispered, "General Mansion of the Eastern Region, Exile Island, Death Eye, Martial God Tower." Xianxia read these keywords. That caused Xue Lu's body to tremble, and she quickly walked in front of Xianxia. In her eyes, it was as if there were two kinds of consciousness fighting over each other, wishing to swallow each other up. Xianxia said, "Do me a favor." Gritting Xue Lu's teeth, the veins on her forehead bulged, but her body trembled uncontrollably. I won't help." The entanglement of her will had already caused her consciousness to be somewhat confused, and her words were also upside down. "Xue Lu, I know you're still inside." Xianxia's small hand grabbed Jiang Xuelu's wrist and said, "Listen to me. I am Xiang Bei, and we have fought side by side. Do you still remember mysterious Madam? If it weren't for your quick-wittedness, Mad Monk and I would have died in that cave. Xue Lu, I know that you have a kind nature. You were only controlled by the profound sky sect." Xianxia kept saying, and Jiang Shuilu's expression became more and more struggling. On the other side, the battle had also turned white-hot. Meng Qing spat out a mouthful of flames on the white-robed man. The white-robed man shouted tyrannically. A powerful aura wrapped around his entire body, and even the poisonous fire was unable to invade his aura shield. Long Xingyun rushed up and slashed 3 times at the white-robed man. The attributes of the golden flame meridian made his flames incomparably sturdy. When his flames collided with the white-robed man's body, it actually emitted a clanging sound of flames that was undeserved. However, the white-robed man was completely unharmed. Too strong. This person's tyrannical body was unreasonably strong. He was much stronger than the tyrannical body of the white-robed man that Xianxia had killed on the island of exile. When Xianxia saw this, his mind buzzed and he instantly understood. The white-robed man he had killed on the island was just a general of the Bai clan. And this young white-robed man was definitely a member of the Bai clan. He and I are relatives. Xianxia grabbed the railing with both hands and felt the sky spin. Blood. Xianxia, who had been an orphan since childhood, longed to see his own flesh and blood the most in his life. Even if he died, he still wanted to take a look at his biological parents before he died. However, as the profound Sky Sect and the Bai clan continued to do evil, this desire gradually turned into disgust. Xianxia missed him so much that countless bloodline relatives that he had hoped for in his dreams had actually appeared today. Long Xingyun thrust his sword towards the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled. He stretched out his right hand and flicked his index finger on Long Xingyun's sword. Zhang! The giant sword in Long Xingyun's hand was bounced off, and it rotated at an extremely high speed in the air. Long Xingyun's entire body flew backwards. His entire right arm fleshed open and his blood shattered. Meng Qing spat out a mouthful of poisonous fire and wrapped it around his palm. He slapped the white-robed man in the back. The white-robed man's body trembled. He turned around and grabbed Meng Qing's wrist. With this pinch, Meng Qing's wrist was squeezed into the noodles. The wrist bone was shattered into powder. Ah! Meng Qing screamed miserably. The white-robed man kicked Meng Qing's knee, breaking his entire leg in the opposite direction. Chaos Han heaven-shaking palm, sky-shattering style. Zhang Jing jumped high into the sky. His hands were in a circular shape, and countless streams of wind converged on his palm, forming a giant silver hand that was more than 100 meters long. Zhang near east swooped down, and the giant silver hand slammed towards the white-robed man. Before his palm fell, the pressure of his palm force could already be felt throughout the forest. All the trees were crushed to pieces by the pressure. The white-robed man smiled. He crouched down and said, "Tyrannical body, sharp blade style." In the blink of an eye, the white-robed man sprinted into the sky with a whoosh. He actually used his body to pierce through the silver palm and flash to Zhang Jing's side. Zhang Jing's soul was shocked to the point of dissipating. The white-robed man stretched out his right hand and lightly flicked on the shoulder of the Near East. "Get down!" Zhang Near East's entire right shoulder collapsed due to the bullet. With a whoosh, he fell to the ground and exploded into a crater 100 meters in diameter. Dark North roaming tiger. Heaven-shaking sword. Long Xingyun raised his giant sword high up, and a tiger head that covered the sky suddenly appeared in the night sky. However, just as the tiger head appeared, it contracted crazily and was instantly absorbed by the giant sword. The giant sword emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire night sky as if it was daytime. Heh! This sword strike is quite interesting. The white-robed man finally became interested. Long Xingyun held the golden sword in his hand and slashed at the white-robed man fiercely. The white-robed man's left leg moved like a bow. His right leg moved like a bow. His legs stabbed into a horse's step. His hands stretched out horizontally, and he shouted, "Supreme Overlord Body, Buzz!" An incomparably thick Dipper Chi shield covered the surface of the white-robed man's body. Long Xingyun's golden sword struck the white-robed man's body with a clang. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and the flames soared into the 9 heavens. The white-robed man's posture did not change in the slightest, but his feet fell back 2 to 3 meters on the ground. After Long Xingyun's sword strike, he was sent flying. He felt pain in his internal organs like a knife, and red blood oozed out of his mouth and ears. The white-robed man flicked the dust off his body and looked at Long Xingyun and the others with a faint smile. Long Xingyun and the others supported each other as they climbed up from the ground, their faces filled with shock. "Who exactly are you?" Long Xingyun said angrily. The white-robed man smiled unrestrained. "By clan, by Wudao." Long Xingyun and the others looked at each other in horror. I've never heard of such a person before," said Long Xingyun. Bai Wudao chuckled and said, "Naturally, you and I are not from the same world." "What?" The 3 of them were shocked. Bai Wudao shook his head. "Actually, I'm very disappointed, because I'm not waiting for you." "What do you mean?" Long Xingyun said angrily. Bai Wudao said, "Do you really think that with my strength, I will let so many of you, the heavenly eagle, go?" He patted Xiaohe's cage and said, "These 7 people are bait. I've been waiting for someone, the person you call Xiang Bei." Bai Wudao licked his lips. "Actually, as a matter of principle, as a member of the Bai clan, I am not allowed to directly help the Profound Sky sect. My mission is only to assist them. But I've heard a lot about Xiang Bei's legends. I can't help but want to compete with him to see if he is as invincible as the legends say." "Xiang Bei." Long Xingyun was stunned. Bai Wudao nodded his head. "This person has destroyed the heavenly Profound Sect's plans several times, delaying the time limit for us to expand the spatial passageway by at least 3 years. The Profound Sky sect has also been looking for this person. They are very sure that Xiang Bei must have gone to the Star Guild." Long Xingyun was shocked. "So, this whole hostage plan was actually just a trap set up for Xiang Bei alone? This fact was something Long Xingyun could not accept no matter what. Why was it that an expert like Bai Wudao valued Xiang Nan so much? Why? If Bai Wudao said that the person he was waiting for was Long Xingyun, even if Long Xingyun died here, he would feel honored. But after a long time, he was waiting for Xiang Bei, not Long Xingyun. However, what Bai Wudao did not know was that the real Xiang Bei had actually been captured by them and imprisoned in the prison cart. The situation had evolved in a weird and winding manner. Xue Lu, hit me. Xiang Nan leaned on the railing and said to Jiang Shuelu. A trace of confusion flashed through Jiang Shuelu's eyes. What? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, Hit me. Jiang Shuelu, wake up. It's me. See clearly, it's me. When Xue Lu fixed her gaze on Xiang Nan, the blank look in her eyes suddenly receded by more than half. Ah! Xue Lu suddenly reacted and whispered, I'll help you escape now. Xiang Nan hurriedly waved his hand. It's too late. Hurry up and hit me. What? Jiang Shuelu still didn't understand. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, I want you to hit me. Go to hell. Quick. But Jiang Shuelu really couldn't understand Xiang Nan's meaning. Xiang Nan said, Believe me or not, did I ever lie to you? I told you to fight. Just believe me. Hurry up and fight. Jiang Shuelu gritted her teeth and scolded, Little thief, I've endured you for a long time. You've been cursing from just now. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Then, Xue Lu rescued Xiang Nan from the prison car and pressed him down on the ground. She directly punched Xiang Nan in the stomach. Xiang Nan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. As expected of Xue Lu, she's smart. Jiang Shuelu's ability to react on the spot was one of the best women that Xiang Nan had ever seen. At such a dangerous juncture, she could actually think of a dignified excuse to beat up Xiang Nan. Bai Wudao turned around and took a look, not caring about it. Indeed, the child had been cursing the streets for almost an hour, making him very annoyed. However, after Xue Lu was punched by Xiang Nan, she was unable to do anything. Tears rolled in her eyes and she bit her lips. Xiang Nan grabbed Jiang Shuelu's arm and said, Shuelu, hit, hit. Xue Lu screamed and her fist fell on Xiang Nan's face, chest, and stomach like a raindrop. Xiang Nan's 9-year-old body was simply unable to withstand Xue Lu's fierce attack. Xiang Nan was beaten until blood sprayed out and his organs shattered. Still beating Xue Lu. One punch at a time. One punch at a time. Fight. Fight again. Fight harder. Xiang Nan's eyes were red, and blood droplets exploded out of his eyes. That gaze was something Xue Lu had never seen in her entire life. That kind of gaze was like a madman. A madman. A madman who looked at life and death like he was laughing. Fight. Continue fighting. Xiang Nan widened his eyes. It felt like Xiang Nan wasn't the one being beaten up, but Xue Lu. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Xue Lu didn't even dare to cry loudly. She just held back her tears and choked her throat. It's worth it. Xiang Nan's teeth were about to shatter. It's worth it. On the other side, Long Xingyun and the others were also attracted by this scene. Including Bai Wudao, the 4 of them were dumbfounded. Why did this woman suddenly go crazy hysterically? Xue Lu. Bai Wudao frowned. What are you doing? Jiang Shuelu said angrily. Don't worry. I will teach this little bastard a lesson. Bai Wudao shouted. Stop! Xue Lu suddenly turned around and coldly looked at Bai Wudao. This glance contained hatred, anger, and resentment. She hated. If it wasn't for Bai Wudao, if it wasn't for the profound sky sect, how could Xiang Nan end up like this? How could he be so ruthless, wanting to beat Xiang Nan to death? The coldness in her eyes was the most sinister and ruthless heart of the woman in this world. Even Bai Wudao took half a step back in shock. I work hard for you. Don't tell me I don't even have the right to deal with a little bastard. Jiang Shuelu roared angrily. Bai Wudao frowned. Whatever you want. Run. In the instant Bai Wudao was distracted, Long Xingyun and the others immediately turned into 3 streaks of light and fled into the distance. Long Xingyun shouted, Where are you going? He had just ascended to the sky, but in the distance, Long Xingyun suddenly threw out a mirror. The three of them stepped on the mirror, and the mirror turned into a streak of light with a whoosh, disappearing into the horizon. Long Xingyun frowned and said, "They actually escaped. Mr. Limitless, hurry up and refine the pill." Mr. Limitless smiled sinisterly. "Coming." This time, he increased his pill refining speed even further. He actually threw 100 children into the pill furnace at a time. It was clear that the more children were released, the more difficult it would be to refine pills. Cold sweat oozed out from Mr. Limitless' forehead. Xiangnan's heart shattered when he heard the screams of the children beside him like ghosts crying and wolves howling. The screams of loneliness and despair. "Fight! Fight!" Xiangnan roared. "Continue to beat Xue Lu." Every punch that struck Xiangnan's body hurt in her heart. At this moment, Xiangnan was already half dead. However, Xiangnan grinned in indescribable pain. "Heavenly profound sect. Bai clan. I want your lives." When Bai Wudao heard Xiangnan's angry scolding, he immediately shook and shouted, "Stop! Something's wrong with this brat." But Xue Lu was still beaten. Bai Wudao said angrily, "Jiang Xuelu, I want you to stop." But Xue Lu didn't listen at all. Bai Wudao suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Xue Lu, you're mentally disordered. You must have been stimulated. Stop. Mr. Limitless, quickly send someone to send Xue Lu back." Mr. Limitless immediately called for someone to catch General Xue Lu. The two men in black had already supported Jiang Xuelu and dragged her away. But at that moment, Xue Lu suddenly cried out loudly. She struggled with all her might to free herself from the black-clothed man and ran madly towards Xiangnan. Hatred towards the profound sky sect. She gathered all her anger and hatred into this final fist. She jumped up and landed on Xiangnan. Her last fierce punch landed on Xiangnan's chest. Xiangnan's entire body was sunk into the ground, and his body was almost split in half. But at this moment, even the wind stopped in the bare forest. "Send them away." Bai Wudao also panicked. "Don't let anything unexpected happen to Jiang Xuelu. Otherwise, we won't be able to take it anymore." The two men in black suddenly reacted and pulled Xue Lu, who was crying loudly. They jumped onto the flying mount and sped off into the distance. The scene quieted down. Mr. Limitless looked at Bai Wudao and said, "Young master, what should we do?" Bai Wudao said, "Continue refining." Mr. Limitless continued to refine pills, and the howls of ghosts and wolves resounded once again. Suddenly, Bai Wudao's body trembled. He frowned and said, "Something's wrong. I feel a very strong, imposing aura growing. Who is it?" He looked around and saw that the surrounding mountains and forests had long since been razed to the ground. Where were there any enemies hiding? How? Could it be an illusion? Bai Wudao had a puzzled expression on his face. He kept looking around, but he couldn't find the source of that sense of crisis. However, this sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. "It's that child." Finally, Bai Wudao's gaze landed on Xiangnan. "Something's wrong with that child." At this moment, a strong wind suddenly rose. A violent gust of wind began to spin around Xiangnan's corpse. Bai Wudao's eyes turned cold. "This child? Damn it, he's not a child." As he spoke, Bai Wudao took a slippery step and rushed towards Xiangnan. The sharp sword in his hand slashed down towards Xiangnan without hesitation. Pong! One hand grabbed Bai Wudao's wrist. "It's not possible." Bai Wudao's expression changed slightly. "Stand up." Xiangnan stood up from the pit. He was as angry as a gossamer, and there was not an inch of skin on his entire body. Not even a single inch of it was intact. The corners of his mouth cracked, and his eyebrows were covered in blood. His eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were all covered in blood. However, at this moment Xiangnan's aura had increased unprecedentedly. Bai Wudao was stunned. Just a moment ago, there was only an 8 or 9-year-old child lying on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, this child had already become an adult male. Bai Wudao was shocked. The anger in Xiangnan's eyes could no longer be suppressed. He lowered his head and shook his right hand. Bai Wudao couldn't take it anymore, but his entire body was thrown flying, colliding with each other on the ground, rolling for dozens of meters. This scene frightened Mr. Limitless and all the people in black. That was Bai Wudao. He was actually thrown away by someone. Unsheathing, a roar filled with infinite rage resounded through the 9 heavens. Zhang! The nightmare saber transformed into a flash of light that shot straight into the 9 heavens. Xianxia clenched his right hand and the giant saber returned. With a buzz, it was grabbed by Xianxia. Bai Wudao got up from the ground and looked at Xianxia. You! The aura beneath Xianxia's feet exploded, and he charged towards Bai Wudao with a loud boom, sending Bai Wudao flying with one shoulder. At the same moment that he crashed into Bai Wudao, a dense ghost aura suddenly enveloped Xianxia's entire body, and the sky became even darker. A dense ghost aura permeated Xianxia's entire body. He crossed his body, twisted his waist, waved his arm, and slashed out with a blade. The black saber light cut through the void and shot towards Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao felt a sudden pain in his heart. He had never felt such a huge crisis before. He could not even care about his own image. He rolled sideways in a sorry state, avoiding the fatal saber strike. The saber light cut through the void, and a ghost emerged from the spatial rift and climbed onto Xianxia's back. This scene was even more terrifying. Slash through the void. Bai Wudao sucked in a breath of cold air. 7. Absolute. Ghost. Prison. The giant saber in Xianxia's hand whistled. Interesting. A wisp of excitement flashed through Bai Wudao's eyes as he roared. You must be Xiangbei. Tyrannical body. Bai Wudao charged at Xianxia violently. Xianxia did not dodge, nor did he have the slightest intention of retreating from fear. You charge, I charge. He was just unconvinced. Xianxia rushed towards Bai Wudao with his huge saber in hand. The two of them, the saber and the sword, collided in the air. Boom! The two of them were pushed back at the same time, and Bai Wudao retreated to the ground with his right foot, changing the speed of his retreat to that of his charge. Its direction had completely changed as it dived towards Xianxia. As Xianxia retreated, he swung his hand and a second black blade light appeared. Bai Wudao actually made an incomprehensible high-difficulty movement while charging forward. His body suddenly rushed forward and he flipped backwards. The black saber light wiped the back of Bai Wudao's long shirt and cut it off. The second spatial rift and the second evil spirit climbed onto Xianxia's body. Kill! 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 Xianxia roared angrily, but Bai Wudao, who was rushed up, grabbed his face and smashed Xianxia's entire body into the mud. Xianxia crossed his legs around Bai Wudao's waist and suddenly stood up, smashing the hilt of a knife into Bai Wudao's face. Pong! Xianxia, who was in a berserk state, smashed Bai Wudao's tyrannical body into pieces, causing the surface of his cheekbones to crack. Bai Wudao slammed the hilt of his sword into Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he bit Bai Wudao's shoulder. Bai Wudao sprinted forward and knocked Xianxia out. However, Xianxia bit too hard, tearing off a piece of meat from Bai Wudao's shoulder. Before Bai Wudao could continue to retaliate, Xianxia was backing up as his hands and feet crazily scratched the ground. Another explosion of Dipper Chi rushed towards Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao jumped up and slashed towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia actually raised his left hand high and grabbed the blade of the sword with his bare hands. The giant saber in his right hand shone on Bai Wudao's waist. It was a black saber light. Xianxia's left hand was cut off by the edge of the sword, and fresh blood spilled out. Bai Wudao flipped back twice out of thin air, dodging the third black blade light. Xianxia slashed back at Bai Wudao's waist, hacking him to the ground. Bai Wudao was lying on the ground and gliding backwards when Xianxia reached out and grabbed his ankle. Kill! At close range, Xianxia smashed the hilt of a knife into Bai Wudao's stomach. Bai Wudao snorted, turned around, and stabbed Xianxia in the throat. Deep in his right hand, Xianxia unexpectedly used his incomparably powerful palm to greet the sharp sword. With a chi sound, the sharp sword pierced through Xianxia's palm, while Xiang Nan's right hand grabbed the hilt of the saber and punched Bai Wudao's chest with a heavy punch like rain, hitting him 16 times in a row. Supreme Overlord Body, Bai Wudao roared. Slash through the void. Xiang Nan also roared. The fourth blade, the black blade light, slashed down against Bai Wudao's defensive power. Swoosh! After hitting Bai Wudao's defenses, the saber light that could cut through space only destroyed Bai Wudao's supreme body and left a bone-deep saber wound on his stomach. You lunatic! Bai Wudao stood up and floated towards Xiang Nan. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan bowed with his left arm and wrapped his arm around the edge of the sword. The sword advanced and cut through the flesh and blood of Xiang Nan's arm. Bai Wudao waved his left hand and punched Xiang Nan's forehead. Pong! Xiang Nan was beaten so hard that his entire head was tilted backwards, and even the upper half of his body was tilted backwards. However, Xiang Nan suddenly swung back and smashed his head into Bai Wudao's nose. Bai Wudao's nose was bleeding from the impact. He flipped back into the air and slashed the sword in his hand towards Xiang Nan, who was on the ground. Tyrant Body Wind/Style. A 50-meter-long sword beam slashed down towards Xiang Nan, destroying the heavens and earth. However, what shocked Bai Wudao was that Xiang Nan actually didn't dodge and instead rushed towards the sword light. Boom! Xiang Nan's charge collided with the sword light. His entire body was split into an illusion and instantly landed on the ground. The earth trembled, and even the giant pill furnace turned over. Madman! Madman! Bai Wudao gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Xiang Nan actually rushed up into the sky from the ground, firmly entangling Bai Wudao, biting him to death and never letting go. At this moment, Xiang Nan was already possessed by a dead ghost. No matter what, no one could stop him from advancing. Tyrannical Body, Wind-Severing Style. Bai Wudao chopped out another ray of sword light. Xiang Nan roared angrily and rushed forward, using a huge saber to stand in front of him. Boom! Xiang Nan was sent flying by that terrifying sword light. However, before Bai Wudao could react, Xiang Nan rushed back with a huge saber in his hand. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. With a whoosh, Bai Wudao turned into an afterimage and arrived behind Xiang Nan. His left hand grabbed Xiang Nan's throat, and his right hand stabbed the sharp sword into Xiang Nan's vest. Xiang Nan simply ignored this sword strike. He didn't care at all. He raised both of his hands high and stabbed the giant saber towards Bai Wudao behind him. He didn't want to die. He would rather accept this body-piercing sword than slash me? Bai Wudao hurriedly retracted his momentum, avoiding Xiang Nan's huge saber, and at the same time, missed the opportunity to assassinate Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan bent down and charged like a ferocious beast. The huge saber in his hand heavily sliced through the sky. The fifth ray of black saber light. Supreme Tyrant Body, Wind/Style. Bai Wudao used an even more powerful move, based on the Supreme Tyrant physique, the Wind-Severing Style. The terrifying sword light was indescribably powerful. The sword light collided with the black saber light at the same time. The sword light was immediately split into two, and the saber light was still advancing. Bai Wudao flipped backwards and dodged the blade light. The fifth ghost climbed onto Xiang Nan's body. Bai Wudao slid over and grabbed Xiang Nan's neck with his left hand. The sword in his right hand pierced through Xiang Nan's forehead. Xiang Nan was extremely ruthless. He actually bit the edge of the sword. He smashed his head into Bai Wudao's face. The two of them were pushed back by each other at the same time, but Xiang Nan grabbed Bai Wudao's ankle with his left hand, pulling him back, turning over, spinning, and chopping down with the 16-lap battle axe style. The violent heavy leg landed on Bai Wudao's back. The defensive Bai Wudao, who did not look like a human, was also heavily smashed to the ground and rebounded. However, Bai Wudao's combat ability was too strong. Even in this situation, he still stabbed at Xiang Nan's heart when he rebounded. The strong aura of the Dipper Chi sword was like a bamboo shooting out of a Xiang Nan did not retreat, but instead moved forward. He moved his entire body to meet Bai Wudao. He adjusted his angle slightly, allowing the sharp sword to pierce through his abdomen and push in front of Bai Wudao. Kill! 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 Xiang Nan furiously smashed the thick hilt of the saber into Bai Wudao's face. 1 attack. 2 strikes. 10 strikes. 100 strikes. Xiang Nan's aura exploded unprecedentedly, smashing more than 100 times on Bai Wudao's face in an instant. Bai Wudao was smashed to the point that stars appeared in his eyes. He heavily kicked Xiang Nan's stomach and sent him flying. Xiang Nan's legs hooked onto the ground tightly. In the instant he was trampled away, he returned to hug Bai Wudao and continued to smash him on the face. Bai Wudao pushed Xiang Nan away with his shoulder. Xiang Nan's left hand hooked onto his shoulder and knocked his head on his face. Then, he smashed the hilt of the saber 100 times. Bai Wudao roared and blew Xiang Nan away with his berserk aura. Xiang Nan slashed his saber backwards, and the 6th ray of black saber light rushed towards him. Bai Wudao panicked. He was dizzy, and his entire body was in indescribable pain. However, under such circumstances, his entire body plunged into the ground. In the next moment, Bai Wudao rushed up from the ground and grabbed onto Xiang Nan's ankles. He smashed Xiang Nan on the ground like a broken bag. Rumble, 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 rumble. Xiang Nan was struck by the tremendous force, causing him to be unable to resist, and he was smashed on the ground by Wudao more than 200 times in a row. A bloody mist spread out. Once the 7 Absolute Ghost Prison was truly activated, it would be completely locked onto the brink of death, neither alive nor dead. Unless he was done with the 7 blades, Xiang Nan would always be wandering between life and death. Ah! As Xiang Nan's 6 ghosts were entangled, he suddenly fled into the void and jumped out from Bai Wudao's side. Bai Wudao thrust his sword back at Xiang Nan's heart. Xiang Nan's entire body was wrapped in black lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already fled 100 miles away. Run away! Bai Wudao shook his body and stabbed his sword into the ground, supporting his body. The 7 Extremes Ghost Prison would never allow a martial artist to be timid for even 1,000th of a second. As long as he escaped, he would undoubtedly die. But Xiang Nan wasn't dead. He used lightning to flee 100 miles away, but it wasn't to escape. Ah! Xiang Nan roared angrily. He adjusted his direction and sprinted towards the area where Bai Wudao was. Burn! Burning astral chi! Burn! Burning white flames and lightning! Burn! Burning profound ice bombs! Burn! Burning everything Xiang Nan had. He's going crazy. Sublight speed. He's electric. It was thunder that pierced through the night sky. Behind him, there were 2 colors of divine lightning. The 2 types of lightning twisted into a rope, and they were dragged farther and farther away by him. He was light. His speed had reached the speed of sublight. In front of him, even the air had to make way. Wherever he passed, the earth was sent flying by the wind. Wherever he passed, countless vegetation rose from the ground. Before he could fly into the air, he was shredded into pieces. He's fire. It was extremely fast, burning the air, burning everything on the path. The mountain rocks and trees were all burned to ashes, leaving behind 100-mile-long path of ashes. Charge! 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 Xiang Nan's entire body turned into a streak of white light. The 2 streaks of lightning behind him had already been pulled to a length of 50 kilometers. Ah ah ah! A furious roar resounded through the clouds. Bai Wudao's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt suffocated. He felt a surge of power rushing towards him. This speed was too fast, and the interval between them was too short. Everything only happened the second after Xiang Nan escaped 100 miles away. Supreme Overlord Body. Bai Wudao's expression changed drastically as he roared hysterically. Coming! Bailey Rush! Xiang Nan brought the huge saber in his hand and fiercely, heavily, and violently smashed into Bai Wudao's body. Boom! At that moment, the wind was stopped, the clouds were blown away, the sun and moon were lifeless, and the color of heaven and earth changed. Bai Wudao's supreme body was finally broken. His eyes rolled and his body flew backwards like falling leaves. Every part of his skin was cracked by Xiang Nan's collision, and his bones were shattered. His internal organs were in tatters. Xiang Nan himself was knocked flying, but he used his will that even demonic beasts did not possess to slash out at Bai Wudao with his seventh slash. That blade light was like ink, cut through the sky. In an instant, Bai Wudao, who was rolling his eyes, suddenly began to struggle and rolled in the air more than 10 times in a row. Supreme Overlord Body. Zhang. The black saber light struck Bai Wudao's back. This saber strike almost split his spine in half, almost cut him to the waist. Wait for me. I'm so angry. Bai Wudao's scream came from afar. His stomach was split open, and his back was also split open. He was unable to move at all. He threw out a small red ball. The ball exploded into a mist of blood, wrapping around him and disappearing in a blink of an eye. The 7 Extremes Ghost Prison had completed his mission. The 7 ghosts possessed by Xianxia let out ghost howls unwillingly. They could not eat Xianxia and could only be sucked back by the spatial rift helplessly. Xianxia took advantage of this last moment to split the giant pill furnace in half with his heavy saber. With another slash, the cage holding Xiao He was split into 2. Third slash, Mr. Limitless was so frightened that his liver and gall were about to split apart, and his soul scattered. He desperately ran away, rolling and crawling. However, he was slashed to the ground by Xianxia's saber. Mr. Limitless was sliced in half by Xianxia, and the 4th slash was sliced in 4. Xiang Bei. Xiao He, who had escaped from the cage, instantly regained her ability to move and speak freely. She cried and rushed forward, hugging Xianxia, who had fallen backwards. Why are you so stupid? How could you be so reckless in order to save us? Xianxia looked weakly at Xiao He and smiled. Bring the children home. With that, Xianxia tilted his body and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia woke up in a daze. He had a splitting headache, and there was not a single part of his body that didn't hurt. He couldn't even move a single little finger. A burst of intense pain engulfed him, causing him to fall into a coma again. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up again and discovered that Xiao He was applying trauma medicine to his entire body. Before he could speak, the intense pain engulfed Xianxia, causing him to faint 3 times. Time flew by in panic. Xianxia woke up, unconscious, awake. In this cycle, when he woke up for the last time, he was finally able to stay awake. However, he was still unable to move. He felt that he could not even move a single strand of his hair. Don't speak. Xiao He suppressed Xianxia and said, We have already returned to the Star Guild. The old man from the Son of Heaven Peak has delivered the best medicine for trauma. These drugs will bring you unbearable pain, but it will be very beneficial to your injuries. Xianxia didn't even have the strength to nod. He just lay there quietly. After a day and night, he finally regained some mobility. He could only barely get up and grab the soup bowl beside the bed to drink. He swallowed it in small mouthfuls. His entire body's meridians were damaged, and he couldn't even circulate the 9 purities cosmos technique, so he could only slowly cultivate. Only then did he realize that he was actually lying in the wind listening pavilion. Outside the door, there was a loud noise. The door was pushed open and a graceful figure walked in. You're awake. It was Xuezian. Xianxia gasped and nodded. Then Xuezian frowned and said, Who exactly did you fight with? You actually fought like this. Do you know that you almost couldn't return after going around the gate of death? Where are the children? Xianxia said. Xuezian sighed. You actually don't care about your body. Aren't you afraid that your realm will be destroyed? Why don't you ask about your martial arts? Where are the children? Xianxia gasped for breath and asked again. There was shock in Xuezian's eyes. She concealed it well and said, It's already been accepted by the guild. Don't worry. The Star Guild will help them settle down in the Central Plains and find a new family for them so that they can grow up healthily. They won't have to face those horrible torments anymore. Hearing this, Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. Xuezian shook his head and said, You've been unconscious for 15 days. Do you know? So long. Xianxia was stunned. Xuezian said, During this period, many people have come to see you. Even that bad old man from the Son of Heaven Peak has come to accompany you for half a day. Xiao He and the others have truthfully reported the situation of your battle with the Bai clans by Wu Dao to the guild. This time, not only did you save the hostage, you also killed the limitless old thief. According to the promise the guild gave you, I will save the hostage and give you 50 starlight coins. After killing the elders, I will give you 50 starlight coins. Xianxia nodded. Shuezian said, Aren't you excited at all? You have a total of 150 starlight coins. You can cultivate for a full 15 days on the 10th floor of the heavenly sacred mountain. This is equivalent to 1,500 days. In other words, it's a full 4 years of cultivation. Of course I'm excited. Xianxia exhaled deeply. But my body can't get excited. Xianxia was indeed unable to get excited. He was deeply aware of the terror of the Bai clan. In the battle with Bai Wudao he had risked his life. However, in the end he was still unable to kill Bai Wudao. Even if he barely managed to win, at least he was the one who escaped, not Xianxia. However, it was barely enough to win by a bit. A clansman from the Bai clan could be this powerful. Xianxia realized that his strength was far from enough. The door was pushed open again. Long Xingyun, Zhang Jing and Meng Qing walked in. Shuezian said with a cold face, Xiaoyun, don't make trouble for me. Long Xingyun snorted coldly. He looked at Xianxia and said, I heard that you defeated Bai Wudao? Xianxia was really tired, too lazy to talk to them anymore. He just let out a soft hum. I don't believe it. Long Xingyun said with a cold face, How can you defeat an expert like Bai Wudao at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer? Xianxia didn't want to explain. Long Xingyun looked at the nightmare saber beside the bed and said, It must be this saber, the ability I gave you. He really wasn't wrong. When Xianxia and Bai Wudao fought, he did use the dream body to descend, raising his cultivation to 90% of the Heaven Scryer realm, keeping in line with Bai Wudao. Otherwise, no matter what, Xianxia would not be able to defeat Bai Wudao. Shuezian shouted, Who cares how someone defeated Bai Wudao? At least he won. Why are you protecting him everywhere? Long Xingyun said angrily, Who exactly is your younger brother? Shuezian's eyes turned red with anger. Am I protecting him? I'm protecting you. You useless bastard. If you can cultivate as hard as Xiangbei, instead of wasting your time flaunting your might, it will be you, not Xiangbei, who defeats Bai Wudao. Do you think you are invincible among your peers? Is that why you slack off in your cultivation? This time, you've been taught a lesson. There are plenty of people in this world who are more powerful than you. Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun blushed from Shuezian's lecture and said, How did I know there was another Bai Wudao from another world? If I had known he was that powerful, I would have cultivated hard day and night. I'm so angry. Shuezian stomped his feet angrily. No matter what. Long Xingyun looked at Xianxia and said, You did defeat Bai Wudao, but you didn't kill him, right? You can't deny it. Xianxia simply closed his eyes. Seeing this, Long Xingyun gritted his teeth and said, Wait for me. Next time I will personally kill Bai Wudao. I want to prove to you who is the #1 expert in the Golden Lion Heaven Scryer realm. It's not you, Xiangbei, who relied on profound weapons to win, but me. It's me, Long Xingyun. Let's go. Long Xingyun shook his sleeves and strode away. Zhang Jing and Meng Qing exchanged glances and felt helpless. Sister Yen, let's go first. Zhang near East whispered. Shuezian said unhappily, Let's go. Everyone, let's go. Xianxia had always wanted to tell the woman in his dream the good news that he was still alive. However, in the past 15 days he had been unconscious and awake. He had entered his dreams countless times, but he had not been able to meet her again. Xianxia was troubled with a lot of troubles, so he didn't have much time to go to sleep. That woman's cultivation level was extremely high, and her chances of sleeping were even less. This time they would inevitably miss each other. And you! Xianxia was distracted when he was suddenly reprimanded by Shuezian and opened his eyes in fear. Xiang Nan looked at Xuezian in confusion. Then Xuezian said, "Can't you save someone after cultivating in the heavenly sacred mountain? Are you in such a hurry that you can't wait for a moment?" Xiang Nan said, "Saving people is like putting out a fire. Besides, why do you care so much about me?" Xuezian glared at Xiang Nan. "I care about you? I only saw you save me twice, so I can't turn a blind eye to you. Not to mention I live upstairs. People come and go every day below you, making me extremely annoyed." Xiang Nan smiled. He knew that this woman was lying. Actually, she looked cold and indifferent, but she was kind in her heart. Life-saving grace? Only kind-hearted people would take this matter seriously. If it were a martial artist like the profound Sky Sect, they wouldn't care about saving their lives. If you save him 100 times, he would still have the face to stab you to death. "Your realm is too bad." Xuezian stood up and said, "If you have time, you should cultivate properly. Although your strength in the Heaven Scryer realm is practically no longer comparable, what about the Good Fortune realm? I can kill you with my fingers. You can do it yourself." Then Xuezian went upstairs. Xiang Nan flipped over and thought to himself that what Xuezian said was true. Although he was powerful at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer, when he really fought against Xuezian, who was at the 2nd level of Fortune, he basically didn't have the strength to retaliate. When one reached the Fortune realm, the difference between each small realm was greater than the heavens. It would be unimaginably difficult to kill someone across borders. The 20th day, Xiang Nan finally regained his ability to move freely, and his meridians were able to circulate his astral chi. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to repair his broken body. After being able to circulate his cultivation technique, his injuries would naturally recover as fast as flying. In just 2 hours, Xiang Nan felt that his entire body was completely unobstructed, and he had completely recovered. If Bai Wudao was defeated by him, he would definitely not be willing to accept it. For some reason, the Bai clan would not personally kill people, but this time Bai Wudao had been defeated by him, so he should be determined to stir up trouble. With the strength of their Bai clan, it shouldn't be difficult for Bai Wudao to raise his cultivation base. Perhaps the next time he met him, he would be at the 1st level of Good Fortune. One had to admit that the people from the Bai clan were indeed terrifying. Bai Wudao looked only 1 or 2 years older than Xiang Nan, but he was already at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. Xiang Nan was 19 years old, and his true realm was only at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. Furthermore, he relied on the 9 transformations of thunder and various fortuitous encounters to increase his cultivation. "No, I have to hurry up and go to Heavenly Saint Mountain to upgrade my cultivation." Xiang Nan turned around and pushed open the door. He found that the courtyard was already filled with people. These people were all children saved by Xiang Nan. Tian Zifeng's old man was smiling as he handed out delicious desserts to the children. Normally, the old man was stern and unsmiling, but when he faced the children, he revealed such a rare and benevolent smile. "You're awake." The old man stood up and said, "The children have been waiting for you for several days. They have always wanted to thank you personally. When I see you, the guild will send someone to send them out. Don't worry. The guild will definitely not treat these children unfairly, and will definitely give them a complete home." Xiang Nan also smiled, smiling like a sunny boy. His expression was warmer than the sun. These children had witnessed Xiang Nan's battle with their own eyes. They were all ingredients for refining origin pills and were always protected by Limitless Old Man, so they weren't affected by the battle. But now, all of them had astonished expressions on their faces. "Aya!" A child pointed at Xiang Nan's nose and said, "Why are you so different from the other day?" Seeing the innocent little faces of the children, and thinking that they were almost thrown into the pill furnace and practiced to death, Xiang Nan felt a burst of sadness in his heart. He squatted down and pinched the child's face. It's because Big Brother Xiang Bei's expression was fierce when he dealt with bad people, but not when he faced you. The child curiously touched Xiang Nan's hand and said, "Good acquaintance. In the future, I will go and beat bad people like Big Brother Xiang Bei." "Yes." Xiang Nan nodded heavily. "You must live a good life and cultivate properly. You can't let bad people bully you anymore, understand? I know, the children in the courtyard shouted in unison. The old man smiled so hard that his eyes curved. Didn't you want to thank Big Brother Xiangbei? Hurry up and thank him. It's time for us to leave. Those children were twisted, and they hurriedly stood in line. It seemed as if they had even rehearsed. Xiangnan's eyes softened as he whispered, My name is Xiangnan. Call me Big Brother Xiangnan. Facing these innocent children, Xiangnan did not want to deceive them with lies. When the old man heard Xiangnan's words, he took a deep look at Xiangnan. His eyes filled with satisfaction. Thank you, Big Brother Xiangnan. The children bowed to Xiangnan. Xiangnan smiled and waved his hand. Go, live a good life. Live a good life. The old man pulled a group of children out. When he reached the door, he turned to look at Xiangnan and said, You're fine. As the children chirped, the old man laughed loudly and left. Xiangnan felt at ease. The faces and smiles of those children made him feel that everything was worth it. He didn't fight for nothing, it was worth it, it was worth it. Looking up at the sky, the sun was shining brightly. On the rooftop on the third floor, Xuezian was also in a daze. When he saw Xiangnan looking at the sky, he hurriedly hid his gaze. Xiangnan smiled. Do you know why I was able to defeat Bai Wudao? It's not because of this saber. Then why? Xuezian pretended not to care and asked indifferently. Xiangnan took a deep breath of warm air and said, Because I was born in a chaotic world, facing an extremely ferocious enemy. What I experienced was a tragedy in the human world. But what I see in my eyes is the beauty of life. Because I know how terrifying darkness is. I know how precious light is. I'm not lost in my nature. I know who I'm fighting for. Xuezian asked curiously. No one can do this. Even ordinary soldiers are accustomed to slaughter on the battlefield. After their hands are stained with blood, they can't calm down. Their hearts will still be polluted. Facing the darkness, how can I defend my blazing heart? Xiangnan laughed. Because I face the darkness, that just means that the sun is right behind me. Ah! Xuezian subconsciously glanced at his own shadow on the ground, then raised his head to look at the sky. The sun was hanging high behind him. Xuezian looked into the courtyard and saw that Xiangnan had already left. Xuezian thought for a moment and muttered to himself, Treasure the seemingly ordinary and boring life in front of us, because we don't know how many ancestors used their blood and lives to exchange for this kind of life. What an interesting young man. Xiangnan did not go to the heavenly sacred mountain immediately. Instead, he went to the Sky Eagle residential area and found Xiaohe. As soon as he entered, Xiangnan was surrounded by the girls. Xiaohe walked over from the crowd of girls and said to Xiangnan, I've been with you for more than 10 days, but the guild has to ask me about it these few days. That's why I left first. Xiangnan smiled and said, Why would I care about such a thing? As long as you're fine, I'll be satisfied. Wow! The girl's eyes flickered with small stars. What a love! Xiaohe, you're so lucky to be able to find a man who loves you so much and cares so much about you. That's right. If there is a man under the heavens willing to go through fire and water for me, even if I live half a lifetime less, I am willing. Xiaohe smiled faintly. You misunderstood. Xiangbei and I are good brothers and relatives. As he spoke, Xiaohe casually hugged Xiangnan's shoulder. The girls all smiled meaningfully, with an expression that said, You're the one who trusts you. There's a ghost. Xiangnan smiled and said, There are 2 things that I came to find you for. One is to see if you have recovered, and the other is to ask you if the black-clothed man at the scene that day has been captured. Xiaohe said, With me here, of course we have all captured them. Those black-clothed people are all at the Tianyuan realm. How can we let them escape? Where are they? Xiangnan nodded. Xiaohe said, They have been taken into custody by the law enforcement team of the Sword of Judgment. They are being tortured these days. I heard that they will be judged in 3 days. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably all be executed. I see. I left first. Xiangnan nodded and said goodbye to everyone. There were two types of law enforcement teams in the Star Guild. One belonged to the Glory Shield, which was internal and was only responsible for dealing with the inner disciples of the guild. The second type was the law enforcement team of the Sword of Judgment. These people were in charge of dealing with the outside world. Anyone who caught a corrupt path from outside would be dealt with by the Sword of Judgment. Originally, Xianxia did not have the qualifications to directly enter the Sword of Judgment, but he was already a member of the Son of Heaven Peak and was considered a member of the Sword of Judgment. The headquarters of the Sword of Judgment was in the floating immortal palaces in the sky, while the Shield of Glory was in the underground world. Xianxia asked and arrived at a floating island called the Libra Temple. Libra always implied fairness and justice. Libra was also the name of a certain constellation. This Libra Temple was used for judging and judging. Xianxia strode into the temple. At this moment, there was no trial in the temple. There were only a few staff members present. If I want to see the prisoners of the profound sky sect, who should I look for? Xianxia asked. A staff member said, a lot of people can give you authorization, but you basically can't see it. And look at your clothes. You are from the Son of Heaven Peak, right? You can find the deacon of your Son of Heaven Peak. This time, the prisoner of the profound sky sect was captured by a man named Xiangbei from the Son of Heaven Peak. Deacon of the Son of Heaven Peak? Xianxia immediately understood. Oh, it was that old man. But the old man went to see the children off. Xiangbei. Suddenly, a person walked out from the depths of the temple. That person was rubbing his temples. He looked very tired and saw Xianxia at a glance. Vice President Ning. Xianxia also greeted. The person who came was Ning Zhishui. Ning Zhishui walked over to Xianxia with a face full of gratification and said, I didn't misjudge you. You did a good job this time. Not only did you save the hostage, you also completed the mission of the Heavenly Eagle. By the way, are you here for something? Xianxia said, I want to see the prisoners of the profound sky sect. I want 2 of them. Ning Zhishui asked curiously. Those prisoners are of great importance. They can't be seen casually. Besides, what do you mean by asking for 2 people? When she saw Xianxia's expression, she immediately understood what Ning Zhishui was doing. Immediately, she decisively said, No. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, I want those 2 people. I want those 2 heavenly profound sect martial practitioners who are slaughtering people by the Bai Chui Lake. I told you I can't. Ning Zhishui was resolute. Xianxia's gaze was even more decisive. He gritted his teeth and said, I said, I want those 2. What if I don't give it to you? Ning Zhishui asked. If you don't agree, I will do everything I can to get the 2 of them at any cost. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Ning Zhishui said angrily. Xianxia said, Whatever you think, I only want those 2 people. You don't even hesitate to go against the guild? Ning Zhishui's expression fell. Xianxia's right hand shook, and the nightmare saber was already buzzing in his storage ring. He even didn't hesitate to fight the entire world. Ning Zhishui stared into Xianxia's eyes for a long time. Finally, she sighed. Take my waste token and go. The 2 people you want are at your disposal. But other than those 2, you are not allowed to touch other prisoners. What a headache. I have to explain myself to the Libra Temple again. Xianxia took the waste token, and even though there was a staff member, he took him to the prison. The heavenly prison of the Sword of Judgment held many heavyweight vicious characters from all over the world. Among them, there were people from various first-rate sects, people from various dark forces, including the Heavenly Devil religion. What was even more terrifying was that some divine martial realm experts were also imprisoned at the highest levels of the Sword of Judgment celestial prison. There were rumors that a heaven-defying expert from the first level of the heavenly tribulation had been personally defeated by Empyrean Firmament and locked up here. The heavenly prison was heavily guarded by Yen Bing. The heavenly prison rushed up into the sky 1 layer at a time. It was incomparably tall, and it was facing the holy light that shot down from the sky. The moral of it was to let the holy light wash away the sins in their hearts. The heavenly profound sect's martial practitioners were imprisoned in the darkest cell at the bottom of the heavenly prison. The sound of shackles could be heard everywhere. Following the dark and damp smell, Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the prison, where he was also imprisoned as a prisoner with a lower cultivation level. The staff member pointed to a cell and said, "It's inside." The Sky Profound sect martial practitioners in the cell immediately became vigilant, but they couldn't see what was happening outside. "Open it," Xianxia said. The staff member hesitated. "I want you to open it." Xianxia's voice was resolute. The staff member could only open the cell door. Xianxia stepped into the cell and said, "Lock the door." Rumble. The door to the cell was closed. Inside the cell it was very dark. Xianxia stood quietly at the door, motionless. The few heavenly profound sect martial practitioners inside looked at Xianxia in surprise. "You're in?" Someone actually walked in. Xianxia picked up a moonstone and saw the two men in black with a single glance. The two black-clothed men who were bloodbathed in Jade Lake. The two of them also noticed that Xianxia's gaze had landed on them, but they could not recognize Xianxia and felt that it was inexplicable. "You don't recognize me?" Xianxia's eyes turned cold as ice. The two of them were still at a loss. Xianxia shone the moonstone on his face. All the heavenly profound sect martial artists were so scared that they peed in their pants. There they trembled, their mouths wide open, and only coughing sounds could be heard from their throats. It was him. It was the one with 7 evil spirits wrapped around him. The man who almost killed Bai Wudao. "Yes. It's you. Don't come over, don't come over." The two black-clothed men were frightened out of their wits, their voices trembling unreasonably. Xianxia gritted his teeth and squeezed out word by word from between his teeth. "Shijiang. Shiliang. Baizuahu. I said before, I will remember you too. I will find you and make you pay an unimaginable price." "Ah!" The faces of the two instantly turned ashen. Xianxia stayed in the heavenly prison for a full day before coming out. The two black-clothed men who had murdered on the banks of the Jade Lake had received the punishment they deserved. No one knew what had happened in the dungeon. The guards could only hear screams coming from within the dungeon, which lasted for a whole day. Xianxia fulfilled his promise in his heart and avenged the people of Jade Lake, but he had to find the entire Profound Sky sect to get revenge. After leaving the heavenly prison, he rushed to the heavenly Saint Mountain in the underground world without stopping. Along the way, he discovered that many of the Son of Heaven Peak's martial practitioners were flying towards the Son of Heaven Peak's mission hall, which was exactly the opposite direction to Xianxia. The people who passed by Xianxia, even those who were not friendly to him, nodded slightly when they saw Xianxia, as if they had greeted him. If this was the first time Xianxia had saved the golden lion in the martial tomb, he would have fallen deep into it and had no choice but to fight. This time, it was truly impressive that he had entered the tiger's cave alone to save the heavenly eagle. The bigger reason why everyone admired him was because he defeated Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao, who had defeated Long Xingyun and the other 3 sect champions in 1 versus 3 matches. Xianxia turned around and looked at Son of Heaven Feng. He already had a rough understanding of the mission mechanism in his heart. On the first mission, everyone was mobilized together, and they were working hard for a big mission. However, after a single mission, the progress of each Heavenly Sun Peak martial artist was staggered. Some of them needed to cultivate in the Heavenly Saint Mountain, while others needed to recover from their injuries. As a result, some of the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists had already received missions to complete, while others were still staying in the Star Guild. As a result, Son of Heaven Peak's enormous mission system was on the right track. At this moment, hundreds of martial artists had already flown out of the mission hall of the Son of Heaven Peak. They were riding steel battleships to carry out their missions. None of them had starlight coins, so they could only set off immediately. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not busy with his mission. Instead, he went to the 10th floor of the Heavenly Saint Mountain. On the 10th floor of the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, the number of people was relatively small, because cultivating here would cost 10 starlight coins a day, and ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Some people had accumulated 7 or 8 of them, so they couldn't wait any longer and started cultivating on the 7th or 8th floor. Xianxia swept his gaze over the room and found that nearly 2/3 of the room on the 10th floor was open. He randomly found an open door and entered it to cultivate in seclusion. After the door was closed, Xianxia placed a few jars of red dragon incense liquor and prepared to practice for 15 days at a time. After weighing it, he chose to use the 9 purities cosmos technique to raise his realm. Firstly, the 9 purities cosmos technique was the same as the other techniques. The speed of advancing his cultivation here was the same. Secondly, this technique could repair Xianxia's fatigue and keep him at his peak. This heavenly sacred mountain was simply a treasure trove tailored for the 9 purities cosmos technique. Xianxia sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. After he circulated the 9 purities cosmos technique, 9 strands of clear energy slowly appeared in his body. These 9 strands of clear energy circled around his body and slowly circled around him. Xianxia had never seen such a wondrous scene before. He was also very curious and carefully sized it up. It seemed that the 9 purities cosmos technique would increase along with a martial artist's cultivation realm. This was true. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and continued to close his eyes, silently reading in his heart. The foundation of the universe, the essence of heaven and earth, is too intangible, condensing nature into its true body, boundless, should be unfathomable, non-yin, non-yang, able to shine slightly, neither ancient nor present, not surviving nor dying, often at the end of endless tribulation. At the beginning, before too easy, the birth of Tai Chi originally created Shen Yuan. Thanks to the 2-world devastating divine lightning bolts, Xianxia's cultivation level had increased 3 times as fast as an ordinary person's. In addition to the 100-fold effect of the 10th level of the Heavenly Saint Mountain, cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating in seclusion for an entire 300 days. In other words, cultivating for 15 days was equivalent to raising one's cultivation by 12 years. Xianxia could feel his realm surging like a torrential flood. This was the fastest experience he had ever experienced, apart from absorbing world-devastating divine lightning directly. However, the only thing that made Xianxia unsatisfied was that he was unable to cultivate his dream body in the Heavenly Saint Mountain. Dream Tao, you need to bring your physical body into the dream world for your dream body to cultivate so that you can improve your dream body realm. However, the Heavenly Sacred Mountain used the 2 guild leaders' cultivation bases as its source, allowing the disciples to absorb their cultivation bases directly into their bodies. Xianxia had tried to enter the dream world to see if he could sense the realm source of the 2 leaders of Heavenly Saint Mountain. As a result, it naturally wouldn't work. The strength of those 2 guilds had already reached the transformation realm, and they weren't within the Tao of Fortune, jumping out of the laws of heaven and earth. With Xianxia's early dream Tao, it was impossible for him to drag the guild leader's realm into his dreams. Thus, this kind of secluded cultivation could only raise Xianxia's true self realm. Time is like water. Xianxia felt tired, so he slapped open the wine jar and gulped down a few large mouthfuls before continuing to cultivate. 1 day passed, 5 days passed, 10 days passed. There were already 3 empty wine jars beside Xianxia. He had already entered a state of ecstasy, swimming in the vast river of martial arts. Martial Tao was something that no one could achieve. Using martial arts to communicate with heaven and earth, one could obtain unparalleled power. Time flew by. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright and dazzling light flashed through his eyes. However, the 9 strands of clear energy that revolved around him had unexpectedly turned into 9 even more powerful and powerful clear dragons at some unknown time. These 9 clear dragons were gas, each as thick as a thigh, as tall as 3 people. Qinglong circled around Xianxia's body like a meridian outside Xianxia's body. This Xianxia was suddenly shocked. The 9 purities cosmos technique still had such a peculiar effect. The 9 clear dragons were equivalent to the 9 main meridians in his body, but they were swimming outside his body. Could it be? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He attempted to circulate his spiritual chi and circulate his dipper chi through his meridians. If he had any enlightenment, he would treat the 9 clear dragons as his external meridians. As expected, Dipper Qi also filled 9 dragons' body. Everyone knew that the weather, Yuan Qi, and astral Qi could be released first. But he never thought that even his meridians could be released. What was even more inconceivable to Xianxia was that the Dipper Qi that his 9 Qi dragons absorbed did not come from his spiritual sea. It came from heaven and earth. These 9 Qi dragons directly absorb the power of heaven and earth and transform into astral Qi to assist me. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Throughout history, only the heavenly Tao Old Man and Xianxia had practiced the 9th level of the 9 Purities Cosmos art. Therefore, Xianxia did not have any experience to learn from. Even Elder Shi Beihong's 9 Purities Cosmos art had never been cultivated to such an extent. What does this 9 dragons absorb the Qi of heaven and earth represent? Xianxia pondered for a moment and prepared to go outside to find a place to experiment. After 15 days of cultivation, Xianxia's true body had already reached the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, almost synchronizing with the dream stage. In the future, even if there was no need for the dream body to descend, it would be best if his dream body could find another way to increase his cultivation. To Xianxia, the 9th level of Heaven Scryer was nothing to be desired. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with energy. The rotation speed of his spiritual sea was accelerating, and the power of his aura was even greater. As for all of this, when he released his dream body, he had already experienced it before. He had long since become proficient in it. Heavenly Sacred Mountain is indeed a good place. I need to earn more starlight coins as soon as possible and raise my cultivation to the fortune realm. Xianxia took a deep breath and turned into a beam of light, heading in the direction of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. He had already obtained the authorization of the Huangpu Sea King. At this moment, no one would stop Xianxia anymore. He passed through the teleportation portal of the Huangpu clan and directly arrived at the Forgotten Sea. On the Boundless Sea, he was prepared to try out his 9 Purities Cosmos technique and obtain a brand new ability. There was no one around, and the sky was clear. Xianxia took a deep breath and circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos art again. The 9 Qi dragons broke free from Xianxia's body and circled around his body. He used the 9 Qi dragons as his external meridians to comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As expected, the first Qi dragon had already begun to shine slightly. It was obviously absorbing it. Xianxia was ecstatic in his heart. If this was the case, wouldn't the 9 Qi dragons be equivalent to the 9 spiritual seas around me? Including my own spiritual sea. Isn't that an entire 10 spiritual seas? What kind of concept was this? Xianxia was anxious to find out. It took him a full 5 hours to feed the first Qi dragon to perfection. The amount and quality of the Dipper Qi contained in the first Qi dragon was exactly the same as the spiritual sea in Xianxia's body. At this moment, Xianxia felt that he had double the amount of Dipper Qi and double the speed at which he released it. If a martial artist wanted to release a large amount of astral Qi at once, he had to spend a lot of time accumulating Qi. However, Xianxia's current time accumulating Qi was already half of his usual time, and his speed was extremely fast. It was equivalent to him using 2 spiritual seas to fight against the enemy at the same time. Xianxia felt that his entire body was extremely unobstructed. He casually hooked his fingers. From the spiritual sea and the first Qi dragon, an equal amount of astral Qi flowed into his fingertips. So powerful! Xianxia's eyes turned cold. With this 9 Purities Cosmos technique, wouldn't it be equivalent to controlling 10 spiritual seas at the same time to fight against the enemy after I have stored all of 9 dragons? That means that the longer I delay the battle, the stronger I will be. However, the time it takes for the Qi dragon to accumulate Qi is too slow. It takes 5 hours to store all of them. Do I have to fight an enemy for 5 hours? Xianxia shook his head. He felt that things weren't that simple. There was definitely something worth digging out. Since the Qi dragon can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then is it able to absorb the spiritual energy and Dipper energy outside a martial artist's body? Naturally, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very slow. What if even the aura emitted from a martial artist's battle is absorbed together? Xianxia was shocked. feeling that his bold idea was inconceivable. He formed an incantation gesture with both of his hands and released an avatar. Immediately after, Xianxia held a huge saber in his hand and fought against the incarnation outside. Xianxia and his avatar were also fighting with astral chi. Every time their sabers collided, astral chi would leak out. With a whoosh, the leaked astral chi was sucked into the stomach of the second chi dragon. Xianxia's eyes moved and he became even more excited. He slashed out a huge saber light at the avatar outside, causing the avatar outside to slash out a saber light at him as well. The two saber rays collided with each other and immediately produced a terrifying explosion. This kind of explosion should be able to create an extremely serious shockwave phenomenon. However, regardless of whether it was the flames from the explosion or the shockwaves, both of them were frantically sucked into the second chi dragon's body. It's really like this. Xianxia was overjoyed. Fighting a martial artist would consume astral chi, but where did that astral chi go? Normally, when a martial artist fought with astral chi and weapons, the astral chi they used would pervade the air and disappear into the heavens and earth after completing their attacks. This would leave behind astral chi fluctuations. If they were to directly use the aura to fight, the amount of aura consumed would be even greater, and the amount of aura that would spread to the heavens and earth would naturally be even greater. Xianxia's 9 purities cosmos technique was actually able to recover this astral chi. The more intense the battle between the two sides, the faster Xianxia's chi dragon's chi storage speed would be. Xianxia gritted his teeth and released 2 avatars. The 3 of them fiercely fought each other. In just 10 seconds, the second chi dragon had already been filled. However, at this time, the time limit for the avatar had also expired, and it automatically disappeared. 3 of the same me go all out. It only takes 10 seconds to fill up a chi dragon. Xianxia's expression was brilliant. He didn't expect that he would suddenly have such a harvest. He could feel that at this moment, he felt as if he had 3 spiritual Cs. However, the spiritual C in his body was somewhat depleted. That was because of the enormous consumption caused by the release of the avatar outside his body just now. However, when fighting against the enemy, his spiritual C wouldn't be consumed so quickly. What he consumed was the spiritual C within the enemy's body. Amazing! Xianxia excitedly gripped the huge saber in his hand. The 9 purities cosmos technique, the stronger the Vietnam War is. That was equivalent to someone pulling a cart with a cow. The heavier the cart, the slower the cow would pull. However, if Xianxia stored all of the 9 dragons, it would be equivalent to using 10 cows to pull the carriage. If I had 10 spiritual Cs, then wouldn't the power of divine lightning be able to be used recklessly, and I wouldn't be afraid anymore? The more world-devastating divine lightning was used, the more divine chi would be extracted from Xianxia's spiritual C. However, with 10 spiritual Cs as a safeguard, it was likely that it would not be used up in any way. Xianxia laughed. We are fully prepared this time. Let's set off again. Go and earn more starlight coins. Xianxia turned around and flew towards Heavenly Star City. At this moment, there were very few Heavenly Sun Peak martial practitioners in Heavenly Star City. As for Xianxia, he had obtained the starlight coins himself. He cultivated in the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, but no one else had obtained them. Of course, he was going out to do missions. At this moment, Xianxia was the only one left in the empty mission hall. He raised his head to look at the mission panel and discovered that there were more than 50 missions issued this time, twice as many as the first time. Looks like the activities of the Profound Sky Sect are getting more and more frequent. Xianxia frowned and began to choose the tasks he wanted to do. Very quickly, he noticed an extremely high-level mission. The reward for this mission was actually 50 starlight coins. Last time, their entire Golden Lion had only rewarded 50 missions, but this time the reward for a side mission was 50. What made Xianxia even more concerned was that there was a keyword in this mission. Zhang Xuelu. The Heavenly Profound Sect's General Xuelu possessed an exquisite body with 7 apertures. Not only could she detect the realm of a martial artist, but as the Heavenly Profound Sect cultivated her, her realm became higher and higher, and she began to see more things. This time, Xuelu saw an ancient temple near 10,000 Demon Island in the northern region. Within the temple, there was a clear light of medicinal pills and cultivation methods. The medicinal pills and ancient martial technique books all carried an ancient aura, and they would also emit a strong light. However, these items were usually stored in brocade boxes and sealed by formations, so that their spiritual energy would not leak out. Therefore, it was very difficult for outsiders to see this kind of light. If these things were buried somewhere, it would be even harder to find them. However, he could see Xuelu's exquisite body. According to the mission description, the ancient temple was most likely the ruins of a first-rate sect 50,000 years ago. Xianxia couldn't help but feel great interest. 50,000 years ago, in that era, the cultivation methods and martial skills of the martial world weren't enough. There should still be many treasures left. Although the items in the Devil's Sea were also put in by ancient experts, they were all cultivation methods and martial skills that were extremely difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. In order to prevent them from being lost, they were put into the Devil's Sea. However, the cultivation techniques and martial skills that were placed in the outer sect were much more comprehensive than those of the Devil's Sea. Actually, too many martial arts treasures have been lost. If we can find a portion of them in that ancient temple, we can open up a new world. It's the same for us, and it's also the same for the Profound Sky sect. We must not let the Profound Sky sect take all the things inside first. Xianxia immediately accepted the mission and went to the destination of the mission through the official teleportation array. The target area of this mission was an abandoned island near Myriad Demon Island, called Twilight Island. In fact, Myriad Demon Island had the largest number of demonic beasts in the entire world. It was not an island, but a continent much larger than the demonic beast continent. Twilight Island was one of the all-star islands on Myriad Demon's Island. There were countless strange poisonous plants growing on it. It was very dangerous. The teleportation formations of the Huangpu aristocrat clan were all used to do business. In places like Twilight Island, there was simply no business to do. Therefore, it was the Star Guild's teleportation formation ability. The teleportation formations of the Huangpu aristocrat clan were not built here at all. Through the teleportation array, Xianxia first arrived at an island near Myriad Demon Island, and then flew into Twilight Island's territory out of thin air. From a distance, he could see that Twilight Island was extremely large and could not be seen at a glance. It was almost the size of a province. On top of that, black clouds curled up, and evil energy soared into the sky. As soon as he entered Twilight Island's airspace, Xianxia felt suffocated and dizzy. Not good. This evil energy is causing trouble. Xianxia hurriedly landed in the forest, and this uncomfortable symptom gradually disappeared. That layer of evil energy floated in the air and would enter the enveloping area 100 meters from the ground. Even if he didn't breathe, the evil energy would still enter his body along with the pores of humans. He would suck it down in one breath, and the evil energy would actually adhere to his meridians and spiritual sea. Xianxia was helpless and could only change to Lu Xing. He was shuttling through the forest at high speed, and he could already see several traces of battle. The Golden Lion was the one who took over the mission from the ancient temple. There were more than 300 people in total, the vast majority of whom were Heaven Scryer realm cultivators. Looks like they arrived 15 days ago. They should have fought against the people of the Profound Sky sect. Xianxia opened his lightning photoelectric eye and swept his gaze across the battlefield. The aura fluctuations here were already very faint. They should have remained in the air for 13 to 25 days. On the ground, there were broken limbs scattered everywhere, and it was unknown which side they belonged to. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and waited in formation, continuing to move forward. However, with his lightning photoelectric eyes, he didn't see any powerful spiritual chi radiance. Then where exactly is the so-called ancient temple? What if it was right under his feet? However, he wandered around and instead missed out on a place. The people from the Profound Sky sect probably don't know the exact location, do they? Xianxia muttered. After the last incident, the Profound Sky sect should not be willing to send Xuelu to the front. Jiang Xuelu could only see the spiritual energy on Twilight Island, but it was too far away to accurately locate it. After walking for a while, a town actually appeared in front of him. This place is actually inhabited? Xiangnan was very surprised. Evil energy was floating in the sky. Although the ground was very thin, it was not without it. Humans would definitely not be able to survive in such a place. However, upon closer inspection, Xiangnan discovered that it was a demon town. The entire town was filled with demons. These demons should have come from Myriad Demons Island. Xiangnan was thoughtful. Many demons had also discovered Xiangnan, but there was no expression of undue surprise on their faces. As Xiangnan walked among the demon race, he looked exceptionally petite. The demon race's physique was generally enormous. The shorter ones were about 2 meters tall, and the taller ones were about 5 to 6 meters tall. The demons and humans had lived together for more than 100,000 years, and they had also learned the civilization of the human world. In this small town, there was actually a tavern. When Xiangnan entered the tavern, there were quite a few strong demons sitting there drinking wine. The entire tavern was filled with a pungent smell. Those monsters had long hairs and did not like to wash their bodies. They used the smell of their bodies as a symbol of their status. Most of the food sold in this tavern was raw, and there was even human meat among them. Gold was circulating all over the world. Xiangnan bought a jar of wine and drank it in one mouthful. He felt that it was extremely choking and did not have the slightest fragrance. This kind of wine was not delicious at all. Xiangnan bought an extra jar and brought the wine jar to a sturdy bear demon table. He placed the jar on the table and said, "Please drink." The bear demon immediately smiled happily and hurriedly beckoned Xiangnan to sit down together. When dealing with these demons, it would be best to go straight to and fro and not beat around the bush. A few days ago, did any humans appear nearby? Xiangnan asked straightforwardly. The bear demon was hugging the wine jar and pouring it into its mouth. When it heard Xiangnan's question, it scratched its head and said, "There were some humans who came. They had a few fights nearby, and then they didn't know where they went." Pong! The bear demon placed a large black beehive on the table and said, "Treat me to a drink, and I'll treat you to honey." Xiangnan's eyes were strange. The poisonous bees in the beehive drilled around. These poisonous bees' tail thorns were dark green. They were obviously poisonous, and each poisonous bee was the size of a walnut. "I don't eat sweets." Xiangnan shook his head. The bear demon roared and smiled. He grabbed the hive and took a bite. Then, he bit down on more than half of it. The strange dark green honey kept flowing down the bear demon's mouth, making Xiangnan feel a little nauseous. "Do you see where those humans are going?" Xiangnan asked again. The bear was about to lick the honey on the table as he muttered, "I didn't see it. From what they say, it seems like something is about to descend. Anyway, I don't quite understand." Descending? Xiangnan pondered. There weren't many things that could use this word. Could it be that something was about to fall from the sky? Is there anything strange happening on Twilight Island? Xiangnan asked again. The bear demon opened the beehive and licked it while narrowing his eyes to enjoy it. He said, "Every 10 years, a mountain falls from the sky." "Oh!" Xiangnan's eyes moved. "What 10 years? It's clearly 3 years." Beside him, a wild boar demon could no longer listen and scolded. Xiangyao gave up and glared. "What 10 years? It's 3 years." The wild boar demon clan slapped the table and said, "Bullshit your bear fart. I said 3 years is 3 years." Xiangnan hurriedly made up his mind and said, Don't worry. Speak slowly if you have something to say." The bear demon glared at Xiangnan and said, "Little human judge, 100 days is a year, and 1,000 days of the mountain descends. Isn't it 10 years? Bullshit. 365 days is a year." "Oh, I understand." Xiangnan suddenly realized that this bear demon had miscalculated the time of the year. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The bear demon still wanted to pull Xiangnan to judge, but Xiangnan immediately rushed out. Looking at the sky, a shocking scene caused Xiangnan's eyes to widen. In the sky, the phantom image of a giant mountain appeared in the dense evil energy. The giant mountain seemed to have descended from another world without warning. When Xianxia arrived, he had once flown through a small section of the sky. If there really was such a large mountain peak in the sky, it was impossible for him to not be able to see it at all. But it appeared out of thin air. The mountain was incomparably large, more like an endless mountain range. Its entire area was almost the same as Twilight Island. This must be the ancient temple. Xianxia's eyes moved and he was about to fly up. The bear demon chased after him and pulled Xianxia's arm. A year is 365 days. That pig is right, Xianxia said as he prepared to fight the bear demon and immediately ascended to the heavens. However, Xianxia said, "Do you want to go up the mountain? Don't be foolish. That mountain is wrapped in endless black gas and can't be approached at all." Every time a mountain descended, there were people who tried to go up, but they were basically poisoned to death by the evil energy and fell down again. "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid." Xianxia thanked the bear demon and immediately turned into a beam of bright light and rushed towards the mountain peak. However, the more he flew, the more Xianxia felt that something was amiss. From the ground, the mountain that enveloped Twilight Island was about 500 to 600 meters tall. Xianxia should have been able to reach the bottom of the mountain with a single sprint, but in reality he didn't. He felt that he had already flown more than 1,000 meters, but he still hadn't touched the giant mountain. At this moment, his body had absorbed more evil energy, and he began to feel dizzy again. This is truly evil. Xianxia felt that something was wrong, so he prepared to land again and find the problem. However, he discovered that he couldn't get down. He flew down more than 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the ground. At this moment, all of the evil energy around him seemed to be endless. Xianxia became ruthless and immediately increased his speed to its fastest, shooting crazily towards the ground. With his current speed, he could fly more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, he had flown nearly 800 li in one breath, yet he still couldn't see the ground. Based on this distance, he should have already flown deep underground. What happened? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. His mind was getting darker and darker. 9 Purities Cosmos Art. Xianxia's arms trembled, and 9 chi dragons immediately surrounded him. Relying on the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to resist that evil energy, Xianxia felt that his dizziness had eased slightly. He looked up and saw that the mountain peak was still 500 meters above him. "I'm afraid this is a sect protection array," Xianxia suddenly understood. Although that ancient first-rate sect was abandoned, the people inside had died for countless tens of thousands of years. However, the sect's grand defensive formation was still operating. The evil energy in the sky should be closely related to that sect. If that was the case, then one had to have a certain route to enter the sect, or obtain the sect's approval. Otherwise, if he accidentally entered the formation, he would probably never be able to reach it. No wonder the demons hadn't unveiled this mysterious mountain after so many years. "Let's use lightning evasion to escape first." Xianxia decided to pay attention. This grand sect protection array should have the effect of confusing the path, allowing a person to randomly fly in the evil energy, but thinking that he was walking in a straight line. As for Lei Dun, it was a blink of an eye, and it was very difficult for him to turn in the process of advancing. Even if Xianxia wanted to run around, it was impossible for him to do so. He wrapped his entire body around the black lightning, then slanted downwards and flashed out with a whoosh. However, when he released the lightning escape, Xianxia suddenly felt the heavens and earth spinning. He felt as if he was not flying straight, but was constantly circling in an area. In addition, he had spun for a full 100 li in the same area within a second. If this was taken into account, he would probably have spun a few hundred times. Xianxia was dumbfounded. His mind was buzzing, and his ears were even ringing. "No, I have to hide in the void." Xianxia gritted his teeth and hid his body in the void before using lightning to escape. This time, with a whoosh, his body finally escaped from the range of the evil energy and arrived on land. Indeed, Xianxia panted heavily. Only when he entered the void would he be able to truly escape from the real world and the grand formation. This kind of damn place is really amazing. Xianxia sat down and drank a big mouthful of salvation. He circulated the 9 purities cosmos art to recover his consciousness. If he didn't have to hide in the void, even if it was a lightning escape, he wouldn't be able to break free from the evil energy. What method should the people of the Black Sect use to enter? At this moment, a strong light suddenly shot into the sky. It was a man. After that person flew into the air, he raised a token high in his hand. The token emitted a 5-colored halo. The halo spread out circle by circle, causing the evil energy around the mountain to dissipate. Profound Sky Sect. Xianxia immediately recognized that the person in the sky was actually Guanxiao. After Guanxiao broke through the sect protection array, hundreds of Sky Profound Sect experts flew towards the mountain peak. Immediately after, in another direction, a large number of Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners also turned into bright lights and rushed up the mountain peak. It's starting. Looks like I'm not late. Xianxia quickly recovered and rushed to the mountain peak. The mountain peak was incomparably large, enveloping the entire Twilight Island. On the base of the mountain peak, there were many peculiar tunnels that were like beehives. Xianxia flew in through a passageway. Not long after, he rushed out with a whoosh and saw the light of day again. Beneath his feet was the vast ruins of the sect. Looking from a high place, Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. The shape of this mountain range was like an azure dragon lying on the ground. The azure dragon's body was inside the sect, and the only way to enter the sect was through the dragon's mouth. The people from the Profound Sky Sect and the Son of Heaven Peak had arrived earlier, and they had already entered through the dragon's mouth. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly flew to the dragon's mouth and drilled into it. Once it entered the azure dragon's body, its interior suddenly became clear. Looking from afar, he felt as if he had entered an incomparably large underground world. On the front and above, there was a huge stone plaque hanging in the air. There were 3 big words written on it: Soaring Dragon Sect.